Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about narcissists and empathy. This is always a hot topic, so I thought we could talk about it on the show today. People often ask why the knowledge that they're hurting people is not enough to make narcissists stop their behavior. They point out that narcissists often hide or deny their behavior, so they obviously know it's wrong. But this question assumes that the knowledge they're hurting someone would be enough to stop the behavior because it's coming from someone who already has normally functioning empathy. People with normally functioning empathy are the ones who are asking that question. If someone has normally functioning empathy, that knowledge is all that it would take. The knowledge that they're hurting another person would trigger an emotional reaction that would create a behavioral response. This is hurting someone. I don't want to hurt anyone, so I won't do that. This happens because that person has normally functioning empathy, so the information that they are hurting another person has emotional meaning for them. If someone does not have normal empathy, that information just doesn't mean anything to them. Without empathy to give this information emotional meaning, it does not become understanding. It's just information with no emotional meaning or value. It will not create a reaction that pushes the person to stop their behavior. Just knowing that you're hurting someone else is not enough. You have to actually care about that in order for this information to make you want to stop. Without empathy, you're not going to care, and therefore you will not stop unless you're forced to do so by some external reason. If someone has dysfunctional empathy, their idea of wrong is not the same as how other people see it. For example, when narcissistic people hide their abusive behavior, they're not hiding it because hurting other people is wrong. If they thought that, they wouldn't be abusers. They're hiding the behavior because they don't want to be seen and therefore shamed for doing things that other people don't approve of. These are not the same thing. When small children are caught stealing cookies out of the cookie jar, they're not ashamed because stealing cookies is wrong or disobeying is wrong. They're ashamed because they got caught doing a bad thing and now they're in trouble or people are upset with them. It's not that they think the act itself was wrong. That doesn't even enter into the equation to be considered. It's that they were caught doing something other people don't want them to do. This causes shame, which is the pathologically narcissistic person's mortal enemy. This is made evident by the fact that abusive behavior is not the only thing narcissists hide. They hide, lie about, deny, deflect, or defend anything that they think will bring them shame, even stupid things that nobody cares about. The same reason they hide abusive behavior is the same reason that they will lie and blame you for them getting the wrong kind of butter. They don't want to get caught messing up. And sadly, to them, these things seem to be about the same. Getting the wrong kind of butter or forgetting to pick up the dry cleaning will often receive the same level of vehement denial and deflection that hurting others will also receive. To narcissistic people, it appears to be that these things are all the same level of wrong and all result in the same level of toxic shame. If you listen to this show with any regularity, you know that I don't believe all narcissistic people have no empathy at all. Many do seem to have some level of empathy, and that makes sense because narcissism is a spectrum. But what empathy they do have is maladaptive and dysfunctional. It does not prevent them from hurting other people. It doesn't seem to send up the internal warning flags that the rest of us see when we're going to do something that would hurt another person. This is likely because pathologically narcissistic people are in a constant state of survival mode. Empathy can actually be a detriment in survival mode. If you're in a fight for survival, empathy could result in you not getting what you need and therefore not surviving. If you've been locked in a room with another person for weeks and weeks and suddenly a peanut butter sandwich appears, identifying with that other person and having empathy for their hunger could result in your death. You need to get that sandwich and eat it. They're going to have to worry about themselves. Now, many people might say, well, I would share with the other person. Well, maybe you would and maybe you wouldn't. It's one thing to imagine the situation and another thing to be in it, but either way, you're not a narcissist. It's a mistake to project your experience or your empathy onto another person because not everyone reacts to everything the same way and not everyone has the same level of empathy. They just don't. Narcissistic people are in survival mode. They have always been in survival mode. And when you are in survival mode, you just can't care about how other people feel or what will happen to them as a result of you getting what you need. That's not how you survive. Many narcissists will even talk about this in a roundabout way, describing empathy or caring about others as weak or being soft. Or they might talk about their fear, which is often disguised as disgust or hatred, of appearing weak. Some might even say these things just flat out. That tells you everything you need to know. These are primitive-minded, arrested people stuck in a survival of the fittest mindset where the only way to make it is to get everyone else before they get you. There's no point in telling them that this is not how it is because they see it everywhere they look, and they always have. Everything they see and do and that happens to them seems to reinforce their idea that there's nothing to be gained and everything to be lost by going soft and allowing other people to live too. If there are 10 crackers and Bobby allows Jimmy to have half of them, that's 5 crackers that Bobby doesn't have. What will he do when they're gone? If Bobby identifies with Jimmy, if he has empathy for Jimmy's situation, then Bobby loses something and his survival may now be in jeopardy. This can create a panic, and Bobby may react with anger and violence toward Jimmy for daring to take some of them. Even worse is the situation where Jimmy has 10 crackers and Bobby has none. This is probably why some narcissists can seem to have empathy in situations where they don't stand to lose anything. If there's no threat, there's nothing to be lost by identifying with another person, and whatever empathy they may possess is therefore, quote, safe to engage in. The problem is that they seem to see threats literally everywhere because of their overblown fears about survival. For whatever reason, they got the idea early on that their very survival is being threatened continuously. This mindset is extremely difficult to change because it validates itself constantly, and literally anything can become a fight to the death because of it. They've got too much to lose, and anyone who has ever been in one of these situations with a narcissist can attest to the fact that they at least seem to sincerely believe that. In the end, if you're expecting empathy from someone who believes that you might get in the way of their survival, that's probably an unrealistic expectation. If you believe you will be able to convince this person that you're not doing that when they've likely spent their entire lives believing that about every situation they're in, that's probably unrealistic too. The only thing you can really do in this situation is realize the truth of the situation and accept it for what it is. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, through email, and through Skype. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops a few times a month, so if you're interested in seeing what we have going right now and signing up for that, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and I just wanted to talk for a minute or two about one of the biggest hurdles when we are talking about narcissistic relationships and healing from narcissistic abuse, and that is the fact that recognizing narcissists and antisocial personalities can be so difficult. There are several different reasons for this, and I have touched on many of them before, such as in the video, What the Doctor Doesn't See. But part of the reason recognizing narcissists and psychopaths can be so difficult is that examples given of these personalities are often so extreme. But not all psychopaths and narcissists have physically hurt other people or been caught doing anything illegal. These examples are reality, but they can also be misleading. Because if people cannot see evidence of these extreme behaviors, motivations, or mindsets in somebody, they may conclude that person is not pathologically narcissistic or psychopathic when in fact they are. This is dangerous because it impairs a person's ability to defend themselves. Awareness is the number one tool for self-defense. Someone does not have to be a murderer in order to be dangerous. Using extreme examples of narcissistic or antisocial personalities is common because they display the lack of empathy and other key characteristics very clearly. But it gives people no real idea of what these things look like in everyday life. It can mislead people into believing that if someone does not engage in these same extremities, they can't have this problem. And that's just not true. I cannot tell you the number of people I have spoken to who said that their only experience or context regarding these concepts was serial killers or some other extreme example, and that this extreme presentation of these personalities temporarily blinded them regarding the reality and the severity of their own situation. We often see this blindness in the clinical arena as well. There needs to be more education regarding what a lack of empathy and other key characteristics of these personalities look like when blatant violence and abuse and cruelty and murder are not involved, because these characteristics are still there and they are still visible when people can understand what they are looking at. For example, this quote, "Everything is free if you take it," by narcissistic psychopath and suspected serial killer Israel Keys. It's very easy to use Israel Keys as an example. Watching even 2 minutes of any interview with him makes it blatantly obvious that he is a poster child for narcissistic psychopaths. It's easy to point to his admitted behavior as proof. Coupled with this quote from him, among many others, which was followed by a laugh, by the way, it gives us excellent insight into his mindset, his motivations, the way that he looks at things. However, it's very, very doubtful that horrible crimes against humanity are the only ways that these mindsets and motivations manifested in his life. Personality disorders affect the whole personality, which means this kind of thinking infects everything that this person does, says, feels, sees, hears, and experiences. There's no part of them that is not touched by it. It's also important to understand that not every person with this personality structure will choose to do what Israel Keys chose to do. Many do not. Some can be just as narcissistic, just as antisocial as he was, but have never physically harmed or killed anybody at all. It's a mistake to believe, or for anyone to imply, that one always leads to the other, or that this is the only way that these things show up in someone's life, because this is just not true. It's important to learn to recognize what the key characteristics of these personalities look like in everyday life, so that extreme examples are not all we have to go by. Israel Keys actually committed suicide awaiting trial. He confessed to several murders and alluded to others. He is suspected of at least 11 murders. So, in the end, it's important to understand that these extreme examples of narcissists and psychopaths are reality. It's not like they're not real, but this is not all there is. This is not all it looks like. This is not the only way it shows up. And I actually do have a few videos on the channel about other ways that lack of empathy, for example, can show up in somebody's life. It doesn't always just look like blatant abuse and cruelty and violence. So if you're interested, you might want to check those out. And I just wanted to share this with you really quickly. I hope this clears a few things up for you, and I hope that you have a wonderful day. May the Great Spirit bless you. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and I just wanted to share this with you really quickly because it's very important to understand that lack of empathy doesn't just manifest in one way. It can show up in many different ways. Empathy deficiency is not the only cause for the following things, but it definitely can be one. It's very important to pay attention to things that don't make sense or that point to larger difficulties. Lack of empathy does not just manifest as cruelty and abuse, though that is often where it leads. These kinds of things usually show up first, but because people believe lack of empathy only looks like one thing, and because other things can legitimately cause these kinds of problems, these things are often missed. Learning to recognize them in tandem with other red flags can help you avoid relationships with people who are unhealthy. So some things that we don't realize could be related to an empathy deficiency are lack of a sense of humor. People with empathy deficiencies may find it difficult to understand when others are joking or when something is meant in jest. And it's very important to understand that this is not about someone twisting humor or pretending to be joking in order to cover up for abuse. This is about legitimately, genuinely not being able to understand when people are kidding. They might also have trouble getting jokes in general, even jokes that are not related to them in any way. Inability to listen or pay attention. People with empathy deficiencies can find it extremely difficult to pay attention or listen when someone else is talking, especially when the subject does not affect or apply to them. The normal conversational cues to listen or pay attention are not received by them, and they're only waiting for their turn to talk anyway. Inability to understand. People with empathy deficiencies often misunderstand what is being said to or around them and about them, partly because they don't listen and partly because their understanding of the emotional states of other people is generally not very good. Misunderstandings are extremely common. In fact, one of the biggest red flags for people regarding the presence of pathological narcissism in their relationships is the fact that they have never had this many misunderstandings with anybody else in their entire life. Excuse me. Ideas of reference. People who lack empathy in sufficient quantities often have ideas of reference, meaning they believe things are about them that are not related to them at all. They have the idea that you are referencing them, right? Either with your words or your behavior. This is related not just to lack of empathy, but also to the immature, severely egocentric personality structure that this lack of empathy exists in. Inappropriate affect. People with empathy deficiencies may display emotions that don't make sense for the situation or the surroundings. Because they cannot read the room or understand the emotions of, quote, normal people, they may have emotional reactions to things that others consider strange, overreactive, cold, or that seem like contrived and phony. Inappropriate behavior. People with empathy deficiencies may engage in behavior that seems inappropriate for the setting or for the surroundings. Because they cannot read the room and they cannot always understand how they're being perceived by other people, they may engage in social blunders and socially awkward or offensive behavior, such as telling jokes at a funeral, making somebody else's wedding all about them, or repeatedly saying things that make people uncomfortable. Excuse me. Confusion regarding perception. People with empathy deficiencies may find it difficult to understand why others perceive them the way that they do. They may truly be unable to understand why others don't trust or like them, why someone has started to avoid them, things like that, even though the answer is often very obvious and even after it's been pointed out. They may still insist the other person is being unfair or that it makes no sense. They may also have trouble understanding the perceptions of others in general because they don't understand the emotions attached to the situation. For example, they may not understand why someone is still grieving even though it hasn't been very long at all. Communication difficulties. People with empathy deficiencies not only often misunderstand the other person or people and have trouble listening and paying attention, they often don't express themselves appropriately or clearly. Because they have enormous difficulty connecting with their own emotions and because they are using mimicry instead of empathy to communicate, they may use words that don't mean what they think they mean, or platitudes and quotes and sayings that aren't really related to what they're trying to express. So, I hope that clears a few things up. As I said, it's very important to remember that lack of empathy sort of permeates a person's entire personality. It affects all of their communication, and it shows up in more than just one way. So, I hope that gave you a better idea of some of the other ways it can show up, and that can help you avoid relationships with people who are unhealthy. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and I wanted to just go over this really quickly with you because this is something I get asked all the time. How do narcissists know what to say to hurt me the most, or how do they know what to say in order to hoover me? How do they know what I want to hear? The answer to that is that you told them. Even if your words didn't tell them, your reactions did. Imagine children on the playground picking on another child. They say everything they can until something causes a reaction. Once they see what that something is, they just keep pressing that button nonstop over and over again. This is the same thing narcissistic adults do. Sometimes people believe that narcissists and psychopaths must be using emotional empathy to do this, but is it really empathy? Or is it simply picking up on a reaction, which they have learned to become experts at for their survival? If you've noticed, when they don't get a reaction from some accusation or insult that they have thrown at somebody, they usually move on from it pretty quickly. When they do get a reaction, they will keep repeating it and repeating it and repeating it because it works. There is no empathy or understanding of other people's emotions whatsoever needing to be involved in this behavior. It's just reacting to reactions. If they were truly using empathy of any kind, a reaction would probably not be necessary because they would know they were getting to you regardless of whether you react or not. When someone truly does not react at all, pathologically narcissistic people do not know what to do. This is another sign of empathy deficiency. When there's nothing to mirror or react to, they often become stuck and confused. People often believe that this can't be true, that narcissists must be using empathy because if someone doesn't understand emotions or if they don't get hurting you, how can they use your emotions against you? But you don't need to understand how or why something works in order to use it. You've probably heard me give this analogy before. You know how to use a remote control. You know that pushing a certain button causes the device that it belongs to react in certain ways or to do certain things, but you probably don't know how that works, and you probably don't care as long as it keeps working. If it stops working, you will try to push a different button. If none of the buttons work, then you'll probably get a different device. This is one of the reasons that the narcissist's reaction to the gray rock method is most often either ramping up their provocations or stopping them completely. Without a reaction from you, they simply don't know what to do. They don't know how to behave or what buttons to push in order to get what they want, and they'll either be thrown into a panic or they'll just give up and flee to a situation where their button pushing works. This is the only survival skill set that they have, and when it fails, they're lost. So that is the answer to that question. The way that they know what to say is because inadvertently, blatantly or not, you told them. So keep that in mind for your interactions, if any, with them in the future. I hope this clears a few things up for you. May the Great Spirit bless you, and y'all have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about empathy and whether it is innate or learned. Innate means that it would be naturally occurring. This is something that comes up a lot when discussing narcissists because if they are generally considered to be lacking empathy and this is the reason for their behavior, the question then becomes, why are they lacking it? So, in order to illustrate this, I'm going to start out today with a little story. In 1974, in an experiment/art performance called Rhythm Zero, Marina Abramovich placed 72 objects on a table in a room and stated that she would not move or resist for 6 hours, no matter what was done to her. The results of that are perhaps shocking to some, perhaps predictable to others. Abramovich allowed random people to do anything they wanted with her, and as soon as they realized there would be no resistance or repercussions no matter what they did, they got increasingly aggressive. Some cut her neck with a knife and drank the blood. They placed her naked on the table and put the knife inside her vagina. Someone loaded the gun with the available bullet and put it to her head. Initially, Abramovich said, participants were peaceful and timid, but it escalated to violence pretty quickly. She said, the experience I learned was that if you leave decision to the public, you can be killed. I felt really violated. They cut my clothes, stuck rose thorns in my stomach, one person aimed a gun at my head, and another took it away. It created an aggressive atmosphere. After exactly 6 hours, as planned, I stood up and started walking toward the public. Everyone ran away, escaping an actual confrontation. This experiment and other situations like it suggest that when people are allowed to act with no repercussions, they will take it as far as they possibly can. It's not necessary to be directed to this behavior, and there is virtually no one who's immune to it. This is human nature. People do not become that way because they're forced to or because of any other reason than the simple fact that they want to. They want to hurt and subjugate those who are weaker, just like any other animal. Now, humans in general are uncomfortable with this fact. They're quick to point out things they consider to be mitigating factors, such as differences in culture, race, time period, and basically anything else they can, but in reality, these things don't mitigate anything. People become monsters when they are allowed to become monsters. I recently posted an episode of the show called Humanizing the Narcissist. I felt compelled to do an episode of the show about that because dehumanizing narcissists is wrong and unfair. They are very definitely human beings. In some ways, they may actually reflect true human nature more accurately than other people. You see this very clearly in children before they are taught the responsible and acceptable way to behave in society. Empathy, generosity, and compassion are not innate. They are learned. The narcissist is what you end up with when empathy is not learned, when all of the societal conditioning we need in order to exist together doesn't take correctly. The capacity for empathy is innate in most people, yes, but empathy itself must be cultivated and nurtured or it does not mature. I addressed this in an episode of the show called How Narcissists Are Created. The things that nurture empathy in quote normal people generally do not occur for narcissists. This is why they are considered to be lacking empathy. The capacity for empathy is likely still there, like a dormant seed, but nothing has come of it because it was not encouraged to grow and now it's too late. Perhaps that's part of the omnipresent emptiness that narcissists feel. Narcissists are in fact capable of a species of empathy, but it's more of a primitive ability that centers around reading and reacting to other people's emotions as opposed to actually understanding or caring about them. True emotional empathy is beyond most narcissists. If we look at situations where humans are given power over other humans, and also given leave to act however they want with no repercussions, we notice that empathy and other-centered emotions, meaning emotions centered on other people, and behaviors quickly disappear. Power corrupts, right? But why? This phenomenon has been demonstrated by many experiments besides the one I mentioned earlier, probably the most notable being the Stanford prison experiments. If you're not familiar with those, look those up. They're very fascinating. I personally often look to Nazi Germany as an example as well, but we can find many examples of this exact same thing throughout history. These examples can be said to demonstrate many things, but to me, what they demonstrate most of all is that we as a species and as a community conform our behavior to society's standards of what is acceptable more so than to any innate or internal phenomenon. In other words, our behavior and what we think is right or wrong is based on what society says rather than some internal feeling or compass that we have. This lends credence to the idea that empathy, as it relates to guilt and shame and their effect on human behavior, is not so much self-imposed as it is socially imposed. This is why power corrupts. If there's no one to shame you, will you know that you're wrong? How would you know? Perhaps even more importantly, would you care if you're wrong? And if you would, why would you? Many people might say yes to these questions. They might answer yes, but we've also spent the entirety of our lives being cultivated in a guilt and shame-inducing society. Not that these things are wrong. They're necessary if we're going to live together. Without guilt and appropriate healthy shame, people are very dangerous indeed. But if you did not exist in such a society, or if that society were somehow destroyed to the point that those rules no longer applied, your answer to those questions might be very, very different. This is how narcissists behave all the time. They get around socially imposed mandates on behavior by using mental gymnastics like justification. They choose to believe that they are the abused ones, that they are the attacked ones, that they are the wronged ones. Why does this work for them? Because society has different rules for victims. Attacking someone is wrong, but defending yourself is not. If you can present yourself as a victim, you will not be judged for anything you've done. This is how the narcissist operates. Do they really believe they are victims? Some probably do, but others know they are not. They know they're lying. In their minds, though, it's all justified and therefore it's all okay. In some ways, we're all like that. We never lie better than when we were lying to ourselves. Hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online and over the phone Monday through Friday. So if you're interested in speaking with me, you can visit LittleShaman.org and click the Book an Appointment tab to go ahead and do that. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and today I wanted to talk to you about pathological narcissism and the tragedy of perception. Before we get started, there are a few important notes I want to make. Number one, narcissism is a spectrum, and narcissists are people, so not everyone has exactly the same behaviors or experiences. It's about patterns and mindsets. Number two, a personality disorder is a diagnosis. A narcissist is a type of person, one who has rigid and toxic narcissistic traits. Number three, if you recognize some of these things in yourself that we're going to talk about, remember that there's a world of difference between displaying narcissistic behavior and being a narcissist. Number four, this channel has at least one video about each of the topics covered here if you need more information. When the Apostle Paul stated that we as people see through a glass darkly, he was saying that we have an incomplete and egocentric view of reality. He was saying that what we see reflected to us about ourselves and the world through the mirror of our perception is not always accurate. There is no type of person who lends more credibility to this statement than a pathologically narcissistic person. The truth is, we all have our biases. We all have our frames of reference. We all have our experiences. We all have our perception. Narcissistic people are not different in that regard. Where they often differ is in how strongly they hold these biases and how their perceptions are processed. This might not seem like a big deal. After all, everybody sees things a little differently, right? However, we must have a baseline to start from. If four people see a ball and one person sees a tomato, there can be no conversation about the ball or how it got there because not everyone even agrees that there is one. When perceptions cannot be agreed upon, there is dysfunction and disagreement. If perceptions are widely divergent, there's a lot of dysfunction and a lot of disagreement. When perceptions are so totally different that there can be no agreement at all on anything, communication is now no longer possible. There must be a place to start from, an agreed upon idea or focus of the interaction. If this is not present, there can be no healthy or productive interaction at all. Because of the affected perception of pathologically narcissistic people, there can be no agreed upon focus or baseline for communication. In many ways, this affected perception is the wellspring of all of the difficulties that are notorious for affecting relationships with this kind of person. It isn't you say tomato, I say tomato. It's you say tomato, I say basketball. The perception of the narcissistic person is so colored by their perceived experiences and emotions that it can come across as paranoid, eccentric, or even delusional. People are at a loss to understand how the narcissistic person has come to the conclusion or the idea that they are now espousing, and when they're asked, it's often very difficult for the narcissistic person to explain their thinking. If they can explain, the leaps in logic are often astounding and senseless, leaving people with the idea that they're dealing with someone who is profoundly mentally ill, grotesquely immature, woefully mistaken, or perhaps simply lying. Maybe it's one or the other. Maybe it's all of these things. Maybe it's none of these things. The pathologically narcissistic person's relationship with the truth, and consequently, or perhaps in tandem, with reality is tentative at best. For the narcissistic person, feelings are facts. They are evidence of reality. If someone says something that hurts them, it becomes a fact, and therefore their reality, that this person said it to hurt them, and for no other reason. The proof of this fact is their feelings. Because they have, quote, proof, no other explanation or reason will be accepted. It's the same way with everything. This is a backward way of processing information where they fit the facts to their feelings rather than fitting their feelings to the facts. It is essentially saying, this is true because I think it is. The proof of its truth is that I think it, and if I think it, it must be true. This irrational circular logic cannot be argued with, mostly because it can't be disproven. How can you argue facts against a feeling? When dealing with narcissistic people, many times the feeling is the argument. It's the theory, the evidence, and the conclusion. Attempts to prove or disprove the facts surrounding their argument are often taken as gaslighting and manipulation. You can't prove that you weren't trying to hurt them or embarrass them or lie to them or cheat them or whatever, because they are hurt. They are embarrassed. They feel lied to. They feel cheated, and on and on and on. To them, that's proof of your intention right there. The reasoning seems to be, if you did not intend for me to feel this way, I wouldn't. Whatever feeling has been triggered, anger, shame, jealousy, anything else is now calling the shots. And everything that is perceived now is seen through this defensive, suspicious, hurt, and slanted lens, and it looks bad. Because the feeling is the argument, they may feel that any assertion you make to the contrary is an attempt to talk them out of their feelings, deny the harm you've done, trick them into accepting something hurtful, or that you are dismissing their feelings. This feels like abuse and manipulation. Asserting or arguing the facts of the situation is threatening to narcissists because you're now invalidating their feelings, which is to say, you're invalidating them. Contradicting the actual facts of the situation feels to the narcissist as though you are contradicting, even attacking, their feelings. Consequently, you are attacking them. Because narcissistic people are so disconnected from themselves internally, they experience events differently than most other people do. They assume their thoughts and feelings are being caused by other people doing something, rather than being a result of internal conflict or problems. Now, this could be understandable, or it could even be true, but a lot of times it really makes no sense at all. And instead of at least considering that their conclusions could be illogical, they use their feelings as evidence to double down. No matter how gently you attempt to contradict this experience or assert reality, they experience this as you telling them that they're wrong. Worse, you're telling them that their feelings don't matter, and subsequently neither do they. These feelings trigger shame in the pathologically narcissistic person, and they seem to be experienced as abusive, dishonest, or punitive rather than as an honest attempt at communication. This causes them to dig their heels in even deeper, hold on even tighter, and essentially destroys the possibility of actual communication. It has now become about winning. And the stakes are much higher than just a conversation or an argument. Winning is now about validating themselves as a worthy person. This is the bane of their entire existence. Now, obviously, most people understand that feelings can be hurt on accident, or that their perception of a situation may not be the reality of the situation. Narcissistic people do not function this way. Because of their affected perception, they believe that everything which happens is about, to, for, and because of them. Therefore, there's no way they could be hurt on accident because everyone is always considering how things are affecting them. They're the most important person in the situation, so how could this not be true? More importantly, their feelings back up their conclusions. The fact that they are making a backwards assessment of the situation does not occur to them, and it wouldn't matter if it did. Emotional fireworks with narcissistic people almost always begin with whatever they are claiming the other person did to upset them. Anything they did even directly preceding the situation does not matter, is not mentioned, and will not be acknowledged. If they are physically violent and you threw them out, well, the problem is that you threw them out, or you caused the violence somehow. If they have been caught cheating because you saw it in their phone, the problem is that you were snooping through their phone. If they said something horrible to you and you said something back, the focus will be on what you said back. Often things will be presented in such a way as to make it appear that you have done these things for no reason. This is probably a sincere experience for most pathologically narcissistic people. They really don't think they've done anything wrong. They really do think they are a special case, or that they have special reasons, or that they're subject to special treatment. When you can justify anything, absolutely anything, in your mind, the way that narcissists can, you can essentially do whatever you like. They always have a reason or a scapegoat or an excuse. Always. The reason for this is due to a survival mechanism they use called mirroring. One of the biggest problems for these types of personalities is that they require the cooperation of other people to survive, but they've been unable to work out how to successfully achieve this. They require voluntary participation from others in order to function, yet they are unable to successfully maintain even basic relationships with these people they so desperately need. Even the smoothest, most manipulative narcissist on the face of the earth uses up the goodwill of other people eventually. No matter how enamored or spellbound or afraid or dependent somebody is, eventually most people get sick of the way they're being treated. This is disastrous for the narcissist. Many people think that narcissists don't care what other people think of them. This could not be farther from the truth. They, in fact, require other people's input before they can know what to think of themselves. Pathologically narcissistic people cannot create, sustain, or regulate their own self-worth or their own self-image. The inability to do this is devastating to the human personality structure, and it often results in suicidal behavior. Once again, narcissists are no different in this regard. However, to combat this inevitable crash, narcissists survive using a tactic called mirroring. We see this in very, very young children. Small children cannot create or maintain their own self-worth or self-image either. They require caretakers to do this for them through the process of mirroring. This is where the caretaker reflects their feelings and their concept of the child back to them like a mirror. If the caretaker consistently reflects positive feelings and a positive image of the child will create a good self-image and have a healthy sense of self-worth. If the caretaker consistently reflects negative feelings and a negative image, or if the reflection is very inconsistent, the child's self-image and self-worth will suffer greatly. Keep in mind, this doesn't necessarily reflect reality or refer to anything intentional. For example, if mom and dad work all the time, children might get the impression that they're not important, and this creates a problem with self-worth and self-image, even though it's not necessarily reality and is certainly not intentional. This is the same basic way that pathologically narcissistic people operate. They require the input of others in order to function the same way that small children require it. Because narcissists already have such pervasive issues with their self-worth and self-image, they cannot tolerate negative reflections from other people, whether they're real or not. In the idealization or honeymoon stage of a relationship, the narcissist believes the other person is perfect. This is largely because the other person believes they are perfect. Narcissistic people do not forgive, condone, or accept mistakes from anybody, including themselves. To the narcissist's skewed perception, if someone is not perfect, they have no value. This is why they always have a reason or a justification or an excuse or a scapegoat. It's not a real mistake. It's not a real failure. And if it is, it's not their fault. As a way to combat their damaged self-image and non-existent self-worth, the narcissist has created an optimum, if one-dimensional, version of themselves to present to the world that insists on judging them so harshly. It's all good qualities and no bad. They use this flexible false self to mirror back to other people what they seem to want. This is how they have learned to survive, through mirroring and mimicry. They have no true interest in other people as people and are simply trying to get their needs met the only way they know how. As they mirror the other person reflects back to them extremely positive regard that helps create and sustain self-worth. This awesome person thinks I'm awesome. That would make anybody feel good. However, the narcissist is a paranoid and suspicious person in general, and especially in any relationship of any kind. Other people have enormous power over narcissists in relationships because the narcissist is dependent on this person or these people for their survival. This causes narcissists to be defensive and suspicious. Not only do they usually believe everyone operates as they do, but as a maladaptive defense mechanism to combat their non-existent self-worth, they also believe they are the focus of everything and everyone is just waiting to take from them somehow. Or they may believe that everyone needs them somehow and they are the only ones who can help or fix things. At the same time, they fear the exposure of, quote, who they really are and the resulting loss of necessary relationships, which will culminate in their needs not being met. And, whether conscious or unconscious, they also need someone to blame things on so they can remain perfect and therefore valuable. It's a complicated and unbalanced situation that usually does not last very long. Cracks in the narcissist's facade start to show through, often very early in the relationship. In established relationships, this is often experienced as going back to their old ways. As in, Mom promised to butt out of my business and stop being so controlling, but here she is calling my landlord and making everything worse instead of just letting me do it myself. She's back to her old ways again after not even a month. In order to achieve the respect of the narcissist, which is really only admiration and envy, they must perceive you to be better than they are in some way or at something. However, the narcissistic person is so self-loathing that this admiration and envy curdles very quickly. Admiration becomes scorn and contempt. Envy becomes jealousy. The things that made the narcissist believe you were superior and therefore attractive now make them feel inferior and therefore ashamed. Because they perceive their emotions as coming from outside sources, they assert that you are doing things to cause them to feel that way. This is perceived as an attack, and it will be treated as one. The worse the narcissist perceives that you are making them feel, the worse you will be treated. The more you deny these intentions, the less they will believe you. Part of the reason for this ongoing competitive one-upmanship perception is that narcissists often cannot manufacture anything of their own. They can't be right unless someone else is wrong. They can't win unless somebody else loses. Their entire life is a play they are putting on for an audience of one, themselves. Other people are simply props used to make the fiction more believable to themselves. If other people think I'm good, then I'm good. If other people are bad, then I am good by comparison. If others are wrong, then I am right by comparison. If the other person has lost, then I have won. If others are to blame, then I am not. Mirroring is the reason we often find that superficial relationships are more important to the narcissist than relationships with family or people who know them really well. The reflection they perceive from those who know them is not perfect. In fact, a lot of times it's awful. But those who do not know the narcissist have not been tainted with knowledge of the narcissist's abusive, reckless, or uncaring behavior. They are pure in that sense, and the image they mirror back to the narcissist reflects that. This can be why triangulation and compartmentalization happen. The narcissist does not want this, quote, pure supply of positive regard for them to be tainted by those who know them. They will often go to great lengths to keep people in their lives apart for this very reason. If someone's opinion of them changes, or they simply perceive a loss in that pure supply from somebody, they will often go on to reveal their pathological fear of exposure by accusing other people of ruining the relationship or going behind their back to tell the person things about them, even when this is completely illogical or makes no sense at all, such as in a situation where the people involved don't even know each other. This is one of the most destructive things about narcissistic relationships of any kind, and one of the reasons they are doomed to failure. The narcissist must maintain their flawless self-image at all costs. Of course, this is impossible. Nobody's perfect. Everybody makes mistakes. But in the narcissist's unrealistic perception, this is not acceptable. Beyond not acceptable, in fact. The waves of shame it causes are intolerable and even life-threatening. But though reality can be interpreted and lied about, it cannot be erased. There are times when someone simply must be to blame for something. There are failures which cannot go unanswered. There are mistakes which cannot go unpunished. In these situations, the narcissist needs a scapegoat. Now their perfect partner is not so perfect anymore. Somebody can't be perfect and reflect perfect positive regard for the narcissist while also being to blame for everything. This is where the relationship falls apart. Usually on both sides, because what the narcissist is expecting from their partner is not possible. Narcissists have enormous difficulty resolving conflicting information about one object. Something is either black or it's white. It's either good or it's bad. It's either perfect and valuable or flawed and therefore worthless. No gray area, no in between. Most of us understand that everyone has positive and negative qualities. We can adjust to this and we can accept that no one is perfect. Narcissists have immense difficulty with this, not because they believe that less than perfect is worthless. This difficulty is part of the reason they believe that, in fact. You're either one or the other. But because the actual processing of these contradictory things is exceedingly difficult for them. To try and process these things, for example, that a perfect object has made a mistake, causes them extreme distress. They cannot make sense of the situation emotionally, and it results in something called splitting. Splitting is when the mind creates two categories or two images for one thing, instead of being able to reconcile all of the object's characteristics into a total understanding of it. Rather than a complete and balanced picture of something or somebody, there is a, quote, good image of the object and a separate, quote, bad one. This is something that happens in babies and very small children because they don't have the capacity to work this out for themselves in a way that they can understand. For whatever reason, whether it's abuse, neglect, indulgence, or some other combination of factors, the pathological narcissist's development has been arrested and they are unable to do this either. This is why they accuse people of lying to them, misleading them, or betraying them just for not being perfect. Splitting causes serious issues in relationships with narcissistic people and is part and parcel to the idealization-devaluation cycle so many people find themselves stuck in. A person cannot be perfect if they are also to blame for things. Someone who is not perfect has no value. Someone who has no value does not matter. They're not important. And this is how they will be treated. Until they try to leave, of course, and that's when the narcissist suddenly realizes that they're necessary, whether they're valuable or not, and attempts to resecure the situation. We call this attempt to suck people back into the relationship hoovering, and it happens because the narcissist is suddenly faced with the loss of a necessary situation and their self-worth bottoms out. A bad reflection is better than no reflection, and they will do whatever they can to get things back to the way they were. Hoovering is about the narcissist's attempts to control their resources. It's a survival mechanism necessitated by being unable to provide for their needs themselves. It's panic mode. Because people are necessary for the survival of pathologically narcissistic persons, they are essentially resources. Narcissists have severe anxiety in this area because of their deep-seated insecurity regarding their needs being met. They rely on other people to do this for them the way that children do, and controlling people in situations is the way that they try to ensure that these resources are secure and their needs will be met. When they are unable to do this, their anxiety can explode into hysteria, rage, violence, cold silence, or simply fleeing the situation because they can't deal with the overwhelming feelings of insecurity and helplessness that come from not being able to control other people, their resources. All of the manipulation, abuse, and controlling behavior from narcissistic people is an attempt to secure resources from someone who is in survival mode. Survival mode is the narcissistic person's daily experience, even though they may not appear to be in a survival situation. It is likely for this reason that they seem unable to display empathy in situations where they perceive themselves as being threatened or believe they have something to lose. The new theory in the mainstream medical community is that many narcissistic people do indeed have empathy, and listeners of this show know that that has been maintained here on this channel for years. Many narcissistic people obviously have empathy in some situations, and narcissism is a spectrum, so the percentage of the people considered narcissists who may also display genuine empathy varies. The key in most situations seems to be whether they feel that empathy will be detrimental to their survival or not. In a survival situation, empathy may not be able to be a part of the equation because caring too much about the plight of others could result in detrimental consequences for yourself. In a survival situation, trusting others, believing them, or caring about them could result in yourself getting hurt. And if there's one thing the narcissistic person tries to avoid, it's hurt. They are concerned only with now and are unable to see or care that the behavior they're engaging in now could cause them hurt later. It doesn't matter. What matters now is feeling better now. Tomorrow we'll be worried about tomorrow when it gets here. When you're in survival mode, you take it one day at a time. And today they are angry or sad or scared or anxious or lonely or whatever they are, and they must do something about that immediately, as those feelings are dangerous to narcissists. They are threatening. They are intolerable. The overwhelming majority of the behavior of narcissistic people is designed to manage their internal emotional landscape in some way. But the people around them may never realize the enormous amount of emotional difficulty pathologically narcissistic people are having because so many of them are so good at hiding it. They're so good at hiding it and so disconnected from their emotions, in fact, that many narcissists don't realize this either. They simply act, or rather react, to their emotional state, many times without ever even acknowledging the emotional state. To put it simply, fear often cancels out empathy. Self-preservation often cancels out empathy. Survival often cancels out empathy. This facet of the human condition is explored, for example, on post-apocalyptic television shows such as The Walking Dead. The characters are in a survival situation, therefore they are in survival mode, and they must make choices between empathy and self-preservation, between their desire to help, trust, or care versus their need to survive and their fear of the people who might harm them who are in the same situation. They want to trust, but they can't because doing so is dangerous. After too long of being in this situation and its accompanying mindset, most people, even adult people who previously did not possess any significantly toxic narcissistic personality traits, can eventually lose the desire and even the ability to trust or empathize, instead perceiving everything and everyone as either resources to be exploited or threats to be neutralized because survival has reduced everything to this one basic equation. Sound familiar? This is probably why many narcissistic people do seem able to display empathy when confronted with situations they're not personally involved in or in situations where they perceive no threat. They will not lose anything by identifying with the other person or the other people, so to do so is safe. For example, a narcissistic person may be able to feel empathy for people involved in a bus accident that they saw on the news. Or a narcissistic doctor may feel empathy for their patients because the patients are no threat to their authority and are therefore safe. We see this with narcissistic parents as well, when the children are too young to challenge their authority or reject them by becoming individuals. Now, some of this is undoubtedly image maintenance, but some of it does appear to be genuine. It's easy, though, for them to have positive regard for people and for things who do not or cannot challenge, judge, or abandon them. This is underscored by the fact that if they are challenged somehow, or if they do become involved personally, their perception of the person or the situation often changes dramatically. Empathy is no longer safe to offer, and so it isn't. It's canceled out by the fear, rage, shame, defensiveness, and other emotions triggered by their perception of this previously safe person or situation viciously and unfairly turning against them. If you examine your interactions with narcissistic people, and really their interactions with everybody, you will notice this same pattern of behavior repeating itself over and over again. And of course, some of them really don't have any empathy at all. And what we generally find is the farther down the narcissistic spectrum somebody is, the less empathy they're going to have. The pathologically narcissistic person's relationship with the world around them is complicated and confusing, both for them and for others who are in their lives. Everything is colored by their skewed, immature, and emotionally charged perception, and because of that, their relationships are unstable and volatile, including their relationship with themselves. As with any other person on the planet, their relationships with others are reflections of their relationship with themselves. For example, something often overlooked about narcissists is that they don't just engage in splitting with other people. They also split about themselves, and for the same reason. The same good and bad image they hold of others, they have of themselves, hence the false self. The same effort they will expend to hide malicious, abusive behavior or horrific betrayal is often put toward hiding silly, stupid things that nobody would care about, such as making a small mistake. And it's done for the same reason, hence their inability to take accountability for anything, no matter how insignificant it is. The way they treat other people is indicative of their unacknowledged feelings for themselves, which is why they are often so desperate to prove that this is not true. When you're dealing with a pathologically narcissistic person, the most important thing to remember is that they literally do not see things the way that you do. If someone is truly a narcissist, their perception is extremely skewed. Their perception is colored by emotions they cannot regulate or understand. Some of them they don't even acknowledge. Dysfunctional coping mechanisms that have become pathological thought processes and knee-jerk reactions, as well as deep-seated beliefs that are often extremely illogical. Perhaps most importantly, many of them do not even know that these things are true. This is why seeking help for this problem is fraught with serious issues if it even happens. Aside from the fact that they trust nobody enough, including themselves, for a narcissist to get help with these things requires them, at minimum, to be able to use insight, which they don't have, to engage in successful reality testing, which they can't do. It requires them to use their fundamentally flawed perception and corrupt thinking processes to examine this fundamentally flawed perception and these corrupt thinking processes so they can identify and correct the flaws in this perception and these thinking processes. For all intents and purposes, this is just not possible. It's using a computer program contaminated by viruses to find the other viruses in the computer. It doesn't work because the program itself is contaminated. This perception evolved during childhood in an effort to keep the narcissist safe and has now become a pathological process that keeps them stuck in the idea that they are not safe, ever. All facets of the pathologically narcissistic person, when examined, come back to this one thing. Any efforts to convince them that this is not true are experienced as manipulation, because why would you want to tell me that I'm safe here with you when clearly I'm not? My feelings prove that I'm not. But they are not safe anywhere, and it's because they cannot even trust themselves, their feelings, or their own perception, much less their ability to fulfill their own needs and care for themselves. Sadly, their dysfunction has evolved in such a way as to, quote, protect them from exactly what they need to understand in order to make things better. It's a tragic situation in so many ways, but you can't fix it. There's nothing to fix. This is what they are. This is what it is. The, quote, bad side of the narcissist is part of that, just like the, quote, good side is. These things cannot be separated. It might seem like two different people or two different personalities, but it's not. Dr. Jekyll is Mr. Hyde. The good news is, for those who recognize this behavior in themselves, there is hope. Whether you are narcissistic or a victim who is displaying narcissistic behavior because you learn to be in defense mode all the time, you can change these things. You can learn to trust yourself, meet your own needs, deal with your emotions in a healthy way, and use reality testing to manage your perceptions and conclusions. It's not easy, but it's possible, and it is so worth it. It's up to you. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, through email, and via Skype. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can do that by visiting LittleShaman.org and clicking the Book and Appointment tab. I teach workshops a few times a month, so if you're interested in attending one of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin. You're listening to the Meditations and More podcast. That's me, the Little Shaman. And today I would like to talk to you about something I get asked about every once in a while. It's the difference between covert and overt narcissism. Now, if you haven't heard my show before, I'll just explain really fast what a narcissist is. There's a lot of other episodes you can listen to give you a better definition. I don't want to spend the entire time just talking about what a narcissist is because that could fill an hour. So what is a narcissist? Narcissists are basically people who are only focused on their own needs. They are unable and unwilling to care about or consider other people's feelings. They don't understand respect, integrity, or compromise. They want what they want, when they want it, and anything or anyone that stands in their way is their enemy. The true narcissist is remorseless, selfish, sadistic, shallow, and I want to go ahead and say narcissists can be any age, gender, sexuality, or race. A lot of times when I'm doing the show or when I write articles, I use male pronouns just for the ease of talking and the ease of writing, but that should no way imply that narcissists cannot be women or that they can only be heterosexual. None of these things are true. Narcissists can be basically anybody. So what is an overt narcissist? Now, when we think of narcissists, we usually think of the stereotypical arrogant blowhards who believe they can do no wrong or that they're God's gift to humanity. That is the overt narcissist. He is overtly narcissistic. Overt means plainly seen or not hidden. This describes the overt narcissist exactly. He is arrogant, egotistical, not afraid to toot his own horn. In fact, not only is he not afraid to toot his own horn, he revels in it and insists that everyone else should do so as well. He may be sarcastic, sadistic, condescending, cruel, cold. This is not a sympathetic character. He will rage when challenged, and he insists that his needs be catered to immediately. Any and all individuality in a partner will be just brutally stomped out and replaced with his way of thinking. He's often a bully, a cheater. It's not uncommon for this type of narcissist to engage in physical abuse of his partners. He believes he's entitled to literally anything that he wants. This is that person who makes unbelievably ridiculous statements of entitlement with a perfectly straight face. I mean, he really means it. The selfishness is shocking. It's scary. This type of narcissist is often very smooth. He's a good talker. He seems to have everything very together in his life. A lot of times they're very successful people in their careers and things like that. This is the type of narcissist you see that runs companies, that is a cult leader. Now, this type of narcissist is very dangerous, but they're also very obvious. You know, it's really hard to mistake this type of personality. They do everything but shove it in your face. So, overt narcissists often perfect a really smooth facade to attract partners or friends, but the facade generally crumbles pretty quickly because that huge poisonous ego demands acknowledgement, and it demands acknowledgement now. So because of that, they are in some ways easier to avoid than their counterpart, the covert narcissist, because the overt narcissist is very obvious. So what is a covert narcissist? The covert narcissist is the opposite of the overt narcissist. Covert means hidden or secret. This is a perfect definition for the covert narcissist. He does not appear to be a narcissist at all. Rather, he appears very insecure, helpless, needy. Where the overt narcissist appears supremely confident and independent, the covert narcissist presents himself as unsure and dependent. He's a very sympathetic, pitiable creature, and he works very hard to make sure he presents himself that way. The covert narcissist is a professional victim. He has had the hardest life, the roughest childhood, the most terrible relationships. His entire existence has just been one tragedy after another. No one has ever loved him. Everyone has always left him. He tries so hard, but it never works out. This type of narcissist clings to his partner with a desperation that is almost obsessive. And because of that, this type of narcissist is very dangerous because people don't recognize him as a narcissist. It's only after knowing him for a while that people begin to realize how selfish and self-absorbed this person really is. What we mistake for insecurity is actually selfishness. His needs come first, always. This is generally the type of narcissist that empaths become entangled with, because this type of narcissist broadcasts his neediness like a beacon, and it attracts people to want to help. He's like a predator feigning an injury in order to trick the prey into coming closer. This type of narcissist is still a predator, and in some ways he's worse than the overt narcissist, because the overt narcissist makes his victims believe they need him, but the covert narcissist makes his victims believe that he needs them. Where the overt narcissist uses bullying and fear to keep his victim in line, the covert narcissist uses sympathy and guilt. This is much harder for people to walk away from, especially because the covert narcissist appears so needy and unstable. So, what's the difference? Strictly speaking, there isn't really much of a difference between covert and overt narcissism. It's mostly a matter of degrees. The covert narcissist attempts to have his needs met differently than the overt narcissist, but his needs are basically the same and they have the same importance. The only importance as far as he's concerned. The covert narcissist might cry hysterically or threaten suicide instead of physically attacking his victim or threatening murder, as the overt narcissist would probably do. But they're both sides of the same coin. In this scenario, both people are saying the same thing. Someone's going to die if you don't give me what I want. In extreme emotional situations, both types of narcissists can engage in physical abuse, and both of them can become hysterical or threaten suicide. This is because both the covert and the overt narcissists are really only facades anyway. This facade can be cast aside if necessary to expose the wounded, screaming child underneath, and in both people this core is the same. How they choose to present themselves has more to do with what their original personality was like before they received the narcissistic wound that made them what they are, and with what they have learned works as a successful manipulation. The overt narcissist learned early on that bullying works better for him, probably because it's more natural for his original personality type. And the covert narcissist learned that guilt and sympathy work better for him, again, probably because that is the more natural state for him. Both are still narcissists, they're just different types. This is actually complicated by the fact that most people with cluster B personality disorders have more than one, which will result in different types of behaviors coming out at different times. For example, if a person has borderline personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder, and antisocial personality disorder, this person might show many signs of covert narcissism, but can also show signs of overt narcissism in certain situations. Like, he might cry or threaten suicide when upset, but if he feels insulted, he might respond with physical violence or death threats. Now, those type of behavior doesn't seem to go with the whole I'm helpless, I'm needy, I'm toxic waste, I'm scum, I'm a victim, type of mindset, but it happens because the core of every type of narcissism is a huge, poisonous, and defective ego. This ego demands acknowledgement, and it demands punishment when it's wronged. In that regard, there's no difference between these types of personalities at all. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something I get asked all the time, and that is, can narcissists be both covert and overt? The answer is yes, they can be. Like other people, narcissistic people usually have a mixture of different qualities, with different ones coming out in different situations or at different times. And also, like most other people, they are usually more one or the other. For those that don't know, overt narcissists are the people who come across like the stereotypical or common idea of narcissists. They are brash, they are arrogant and superficially egotistical, they are demanding, and they are often bullies. Covert narcissists are sometimes called vulnerable or weak narcissists. They are perpetual victims. They come across very helpless or wounded. They seem very fragile and needy. However, despite only one type really being recognized by most people, both of these types of people are narcissists. There's no difference in their focus or their goals, just in the way they're trying to achieve them. If the situation calls for it, either one can and will play whatever role they need to, including engaging in behaviors that seem contrary to how they usually behave. This may seem like the narcissist is adaptable, but it's only a surface adaptation, a behavioral one. The goal is still the same. There is no moral or measurable difference between, say, somebody who uses a weapon to rob somebody and someone who uses seduction. Both are still thieves. It's only the method that's different, and this is how it is with the covert and the overt narcissist. For example, a person who is mostly overtly narcissistic can and often will engage in covertly narcissistic behaviors in certain situations, such as when overtly narcissistic behaviors would not be tolerated. A mostly overt narcissist who is overtly aggressive at home may be passively aggressive at work because more blatant and overt types of aggression are not tolerated there. You can't scream at a coworker or throw things at them to display your dissatisfaction with the way they are treating you. You cannot smash things in your office when you don't get your way. You can, however, socially slight your coworker, sabotage them, gaslight them, and run smear campaigns against them, which are all passive-aggressive types of behavior. In the same way, a narcissist who is mostly covertly aggressive and manipulative may become overt in a situation where they feel empowered or where they're very angry. If the covert narcissist's cries of helplessness or insecurity don't work to keep their partner where they want them, the covert may become threatening or violent then to get what they want. Just like other people, narcissists are individuals. They are not all the same. They have individual quirks and different things like that. They may be more covert, more overt, or a mix. Most are usually one or the other, though. It's not unlike how some people are extroverts and some people are introverts. Extroverts still have some introverted qualities and vice versa. Narcissists are the same way. And like intro and extroverts, it's really down to the narcissist's individual personality which one they'll be. It often comes as a surprise to people, but narcissists really are like everybody else in a lot of ways. It's just that their views are so distorted, their focus is so selfish, and their emotions are so undeveloped and immature and overwhelming that their relatable humanity gets twisted badly out of shape to the point sometimes that it's impossible for non-narcissistic people to understand the way they think and the things that they do. Sometimes the issue can get more convoluted than it needs to, though. Just because something's different doesn't mean it's complicated. The truth is that narcissists are not a mystery. Their mode of operation seems complex, but only because it's so simple that as adult persons, we can't understand it. It has to be explained in a way that people can understand because it's so outside of the way most people operate. If we just told ourselves, I'm dealing with a 2-year-old in an adult body, we would probably find it a lot easier to understand and to deal with. And that analogy is not as far away from the truth as some people might think. In fact, in many situations, it's right on the money. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about the secret narcissist. You might also hear them called covert or vulnerable narcissists. This is the narcissist that you don't see coming. Far from seeming arrogant or overconfident, this narcissist seems insecure and weak. They seem hurt. They can be clingy and seem very fragile. They portray themselves as helpless victims and control through guilt and neediness. More people may actually fall victim to this type of narcissist because they don't seem like the popular examples of narcissists that society believes in. Because of that, I believe they are more dangerous. People don't recognize them for what they are, and they're often able to do a lot more damage because of that. Now, despite what you may have heard, covert narcissists do not come across as unfeeling, devious psychopaths trying to hide the abuse they're inflicting. On the contrary, they come across as almost exactly the opposite of that. That doesn't mean they can't be devious, of course. Some definitely are. But they usually don't come across that way. That's one reason they are so hard to see. For example, let's say you have a friend who's very sensitive. Their feelings get hurt very easily. They take offense often and they feel attacked by many things most other people probably wouldn't feel attacked by. They seem paralyzed by their insecurities and they're very fragile and weak and they need a lot of your time, otherwise their feelings are hurt. They may often be suicidal and it seems like they have a lot of bad things happen to them. Nothing ever seems to go right for this person, and they're constantly being victimized by people. You, of course, feel very sorry for this person, and you do everything you can to try and help them pull themselves back together. Only, it never seems to be quite enough. After a while, you start to realize that your relationship's been pretty one-sided. All it's ever about is you taking care of them and helping them through the many crises in their life. You start to see that every time the conversation veers away from them, they either bring it back to themselves immediately or they become hurt and might start sulking. You notice that when you need them, they're never there for you. If you do attempt to get support from them, you're either ignored or they become angry and hurt that you dared to think your problems are important when they have so many horrible things happening to them. Every conversation ends up being about them and their feelings and their problems. They're not interested in you at all. You start to realize this person exaggerates things and makes up problems to have something to be angry or upset about. You might feel drained after dealing with this person and you feel that they resent you for being happy when they're not. They make unreasonable demands of your time. They take you for granted, often insulting and disregarding you when they don't need you. They can be shockingly insensitive, and every time something doesn't go their way, there's another breakdown. Over time, you see that what you thought was insecurity is actually selfishness. It isn't that they need so much support because they're insecure and incompetent. It's that if they don't matter more than anything to everybody, they become unhappy and resentful. You notice that this person can be absolutely vicious and heartless to people who don't do what they want. You finally notice how narcissistic and self-centered this person really is. And when you try to disengage from what you finally have realized is a toxic relationship, this person shows their true face, attacking and devaluing you, accusing you of victimizing them and of never caring. Everything you have done for this person suddenly doesn't matter. This is the covert narcissist. The word covert means hidden. That is what they are. They are hidden. They don't seem aggressive and selfish and vicious at first. They don't come across as vain and confident. They come across as weak and needy. Make no mistake, they are every bit as controlling, manipulative, and abusive as overt narcissists. They just go about it in different ways. This is likely due to differences in each person's individual personality, as well as whatever behaviors they've learned work for them. Narcissists, and most people in general, take the path of least resistance. An overt narcissist may have learned that they can get their needs met most quickly by being a bully or by being charming and a smooth talker, which probably also came naturally to them because of their personality. A covert may have learned that they can get their needs most quickly served by coming across as pitiful or weak or as a victim, again, which was probably more suited to their personality anyway. Both are trying to serve the same basic needs. Both use manipulation, hoovering, smear campaigns, gaslighting, and all manner of other tactics to manipulate and abuse others. Both are argumentative and hostile and paranoid. Both are utterly selfish and care nothing for anyone but themselves. The only real difference between covert narcissists and classic or overt narcissists is the way their needs manifest themselves in terms of some of their behaviors. To put it simply, overt narcissists seem arrogant and confident. Covert narcissists seem insecure and needy. Everything else is the same. This is why they're so dangerous. Covert narcissists often don't come across as narcissists at all, at first. It may take some time before you realize that's what you're dealing with, especially because many people believe narcissists have no feelings at all, and covert narcissists show many feelings. After you get to know them for a while, you realize those feelings are all for themselves. Once you see through it, it all falls into place, and you realize how totally selfish this person really is. Every time they don't like something or they can't have something, there's a breakdown. Every time they're upset, everyone has to drop what they're doing and tend to this person because their feelings have to be more important than anything else. They're no different than the classic or overt narcissist in this way. But whereas the overt narcissist might seem to be affected by nothing, the covert is affected, offended, and hurt by everything. They use constantly hurt feelings as a weapon against other people, making it impossible for others to ever say or do anything right. They control through guilt and neediness. Where are you going? What are you doing? Drop what you're doing. I need you. And if you don't give them the attention they want or you can't be there for them, there's another breakdown. Maybe there's a big argument or an explosion. Maybe there will be some suicidal threats. Their entire life is just one tragedy after another. Nobody has ever loved them. No one's ever been there for them. Everyone leaves them. They're often hostile and paranoid, as we said, and many times they have totally unrealistic ideas about their own importance or things they're going to do. Unlike many overt narcissists, though, they lack the necessary drive to actually do any of these things, and they're often really, really bitter about that. Conversations with these people may swing between talking about all their unrealistic goals and a litany of complaints about how everyone's dragging them down. They are professional victims, and they're unable to relate to people in any other way. As with many other narcissists, either you're saving them or you're victimizing them. There is no in-between, and certainly no room for you to be a human being with your own feelings and your own needs. The key to recognizing covert narcissists is the same as recognizing classic or overt narcissists. Does this person seem able to care about other people or not? Don't listen to what they say, watch what they do. Narcissists in general may talk a good game, but if you watch their behavior, it does not match what they're saying. They are unable to put their feelings aside, and they are unable to focus on anything else. Even when it seems like they're talking about you, they're not. Narcissists of any kind don't bother to relate to other people, and they generally can't focus on anything other than themselves and their own feelings. I remember an argument I was privy to once between a covert narcissist and their spouse. The spouse was attempting to discuss a problem with the narcissist rationally, and the narcissist was trying to claim that the spouse hated them, which had really no bearing on anything. The spouse asked the narcissist, "Can we ever talk about the actual problem that I'm having? Can you, for once, stop talking about your feelings?" The narcissist said, "I am talking about you." The spouse said, "No, you're talking about your own feelings and how you believe that I hate you." The narcissist replied, "Right, you." Covert narcissists, like all narcissists, twist everything to be about them. They will sidetrack and derail the conversation at every turn until it's turned back to them. This is because that's the only thing that matters to them. If you ain't talking about them, you ain't talking about nothing. They are not listening. Covert narcissists can be very tricky to identify, especially when people have misconceptions about what narcissists actually are and how they behave. As a case in point, I did a series of videos a few months ago with a guy that we called Joe. Joe is a covert narcissist. He has been diagnosed with MPD, by 3 different doctors, and I myself have known both Joe and his family for over 10 years. He is most definitely a narcissist, and one who has done some really terrible things, actually. Some of the things he's done to his family would probably shock people if they knew. The point was not to shame him, though, so that was not mentioned. But there are still so many people who can't see it. That interview was split into 2 sections, one called childhood and one called relationships. And he talked about his childhood and his relationships. There are so many comments on the childhood portion of that interview that say that they don't think Joe is a narcissist, even though he's been diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder by multiple doctors, and even though he clearly identified himself as one. I suppose in the end, that's a testament to just how manipulative and covert these personalities really are. When someone can tell people point blank that they're a narcissist, but is so convincing as a victim that they don't believe it. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you, and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast. Today I wanted to talk to you about something disturbing that I have noticed. Recently I was watching some serial killer interviews on YouTube. Sexual homicide, which is another name for serial murder, has been something I've researched and studied on for more than 20 years. It's always been an interest of mine, and to be honest, it's probably helped me understand narcissists and psychopaths a little more. Of course, not all psychopaths are serial killers, but all serial killers are definitely psychopaths, and as listeners of my show know, all psychopaths are narcissists. I call them end-stage narcissists because narcissism is a spectrum, starting with healthy narcissism like balanced self-esteem and reasonable self-preservation, and ending at psychopathy. Antisocial personality disorder, or psychopathy, is what you get when narcissism is taken to its absolute limit, when it is not possible to be more narcissistic. And just to be clear, sociopath and psychopath and terms like that are not actually clinical terms. They are not a diagnosis. People use those terms, but they're not clinical or medical terms. The correct term or diagnosis would be antisocial personality disorder. Now, upon reading the comments on those types of videos, the videos about serial killers and their interviews and things like that, usually we'll find comments about how disgusting and horrible these people are and things of that nature. These types of comments are an appropriate response to the horror that is serial homicide. You would expect people to react that way. However, there are a few killers who seem to inspire a different type of response, and one of them is admitted serial killer and necrophile Edmund Kemper. Kemper is really only slightly different than other serial killers in a few ways, but people seem to believe that these differences are very, very important. One of the big ones would be that Kemper eventually killed the source of his frustration. That would be his mother. Most serial killers do not do that. Whoever the original source of the anger is usually safe from them. It's often their mother or their wife or their girlfriend. Usually a serial killer will not do anything to that person. Usually they kill innocent proxies or stand-ins for that person, people who have done nothing to them and who they don't even know. The manner in which Edmund Kemper killed his mother was particularly atrocious, and the things he did with her body after her death are even worse. The other thing that sets Kemper apart is his IQ. Kemper consistently tested at well above average on IQ tests. On one, he scored 136. On a later one, he scored 145, which is somewhat uncommon. Most people's IQ tends to go down as they get older. And some reports actually cite a third test that scored him at 165. Regardless of the actual number, he's a very smart guy, and it becomes apparent the second that he opens his mouth. He's also open, humorous, charming, polite. He has insights into his behavior and his crimes, and he shares them willingly. He freely admits everything. That's why the Behavioral Science Unit at the FBI has conducted so many interviews with him. He has been a literal goldmine of information regarding the phenomenon of serial murder. The problem, though, is that Kemper's act is a little too good. Upon reading the comments, we see the overwhelming opinion that this man is a victim. a decent guy who just happens to have done something terrible. If you're familiar with his case, then you know that his mother was reportedly absolutely atrocious to him and was probably a narcissist herself, if you believe what he says. Now, that's really the kicker, because most people do seem to believe him. And in all likelihood, it's probably true. His mother probably did treat him the way that he says that she did. However, the idea that people would just automatically believe a narcissist, a psychopath, someone who has admitted to killing multiple people is a little hard to believe. They seem to believe that he's just misunderstood. He's a man who values human life and has good in him. There was even the opinion offered by somebody that, quote, psychopathy means you are predisposed to be disingenuous and dishonest when it's self-serving. It does not mean you are incapable of being genuine. Incorrect. This is a fundamental, even dangerous misunderstanding of the psychopathic or the antisocial personality. Psychopaths see everything in terms of how it benefits them. Therefore, everything they do is self-serving. They are absolutely not capable of being genuine because they are not capable of seeing things any other way. That's why they're considered psychopaths. Anything they say or do that seems to contradict that is a lie. If we watch Kemper's earlier interviews and read his earlier statements from the 70s and the 80s, we see that he's much more smooth and polished in his interviews 20 years later. He has learned what to say and how to say it. It's an act. There is zero meaningful humanity in these people. None at all. Now, as listeners of my show know, ordinarily I don't judge people for buying into a narcissist's manipulations because narcissists are very good manipulators. It happens to many people and it can literally happen to anybody. Narcissists are wolves in sheep's clothing. But in the case of serial killers, it's already known that this person has engaged in vile, despicably cruel behavior. Murder, dismemberment, decapitation, necrophilia, cannibalism, perversions, and not just once. Over and over and over. In this case, the wolf is not in sheep's clothing. He is not hiding. He's naked before your very eyes. To believe this person to be capable of valuing human life it's laughable, it's foolish, it's dangerous. To believe that is to buy into the manipulations of a psychopath. It's buying into the mask of humanity that this person has had decades to perfect. It's all a lie. And the idea that people are buying into it is dangerous and frightening. I'll say it again. There is no meaningful humanity in these people. What you're seeing is a very clever mimic. It's your own humanity reflected back at you. It is not real. What's the most disturbing about this phenomenon, and it isn't just Edmund Kemper, we see it with other serial killers, and we see it with people's loved ones. And what's disturbing is that people are blatantly choosing to ignore reality here. They are choosing to ignore the narcissist's own words and blatant actions in favor of their own misguided idea that this person seems like an okay guy. They are letting their feelings override their common sense and intellectual understanding. This is very scary, and it begs the question, if people can be manipulated into doing that by a virtual stranger, a person they've never even met, a man they know has engaged in inhuman, despicable acts, how can they then be expected to see through or resist the manipulations of their loved ones? For someone like myself, who takes educating others about these human predators really, really seriously, that's a very troubling question. It's worrying. Now, of course, it's different when the person has actually done something to you personally, which Kemper obviously has not, but that also means there's an emotional attachment to the person as well that makes it that much harder to resist. On this particular video, there was a lot of debate in the comments section about whether Edmund Kemper is even a narcissist at all. He most certainly is, by the way. In his earlier videos, you can see the smugness and the self-satisfaction with having gotten away with it, with having gotten these girls to trust him with some of the horrible things that he has done. He covers it up better later, but in the earlier videos and statements, it's very obvious. It's my position that only a narcissist thinks their feelings or desires are important enough to kill somebody over. In the words of Dr. Park Dietz regarding serial murderers, quote, his orgasm is more important than your life. Edmund Kemper himself has stated many times that he killed women because he was sexually frustrated and because he was angry. Not the women he killed, they did nothing to him and they meant nothing to him. They were simply tools that he used to work out his sexual frustration and anger. Now, those are his words. I killed them because I was sexually frustrated and I was angry. And he has said them many times. People arguing for his intrinsic humanity were apparently either unaware of that or they didn't believe him when he said it in the video that they watched, because I was asked how I could possibly think that, that his orgasm is more important than another person's life. How could I possibly think that could be true of Edmund Kemper, this man who is so obviously cordial, intelligent, polite, considerate, remorseful, which is a joke? So I countered with my own question. What is the value you think this man places on a person's life whose only function is to donate a body and body parts he can have sex with after they're dead? There was no answer. I asked that question to more than one person and nobody answered me. It's this fundamental misunderstanding of the narcissistic personality that plays such a role in victimization these days. People just do not understand what a narcissist is. They think it's someone who's in love with themselves, or vain, or arrogant, or mean, or bratty, or spoiled. It can certainly present as those things, but the idea that people who don't act like that aren't narcissists is absolutely, almost tragically false. Then on the flip side, narcissism has become almost a catchphrase these days, with everybody and every single thing labeled as narcissistic. This is just as dangerous, and it's just as much of a misunderstanding of the reality here. There are no 8 different types of narcissists. There are no 10 different types of narcissists. There are only 2, and they are not that different. Narcissists are empty vessels with nothing pushing them onward through life but the desire for more and a pathological jealousy of and anger toward anybody they perceive as having something they don't. They are human wrecking balls bent on destroying themselves and everyone else they can. They are mimics. They are chameleons. What they are not are people who value human life. Don't get played. Always remember what these people are. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by the Little Shaman. That's me, the Little Shaman. As always, I look forward to your comments, stories, and questions. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by the Little Shaman Healing. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about what we could call the hero narcissist. This is the narcissist who is invested in being the hero, the savior, the good guy, the fixer, the problem solver. Unlike most narcissists, the hero narcissist doesn't always engage in overtly abusive behavior most of the time. They often appear concerned, compassionate, and helpful. They are often extremely manipulative and use guilt, fear, and something we could call kindness bullying to get people to do what they want. Kindness bullying would be using statements that sound compassionate or considerate to get somebody to do something. An example of this could be, stop being so selfish and let me help you. Or, if you love me, you would let me do this. These types of statements may or may not be well-intentioned, but trying to force someone to accept something through manipulation of their feelings is not okay. Some people might not even recognize that this is in fact manipulation, and it can be tricky to pinpoint someone else's motivations, so the rule of thumb would be that no means no. If someone says no, then regardless of how much help may be needed, it's no. Most people will respect the word no, even if they don't like it. Narcissists will not. They will simply keep pushing. The hero narcissist is a type of personality we often see involved with charitable organizations, causes, churches, and cults. A lot of people ask me if the current inculcation of so-called social justice warriors are narcissistic. While of course they are certainly not all narcissistic, some narcissists do gravitate toward causes and charitable situations for attention, power, and fame. Victims have been bestowed with special status in our society in some ways, and you can expect to see a few narcissists hiding among the actual victims in those situations. Maybe more than a few. No one can turn a noble cause into personal gain faster than a narcissist. This is unfortunately something we see all the time. Well-meaning causes are co-opted by narcissists and psychopaths every day. There is also the smaller level hero narcissist. This is the person who, while they maybe don't prey on strangers for attention or money or some kind of personal gain, they're often the indispensable member of the family or group of friends or the workforce. The one who insists on taking over everything and supposedly fixing things. These are people who are generally not asked or invited to help, but who barge in anyway, insisting there's a problem that needs to be solved and that only they can do it for whatever reason. They may even covertly create problems just so they can, quote, fix them and remind everyone of how much they're needed. The abuse from these people is subtle and usually involves creating situations where people are forced to rely on them or feel guilty for not involving them. Others may even believe that the hero narcissist really is a hero. It takes careful observation sometimes to realize that their motives are actually all about themselves, not the greater good or the well-being of other people. Ironically, often the only time you will see overt abuse from these people is when they're not permitted to help. If they cannot be the savior, they're being denied their opportunity to shine, and they don't like that at all. While most hero narcissists bask in the positive attention and glory of being the savior, there are those who complain nonstop about it and seem to bear their self-imposed burden with extremely ill will. However, despite their complaints, there's also no amount of dissuading that will make them believe their help is not needed. These kinds of people are often more overtly abusive, and their, quote, help often comes with put-downs and attacks. They are the kind of people who say things like, well, I guess I'll just take care of this. God knows no one else here can do anything right. Now, of course, non-narcissistic people say those kinds of things out of frustration all the time. For example, when others will not help them with something. However, the hero narcissist has no reason to be frustrated because they're not being compelled to do anything, nor are they asking others to help. They're simply taking everything upon themselves and feeling justified in abusing others because of it. The most noticeable difference between the hero narcissist and people who truly want to help is their motivation and how they behave because of this motivation. People who truly want to help often wait until they're asked. They may also volunteer, but they don't insist or simply take over. They don't believe they're the only ones who can solve the problem. They don't become angry when given suggestions or if someone offers to help, and they don't insist that people acknowledge their superior efforts. A person who simply wants to help will not insist that you let them, and they will not abuse you if you refuse. The hero narcissist, like every other type of narcissist, is a control freak. It all has to be done their way, and if they cannot be the indispensable savior, they feel rejected, hollow, and upset. For example, we often see this in narcissistic families where parents will not allow their children to solve or even understand their own problem. They may even create problems in the child's life, such as with teachers or other children. They then rush to the child's defense, glorying in their moment as mother or father of the year. In their retelling of this incident, and there will be retelling, it's all about how they felt, what they did, and what someone was doing to their child. Their motivation is actually not the child or love for the child. It's self-aggrandizement. While most parents will defend their child because they believe the child is being abused or treated unfairly, to the hero narcissist, the child is an afterthought. It's all about them. The child is often then instructed to feel grateful that they have such a caring parent. How the situation has actually impacted the child is not important and is very often not even addressed at all. Attempts on other people's parts to handle or solve their own problems are often met with anger or guilt from the hero narcissist. Sometimes these attempts are met with an almost shocking indifference. This is one of the ways you can tell if you're dealing with a hero narcissist or not. A person who genuinely wants to help will not be jealous or angry of your attempts to solve your own problems. On the contrary, they will encourage you to solve your own problems, and they'll still care about you and your issues even if you don't take their advice or come to them for help. The hero narcissist doesn't care about you or your problems because they've been robbed of their chance to shine and suck up positive attention for helping. You didn't bring your problem to them to solve, so it doesn't involve them. Just like every other narcissist, if something doesn't involve them, it doesn't interest them. More than that, if they feel purposely denied the opportunity to help, it may even anger them. If you are dealing with a hero narcissist, you should approach them the same way as any other kind. Don't react, don't feed in, and remember, no jade. Don't justify, argue, defend, or explain. They are just as toxic as the more overtly abusive narcissists, and in some ways, even more so because their methods of abuse and control are often not as obvious. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about why relatively few people receive a narcissistic diagnosis compared to how many people are actually affected by toxic or pathological narcissism. While diagnosis isn't really that important in the end, this is something that many people wonder about, so I thought we could talk about it on the show today. Pathological narcissism is not like other mental health challenges in many ways. It's not something that's obvious all the time with most people. It can't necessarily be hidden, but it often can be disguised for a period of time. Complicating that fact is the disconnect and lack of insight most narcissistic people have about their own challenges and level of functioning. This means they don't actually know what their problems even are, which makes it extremely unlikely these things will ever be addressed if they ever do try to get help with the enormous amount of difficulty many of them are having. It really isn't as uncommon for narcissists to seek help as people think it is, and they also might come in contact with mental health services repeatedly because of their behavior and their emotional dysregulation, but it is extremely uncommon for them to actually get help because by and large, they are unable to see what their actual challenges are and they cannot be shown. For example, narcissists might seek therapy because they think the problem is anxiety or depression. They might seek therapy because they believe they're a victim of abuse in their relationship. They might seek therapy because the people around them insist or because it's court-ordered. They might offer to seek therapy as a way of trying to keep important relationships or because they truly believe the other person is the problem and they want the therapist to tell them so. It isn't the therapist's job to assume that their client is lying or misinformed and try to figure out why. Therapy relies on the client to self-report, so often the narcissistic problems a person is having will not come to light. It's tough to tell your therapist about something that you don't know exists or that you don't realize is a problem. It's easy to get angry or feel frustrated and let down in this situation, but it's important to remember a few things. First of all, the therapeutic environment is unique. The narcissist is in a very controlled, validating environment where all the attention is focused completely on them and they hold all the power over what information is shared. Not only does this put them at a distinct advantage as far as what they want to be known, it's unlikely they're going to feel rejected or challenged in that environment. So the more obviously problematic behavior is probably not going to be triggered. This is one reason it's often much easier to see toxic narcissism in group, couples, or family therapy. If the narcissist does not become triggered, the chances of their true issues being seen and recognized is much smaller. Secondly, therapy only lasts a certain amount of time. In such a supportive, validating environment, it is much easier for a narcissistic person to maintain emotional balance. Remember, a therapist who has been seeing a client once a week for 6 months has known this person for a total of 24 hours in a very controlled environment with very strict protocols and no other information being shared except what the narcissist wants to share or believes to be true. Toxic narcissism can be virtually impossible to see in this situation in anybody except the absolute lowest functioning people, and even then, it's often still missed. This is because not only is the environment one where the problem is easier to miss, many healing professionals simply do not have the experience to recognize what they are seeing when it does show up. It can be devastating to realize that the person you trusted to help you and your loved one does not recognize the problem, but remember that if people have not experienced this, they really, truly don't understand. What you can learn about pathological narcissism academically is very important, but it does not prepare most people for recognizing it in a real-world situation. It just doesn't. That is extremely unfortunate, but it is the truth, and many of you have experienced this reality firsthand. As frustrating as it is, we can't assume that everyone knows as much about this as someone who has been through it because they just don't. It's the same reason so many addiction counselors are former addicts themselves. There's only one way to know what it's like. Another reason that so few people receive a diagnosis of a narcissistic disorder or problem is because often only the lowest functioning people will receive a diagnosis in the first place. This means only the people who are very obviously and severely affected or impaired by their behaviors and mindsets are going to be recognized in many situations. If someone can hold a job, if they're not violent, if they're not suicidal, if they take a shower, if they eat, if they seem able to mostly function normally, they may not receive a diagnosis at all, except in extreme circumstances such as like they're in prison and their actions are a matter of record. They may also be diagnosed in a family or couples counseling situation because another person is reporting the narcissist's actions, or the narcissist has become triggered in front of a doctor or a therapist who recognize this for what it is. Often, though, only the most obvious people will receive a diagnosis. This means that many higher functioning pathologically narcissistic people are not recognized, and they may never be. Complicating this even more is the fact that narcissism is a spectrum, kind of like autism. If there are 9 diagnostic criteria for a personality disorder and evidence of 5 is required to qualify for a diagnosis, a person who obviously displays only 4 will likely not receive a diagnosis, even though those 4 probably significantly interfere with their life and impair their functioning, and even though they may be demonstrating more than those, but the person who is evaluating them does not recognize that or just doesn't see it. It's an imperfect system, and within it there lies, in some ways, a profound lack of understanding regarding the different manifestations of pathological narcissism that causes both narcissists and their loved ones to be almost tragically underserved. Family members, children, and spouses are not listened to in too many cases. It's simply assumed that they are too emotional to be rational, too close to the problem, or because they don't have a clinical background, they don't know what they're talking about, even though they are the ones who have been living with this person. They see what the doctor doesn't see, and it would behoove more healing professionals to consider more carefully what they're saying. Remember, though, that in the end, a diagnosis is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that you don't need a diagnosis to recognize a person who is not changing toxic or abusive behavior. Whether it's because they won't or because they can't, the end result is the same. You don't need someone to be formally diagnosed with an incurable disorder to know that they are abusive or that the situation is toxic. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, via text, via messenger, via email, through Skype, and over the phone. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops a few times a month, so if you're interested in getting some information about that or seeing what we are offering at this time, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by LittleShaman.org and ShamanSpiritCenter.com. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I want to talk to you about how to stop carrying the narcissist's emotional baggage for them. This is a very common thing in narcissistic relationships, so I wanted to address it on the show today. Probably the one thing that all narcissistic relationships have in common is that the demands the pathologically narcissistic person makes on the other person are unreasonable and unfair. The position of the narcissistic person in all of their personal relationships is basically, I have a problem and you need to do something about it. The majority of their problems are emotional, even if they don't seem to be. For example, if you will not give the narcissistic person money that they've asked for, it may become about how you don't love them or you want them to suffer. They often reframe everything that happens this same way. If you don't do what I want, you don't love me. This is not only because it's a handy emotional pry bar to use on other people, but also because their entire life is consumed with trying to prove to themselves that they have value and that people care about them. The other person or people in their lives are expected to go above and beyond at all times to attend to the narcissist's needs, fix their problems, and make them comfortable, because this is what the narcissist believes you do for people you care about. Believes you do, not that they do, but that you do. If this requires people to go without or otherwise sacrifice themselves in order to make the narcissistic person happy, there's no acknowledgement of this. On the contrary, there's not even any notice of it, and there's certainly no gratitude. You're supposed to do that. You agreed to do it when you said you cared about them, whether you know that or not. If you don't do it, you'll likely be punished and labeled as a liar and as abusive and uncaring. It's very much like the relationship between a parent and a toddler or an infant, where the entirety of the responsibility and effort is on the parent. The baby is not expected or required to do anything but be present and absorb love. That's all. The rest of everything falls on the parent. There's no true consideration for your needs or you as a person at all. It doesn't matter if you're tired or broke or sick or anything else. It just doesn't matter. You are required to perform and deliver upon command. You are required to fix the narcissist's problems. Their problem is supposed to be your problem, and you're supposed to do something about that. The thing that makes this so unfair is that not only is it incredibly unreasonable for someone to insist that the other person carry all the burden in any relationship, the truth is the narcissist's problems can't be fixed. Their problem is that they want everything right now and they can't have it. Their problem is that they feel miserable inside and they can't change that. Their problem is that the world doesn't give them the instant respect, admiration, and special treatment they need in order to feel like they have any value at all, and nobody will go along with the made-up fantasies that they exist in. Regardless of whose responsibility it is, how is anyone supposed to fix any of that anyway? These things are delusional, they're ridiculous. Nobody can fix that. But people do try. At first they may try because they love the pathologically narcissistic person, they want them to feel secure and loved. Later, this might change, and they try because they don't want to be punished, or they don't want the whole family to be held hostage by the narcissist's rage or their hysteria. In this way, people become conditioned to carry the narcissist's emotional baggage for them. Someone's entire existence can become an exercise in trying to make the narcissist happy in order to keep this person from exploding or melting down. People can also become stuck in this cycle because they have a history of being conditioned to carry the emotions of others, either from previous relationships or going back to their childhood. Carrying the emotions of others means that you essentially take responsibility for their feelings upon yourself. If this person is mad, sad, hurt, or upset, it's because you didn't make them happy. You failed. It's a thankless task, and frankly, it's impossible. You can't make other people happy, and you can't solve other people's problems for them. Narcissists will do everything they can to force others into this, but it doesn't work unless somebody agrees to it. They will tell you it's your responsibility. It is not. They will tell you that if you don't do it, it means you don't care about them. It doesn't mean that. They will resort to all manner of lies, manipulations, abuses, and whatever else it takes to get you to carry the responsibility for their feelings and therefore their well-being because they can't do it themselves. Again, like a child, they expect others to simply take care of this for them. When other people don't, they may rage, go into hysterics, or even decompensate in reaction. The resulting feeling of rejection and the burden of taking the responsibility is just too much for them. The thing is, the narcissist is not a child. You're not responsible for them. Even if the narcissist in your life is your child, if they're an adult, they're responsible for their own feelings and their own well-being. Not only is there nothing wrong with refusing to take responsibility for the narcissist's emotions, it's actually better that way. How else are they going to learn to do it if you don't let them? If you really want to help, stop helping. Now, when you stop taking responsibility for the pathologically narcissistic person's feelings and refusing to fix their problems, you can likely expect some fireworks from them in return. They don't like things to change, and they certainly don't want anybody getting the idea that they're not the most important thing in the situation. They will do what they can to make sure you stay under control in the position they want you in. They often panic when they think this is threatened. You just have to stay strong in your resolve and keep reminding yourself it's not your responsibility to fix this person's problems, because it's not. If they don't like it, that's their problem. If they choose not to take the responsibility themselves, that's their decision. You cannot save other people from themselves, and you can't run yourself ragged doing things for someone that they should be doing for themselves. This is unfair, and it's also pointless. Nothing you do will be good enough because the solution to their problem is inside of them, not you. Just like the solution to your problem is inside of you, not them. It can be helpful to make a few lists here to visually demonstrate this and really drive it home to yourself. You can make one for what you feel responsible for, one for what you actually are responsible for, and one for what you're not responsible for. For example, you are not responsible for the feelings of other people. You're not responsible for their happiness, their reactions, their decisions, their failures, or their successes, and they are not responsible for yours. It takes some practice to be assertive in this way, but the real hurdle is within yourself. It can be difficult to let go of that feeling of responsibility. It's what you were conditioned to do. It can be difficult to give up what can feel like the only control you have over the situation as well. However, it's a smokescreen. You have no control over other people. They will do what they want to do based on their own motives and their feelings, not anything you do or do not do. You also don't have control over your own emotions in this situation because you've allowed the narcissist to take control of those. You take that back by controlling your emotional reactions to the narcissist and by not allowing them to blame you for theirs. Remember, blame in these situations has to be taken and you don't have to accept it. If they want to blame you, fine. That's their decision. You don't have to agree to that. You don't have to accept that. Inside of you, you know that the way things are is not right, and you know that you're being treated unfairly. That's why you're watching this video. You already know the answer. It just takes some time to put it into practice. Ultimately, if you want this situation to change, you're going to have to be the one to change it. They have no reason to change anything, and you not liking it is never going to become a reason. Your pain means nothing to them, so you have to change things if you don't like them. Otherwise, you'll be run until you drop by someone who does not care about anything but themselves. When you're finally used up, you'll be told how you never tried hard enough anyway, you were never good enough anyway, and the narcissist will likely move on to someone that they haven't exhausted yet. You deserve better than that. Too many people are looking for ways to make the narcissist change. They have no reason to change. They're fine with the way things are. You are the one that doesn't like it, and nothing is going to change if you don't. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about how to stop giving your power away to narcissists. This is something that is a problem in virtually every narcissistic relationship on the planet, whether the narcissist is your parent, your child, your spouse, or a friend, so I thought we could address it on the show today. Any relationship with a pathologically narcissistic person is a power struggle. Doesn't matter if you don't think so or if you don't want it to be, it is. They are endeavoring to control everything, including you, and if you let them, they will. Most people resist this control either initially or eventually, and that creates a power struggle. Power struggles are exhausting. They are time-consuming, and in the end, they're useless. There's no way to have power over another person unless it is given. No adult can be controlled by another adult unless they let themselves be controlled. Narcissistic people use many tactics designed to force other people into giving up the struggle because they know no other way to get their needs met. They are so insecure and dysfunctional that they must control everything or they feel powerless. Most of the tactics they use are manipulation, usually done through guilt, emotional blackmail, emotional strong-arming, suicidal threats, fear-mongering, bullying, gaslighting, character assassination, projection, blame shifting, and many other things. Though some pathologically narcissistic people may use physical force if necessary, if you notice, most of these tactics are emotional. This is actually a good thing. See, it's not the narcissist themselves that is controlling or manipulating the victim. The narcissist is using the victim's own feelings to control and manipulate them. This is good because the narcissist isn't in control of your feelings. You are. If you can learn to get better control over your feelings, the narcissist's ability to manipulate you disappears. This is how you stop giving your power away to the narcissist in your life. You take away their ability to control you through your emotions. This isn't easy, and no one's pretending that it is, but it's entirely possible, and once you do it, you will find that your life is much more peaceful. The first thing that's necessary to take your power back is to accept the situation as it is. This doesn't just go for dealing with narcissists or relationships, by the way. It goes for everything. A huge amount of the pain and the stress that we as human beings experience in our lives is due to not wanting to accept the reality of how things are. We agonize over how we think things should be or the way we would like them to be. This is understandable, but it's pointless. Things are the way that they are. That's not to say that we should never work for change or to ascend our current circumstances, but refusing to accept things the way they are is not how you get there. Stressing over not being able to control other people or situations is not how you get there either. This is probably one of the biggest things people stress over, not being able to control other people and situations. Acceptance is realizing that you can only do what you can do. You only have control over yourself and your actions, that's all. Other people are going to do what they're going to do, and that's all there is to it. They're going to think what they're going to think, they're going to believe what they're going to believe, and there's nothing you can do about any of it except live your truth and be responsible for your own behavior. Everything else is out of your control, and it's important to accept that. There's no point in stressing over things you can't change. This includes the past, it includes the present, and it includes the future.
After you accept the situation for what it is and stop trying to control or fix it, then you can start letting go of the responsibility you feel to do these things. It's not your job to save the world. It's not your job to save other people. It's not your job to right the wrongs of other people or protect them from themselves. It is not your job. It's not your place. It's not your responsibility. It's not your job. People have to live their own lives. They have to be responsible for their own actions and the consequences of those actions. If the consequences are negative, then they are. That's how human beings learn. A person who is not allowed to face consequences is a person who is not being permitted to learn. This is one of the reasons why spoiling a child is abuse. It's harmful to their development as a whole and functioning person. So if you really want to help, stop helping. In our society, we often hear people say things like, "You made me so mad." The truth is, no one's responsible for your feelings but you. Of course, the other person bears responsibility for the actions that they took, but they're not responsible for your feelings. You are. Some people don't like to hear that because they conclude that if we're all responsible for our own feelings, that means no one's responsible for doing hurtful things. That's not true. People are responsible for everything that they have done, but that same action might not have resulted in the same reaction from somebody else. What you become enraged over or devastated by, somebody else might laugh off. We react to things the way that we do for our own reasons, and once we take ownership of that, people can no longer manipulate us by using them. For example, let's say a pathologically narcissistic person is threatening suicide because they can't have what they want. Whether real or contrived, this is manipulation. It's not an uncommon situation, unfortunately. In our example, the person gives in to the manipulation and gives the narcissistic person what they want. The question is, why? Now they might say, "I care about the narcissistic person and I was afraid. I don't want them to be hurt." That's understandable and undoubtedly true. But there are ways to ensure a person's safety that don't involve allowing an irrational person to control the situation using fear. If someone is suicidal, they're in crisis. It's an emergency. Most people would have called the authorities to come and help their loved one. Others would have taken the person to the emergency room. The question the person in our example needs to ask themselves are, why did I not do those things? Why did I instead take the responsibility upon myself to control and fix the problem? This is an extreme example, of course, but by looking at your own real-life situations in this way, you can challenge your thinking to understand what your own motivations are, to find the reasons behind the reasons, in other words. As another example, let's say a narcissist is raging and throwing accusations left and right because, once again, they cannot have something they want. The message is very clear. If you don't do what I want, you are cruel, hateful, and you don't love me. In our example, the person gives in and gives the narcissist what they want. Again, the question is, why? They might say, "Well, I want them to understand that I do love them and I'm not cruel." Again, understandable and true, but again, there are ways to deal with this that don't involve an irrational person calling the shots using fear. If someone believes that they're not loved because they can't have what they want, they're irrational. If someone throws a tantrum and spews just awful toxicity all over someone else because they're upset, they're abusive. Most people would not entertain that situation. They would leave or otherwise remove themselves from it. The question the person in our example needs to ask themselves is, why did I not do that? Again, this is a way to challenge your thinking to understand what your own motivations are. Pathologically narcissistic people try to create situations where people feel there's no choice but to give in, and they do that by using people's feelings against them. If you don't do this, you don't care about me. If you don't do this, you're mean. If you don't do this, I'll tell everyone XYZ about you. If you don't do this, I'll break everything in this house. If you don't do this, I'll ruin you. If you don't do this, I'll leave you. If you don't do this, I'll kill myself. The important thing to remember here is that while you can't control the narcissist, they can't control you either. Your battle is with yourself and your own emotions. It's not with the narcissist. You always have a choice. It may not be a nice one or a fair one, but you always have one. You have to get beyond your emotions so you can see it. Once you do that, you realize they never had any control over you at all. It was all you. You made all the choices you did for your own reasons, and now you don't have to do that anymore if you don't want to. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I want to talk to you about overcomplicating the relationship and motivations of pathologically narcissistic persons. Many people spend an untold amount of time trying to decipher the narcissistic person. It can be exhausting, frustrating, and difficult, so I wanted to address that with you right now. It's true that narcissistic people can seem very complex. Their defense mechanisms are convoluted and hard to unravel, and their behavior can be totally mystifying. They are so unlike the rest of us in so many ways that it can seem impossible to understand what they want or where they're coming from. This is all correct. However, the truth is also that narcissistic people aren't really that complicated. Yes, understanding their motivations, defenses, and behavior is difficult, but understanding them in practical terms is simple. Pathologically narcissistic people are selfish, self-focused, and feel only for themselves. They don't understand that other people have feelings, and they don't care. They're mean and hateful because they feel badly about themselves. They throw temper tantrums because they want their way and they're upset when they don't get it. Every single thing they do, think, feel, and say revolves entirely around themselves and what they want. They're abusive, immature, empty, and incapable of giving anything to other people. True understanding of the reasons they became this way can be difficult, yes, but it doesn't change the simple truth of those things. People often become bogged down in trying to decode the narcissist's motives because these simple truths just seem impossible. How can it be that an adult person doesn't understand that other people have feelings? How can it be that another person can be that callous and cruel? How can a parent not love their child? People believe there must be another explanation, and they will drive themselves crazy trying to find it. This is often because not only do people not think it can be this simple, and not only does it not make sense to them, but they don't want to believe that anyway. If the basic truth is that the narcissist just doesn't care about the other person in any real way, that means the relationship should and probably will end, and that the person is never going to get what they want because the narcissistic person is not capable of giving it to them. In this way, overcomplicating the situation can be a way of denying the truth. So people sort of convince themselves that it isn't that the narcissist doesn't care about the other person's feelings. They must not understand that they're being hurtful, and a person may spend months or even years trying to make the narcissist understand in an attempt to deny the truth, which is that underneath everything, the narcissist does not care. Most people know that on some level, actually, but they don't want to accept it. They often finally do accept it when it can no longer be denied, and that point always comes. There always comes a point when it can no longer be denied that this person just does not care. It is understandable that people try to rationalize the narcissist's behavior and frame it in a way that they can understand it. This is how we as people figure things out. But it becomes a problem when someone ignores reality in order to do that. It's one thing to be totally mystified by a person's behavior because it makes no sense and to be just looking for answers. However, if the way a person is attempting to understand a loved one's behavior is by saying, this can't be what it seems to be, it has to be something else, then maybe what someone is seeking is not understanding but a way to make the behavior acceptable. This is dangerous because in the case of pathologically narcissistic people, it often results in justifying abuse. There is no justification for abuse and no good reason to put up with it. It is not going to change. Pathologically narcissistic people's motives can be hard to figure out, but the truth of their reality is very simple. Looking for information is vital to understanding so that people know what they're dealing with and can make informed decisions. That's the reason why I do this channel. But it's important not to let your mind become clouded with the information. Understanding should clarify things, not make them more complicated. Nothing mitigates the basic truth here, and that is that pathologically narcissistic people are solely focused on themselves. They see other human beings as objects. They become abusive when they are not given everything they believe they deserve. They're controlling. They live in a fantasy land that they insist everybody else live in. They're extremely inflexible and resistant to change, and they are not able to give you what you want. When you're looking around learning about narcissistic types of people, don't let those basic truths be forgotten. In the end, that's all you really need to know. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I want to talk to you about not compromising with the narcissist in your life anymore. It's not uncommon for people in relationships with narcissistic people to find themselves compromising. Now, that's a normal thing in relationships, but in regular relationships, the compromise is not usually repeated situations where someone is saying, I'll do this for you if you just stop abusing me, or you can have this if you'll just act decently. This is how relationships with narcissists work. They push and push and push until the person either breaks or leaves. People in these relationships make compromises to keep the narcissist in their lives rather than leaving because the narcissist's behavior is intolerable. This is one of the reasons boundaries are so important. Compromising in these situations is not real compromise. It's a weakening of boundaries. A real compromise is a fair situation where everybody gets what they want. Quote, compromise with narcissists is not fair in any way. They will not agree to any situation that's fair or where they have to give. It's more like a hostage situation where they create an abusive environment and then only stop when they get what they want. In this way, a situation evolves where the other person is tricked into believing they're getting something out of it. In reality, they're getting nothing. They're being forced into giving the narcissist what they want simply to avoid abuse. Some narcissists will even straight say, just give me what I want and I'll stop. This is a very purposeful thing. The narcissist is angry that they're not getting what they want. They will punish the withholding person until it's given to them. Once they get it, the abuse usually does stop, but only until the next time they want something they can't have. Compromising with a narcissist is not a compromise. It's a dysfunctional, selfish person using abuse to get what they want regardless of the circumstances. It's the other person bargaining and trading their morals, values, and self-respect away in the hopes of being just treated like a human being for a little while. It's not worth it because even if in the moment they agree to give or go without or whatever the situation calls for, it won't last. They can only see the short-term reward thereafter, and they will often agree to anything to get what they want, especially if it's something in the future that they would have to go without. For example, if you say to the narcissist, I will give you this money now, but you have to make it last and not ask me for more next week, the narcissist will readily agree to that. They only care about right now and the money you're offering right now. It's not a real agreement. When they're actually called upon to keep their side of the agreement, they will not do so. They will spend that money all in one day and be back harassing and abusing and berating and punishing you for daring to withhold anything from them when they're in need. And it doesn't matter what it is. It could be food or drugs or stuffed animals or collectible plates. They need it and you're forcing them to suffer by denying them something they need. Narcissists cannot see a difference between want and need. They're like a little kid. Everything is need to them and they suffer extreme distress when forced to wait or go without something. Not being permitted to have what they want is seen as cruelly withholding vital necessities from them, no matter what it is. Their mindset is, you have this or you control this and you could give it to me and ease my suffering, but you won't. Therefore, you are harming me and wronging me and you deserve punishment for that. It doesn't matter why they can't have it. It could be something that's completely out of your control. You are still going to be punished for not giving it to them. This is totally unfair and horribly abusive, but they don't care. All they care about is what they want and the fact that you will not give it to them. Living with pathologically narcissistic people is, frankly, a miserable experience where you do nothing but give pieces of yourself away in exchange for the promise of being treated like a human being for a little while. A promise that never comes to fruition. You compromise more and more, bargain your self-respect away over and over again, and the narcissist just keeps getting what they want while you get nothing. Their boundaries are eventually totally destroyed, and you end up simply resigning yourself to a life where you will never be treated decently or be allowed to be a human being in any way. Don't settle for that. As long as you keep bargaining and compromising and giving in to the narcissist, they're not going to be in a hurry to end this abusive cycle because they have too much to lose by changing it. It's up to you to realize that there is so much more to life than catering to an emotionally crippled adult child who does not care about you at all.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org and BetterHelp.com. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I want to talk to you about something a lot of people are struggling with, and that is the idea that it's up to them to manage the toxic or abusive people in their lives. Just about everyone has at least one toxic person in their lives, and many people have several in different areas. For example, you might have some toxic family members and also some toxic coworkers. Toxic in this context means unhealthy. There are various levels of unhealthy behavior, from someone being unaware of toxic behaviors to being purposely and maliciously abusive. People have choices regarding how they choose to deal with toxic people in their lives. They may choose to keep the person at arm's length, only dealing with them when absolutely necessary. They may choose to interact with the person by responding rather than reacting, basically attempting to ignore the toxic or abusive behavior. They may choose to cut all ties with the person entirely, effectively removing the person and the toxicity from their lives completely. It's up to each individual, their situation, and what they believe will work for them. However, with that being said, it's important to understand why you are making the choice that you're making. If you're choosing to end the relationship, why are you choosing to do that? If you're choosing to manage the relationship rather than walk away, why are you choosing to do that? Some people might not even consciously realize they have a choice, so it's important to understand the choice you're making and why. Many times, the reason a person is choosing not to conclude their dealings with someone is because they believe they are required to manage other people and relationships even when they are unhealthy or abusive. This is not the case. It is a narrative created by abusers and toxic people who are unwilling to take responsibility for themselves and their behavior that is then often reinforced by well-meaning others who are unfamiliar with the situation or who don't have strong boundaries of their own. We sometimes see this played out in situations by people who fear they will be adversely affected by someone's decision to end their participation in a relationship. Because of their own inability to create and enforce boundaries, the other person's enforcing of boundaries is seen as a direct threat to them. For example, Billy and Bobby are both in their 30s. They have an abusive mother who is also overly involved in their lives and insists they respond to her beck and call no matter what they might have going on. Billy's perspective begins to change, and he realizes that his relationship with his mother needs strong boundaries. He decides that moving forward, he will no longer take his mother's daily calls or respond to her daily insistence that he report to her everything that he's doing. Bobby becomes alarmed by this decision. He knows that this means their mother will double the demands that she places on him and that he's going to be put in the middle. Because he is unable to create or enforce boundaries of his own with her, he blames Billy for the problem and his own reaction to that problem, saying Billy is being selfish and unfair. Bobby believes that Billy is required to share the responsibility of catering to their mother's toxic, abusive demands, and that if he will not, Billy is the one who is being selfish and abusive. Sadly, this game of emotional hot potato is often played out in abusive or toxic families and social circles. In this dynamic, no one requires abusers or toxic people to take accountability for themselves, their choices, or their behavior, and no one understands or holds healthy boundaries. Responsibility for this person is simply passed around amongst people in the family or the group, with everyone believing that it's their job to manage this person, their feelings, their reactions, their lives. Anyone attempting to create healthy boundaries inside such a dynamic will usually find themselves in a very uncomfortable position because their attempt to create boundaries is not only seen as a threat to the other people, it directly impacts the belief system of the family or the group. If it is not their job to maintain and manage relationships with unhealthy or abusive people at all costs, what have they been doing all this time? Even worse, someone severing ties with an abusive person can feel like an indictment. In this dynamic, people are often completely enmeshed with each other and have lost all perspective of clear boundaries. So it turns into a situation where if the abuser is hurt, they are also hurt. If the abuser is bad, they are also bad. All of this conspires to create an environment where people are conditioned to believe that it's their job to manage relationships with abusers and other toxic people. It's extremely important to understand that this is not true. It is never required for you to stay in a relationship with anyone who treats you even less than respectfully, let alone abusively. And it is not your job to take responsibility for another adult, regardless of what anybody else thinks. Not only is it not your responsibility, it's not even possible. You do not and cannot control another person's thoughts, feelings, or behavior. If you can't control something, how could you possibly be responsible for it? What ability do you truly have to do anything about it? Is it logical to believe that someone has total freedom to choose any behavior at all for any reason at all, which they do, but somehow another person is responsible for that? That is the crux of the matter here, understanding that you are not responsible for or in control of the thoughts, feelings, or actions of other people, ever. Because we have no ability to control the internal experiences and resulting behavior of others, trying to manage these things is extremely frustrating. It's an exercise in futility that results in people running on a hamster wheel, expending furious effort for no results. It causes confusion, pain, suffering, and it traps people in an endless cycle of trying and failing to make things the way this other person wants them to be, whatever that is. The belief that doing this for a person is somehow someone else's responsibility is a belief wholeheartedly supported by abusers who take no responsibility for themselves at all and generally feel controlled by other people anyway. Because they are unable to manage themselves, they feel entitled to being supported and cared for in this way by others and will punish anyone who fails, which is everyone who tries, because what they're asking for cannot be done. The fact that there are times when these attempts to manage the behavior and internal experiences of others seems to work only serves to reinforce the idea that it's possible to do so, resulting in creating an even stronger commitment to this belief for both the abuser and the people around them, despite the fact and the proof that it isn't actually true and it doesn't actually work. The internal experiences of people, all people, are being influenced at all times by their thoughts, their feelings, their perceptions, their conditioning, their beliefs, their experiences, their history, literally hundreds of millions of pieces of information that have absolutely nothing to do with you or anything that you are doing. This doesn't mean that no one can affect the thoughts, feelings, or behavior of other people, of course, but it does mean that this influence is frankly negligible in comparison to everything else going on. This is particularly true for those dealing with a personality disorder or a related psychological challenge because their interpretation of things, including these hundreds of millions of pieces of information, is not usually trustworthy, logical, or realistic. This is why we need to stop trying to manage narcissists and anybody else. It's not possible. It doesn't work. It is a fundamentally flawed belief to think that we can control the behavior or internal experiences of other people. Most of the time, as we discussed earlier, this belief is the result of conditioning. For example, Becky was raised in an abusive environment. Her father was both physically and emotionally abusive to the whole family. He was never required to take responsibility for his own behavior or his choices. The family was required to take responsibility for managing his reactions and his behavior. If he was woken up from his nap, he would always become angry and sometimes become violent. If Becky accidentally woke him up, because her mother could not control her father's behavior, she would chastise Becky for waking him up. This indirectly created the idea in Becky that she was responsible for managing her father's behavior. It was never even mentioned that Becky's father had a choice in his reaction or that he alone was responsible for his behavior. The message given by both parents and internalized by Becky is that she is responsible for managing the reaction and behavior of other people and that they are not responsible for anything. This is conditioning she will carry forward through her life and into her adult relationships until she learns differently. This is just one example of the type of situation that can create this kind of conditioning. Exploring your life and your history, you'll probably find the situations that have contributed to your mindset and your conditioning as well. It's important to challenge these things because they're not true. We must confront and address this conditioning if we're going to be able to stand in our own power and believe that it's okay to do so. Most importantly, we must reject the narrative coming from anybody, including ourselves, that it's our responsibility to manage or maintain relationships with people who do not treat us in a manner that is commensurate with our value. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org and click the Book an Appointment tab to go ahead and do that. I run workshops a few times a month, so if you're interested in seeing what we're running at this time, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by LittleShaman.org and BetterHelp.com. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about not rescuing the narcissist. This is something that most people deal with at least once when they have a pathologically narcissistic person in their lives, and most people multiple times, so I thought we could discuss it on the show today. Narcissistic people can be very demanding. They can be rude, cruel, abusive, mean, callous, and malicious. However, they're not always like that. There are times when narcissists can be very endearing, even pathetic. It's very hard to ignore repeated cries for help, especially when you truly believe that the person cannot do certain things for themselves. But playing into their view of themselves as a victim is the exact wrong thing to do. This strategy of presenting themselves as a victim can be very successful for pathologically narcissistic people, especially in the short term, which is what most of their focus is. People are drawn to victims. It can feel good to be needed. It can be exciting and intoxicating to save somebody. It's very intense a lot of times. It can be an ego boost to be necessary or to solve somebody's problems. It provokes sympathy in people and their desire to help. But this wears thin, and it doesn't usually take all that long because the victim in this particular situation can never be truly rescued. There's always another emergency. There's always another problem. There's never a real solution. Suggested solutions are generally ignored, dismissed as inadequate, impossible, unfair, or even raged against and treated with hostility. Often no effort is made on the part of the narcissist at all to better the situation or the circumstances. People get sick of this and they give up. This is one of the reasons that many narcissistic people change environments, circles of friends, and partners so often. They have to find new people who aren't sick of them. Narcissistic people need accomplices in their behavior. They need enablers, an enabling environment. Remember that enabling doesn't mean agreeing with somebody's behavior. It has nothing to do with whether you approve of someone's behavior or not. It only refers to creating an environment where someone can do toxic, harmful things, either to themselves or to others. A person can be an enabler even if they don't agree with or approve of the other person's behavior. For example, if someone knows their spouse is abusing one of the children and they disapprove of this behavior, yet they don't do anything to stop it, they don't remove the abuser from the situation or the child, they're enabling that situation. People sometimes believe you can't be an enabler if you don't agree with the behavior, and I want to be really clear about the fact that that is not true. Some enablers do agree with the behavior of the person they're enabling and they defend it, but that is not necessary in order to foster an enabling environment. All that really needs to happen is for people to allow the behavior. That creates an enabling environment right there. Many times, people find themselves in the role of chronic rescuer, either because they've chosen that role or because it's been thrust upon them. It can seem that nobody needs rescue more than a pathologically narcissistic person. They're often impulsive, self-sabotaging, and unable to foresee consequences. They can be extremely short-sighted, extremely gullible, and they're prone to magical thinking. The combination of these things can lead to dilemmas, problems, and downright catastrophes in the lives of narcissistic people. When the consequences for their actions or their inaction, if they didn't do something they should have done, when these things set in, narcissistic people might panic. They may reach out frantically for someone to rescue them from the harsh reality. They may cry, scream, beg, bargain, rage, or display any manner of manipulative behaviors designed to get the other person to take care of the problem for them. It's very difficult to ignore these things, especially raging or hysteria. But rescuing the narcissist does not fix the problem. It doesn't even address the problem. It's the equivalent of patching a hole in a leaky boat while the other passenger sits there drilling more holes, all the while screaming at you to stop the boat from sinking. It's not possible to protect or rescue someone from their own bad decisions. It cannot be done. All that can really be done is that you either enable those bad decisions or you don't. Now, upon hearing this, people often ask if it's wrong to help other people. Of course it's not wrong. But when does helping become enabling? It can be a fine line sometimes, but the answer is probably that if you really want to help somebody, you need to help them to help themselves. If they're not trying to help themselves, then chances are nothing you do is going to be helpful anyway. You're just patching holes. And eventually, that will not be enough to stop the boat from sinking. The other person needs to learn to stop making the holes in the first place. If they don't, it's not going to matter what anybody does. They're going down. It can be hard to leave somebody just to face the consequences of their own behavior, especially when you know they're going to have a big problem because of it, and because you know they will probably try to punish you for that. But it isn't your responsibility to save this person. It isn't your responsibility to solve their problems. It isn't your responsibility to make sure they're never uncomfortable, angry, sad, that they never have a bad day. That's their responsibility. Those things are all their responsibility. If someone is forced to face consequences, there is at least a chance, however small it may be, that they will finally learn, at the very least, to change their behavior. If they're never required to face consequences and take responsibility for their own lives, that chance becomes zero. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about why it's important to stop making excuses for the narcissist. Too many times people find themselves rationalizing, justifying, or excusing the behavior of narcissistic people. Not only does this minimize the severity of their behavior, it gives them an excuse, and they already have plenty of those. Dealing with narcissists is very difficult. They are hard to deal with, hard to communicate with, and hard to understand. Because of this, a rational person's mind struggles to come up with reasons for why they act the way they do. It's what drives so many people to look it up on the internet or to watch videos like this one. Unfortunately, the explanation is one that many people still have trouble with. Their own basic decency and humanity prevents them from really internalizing the truth, so the mind creates rationalizations or excuses for the behavior. He doesn't really mean that. He's just upset. Or she doesn't understand how she's hurting other people. He has a mental illness. She's had a hard life. He's tired. She's anxious. They're stressed out. It's a full moon. On and on and on. All these things might be true. The narcissist may even have other issues on top of these things, especially those with personality disorders, and it's still not an excuse to abuse people. Life is not fair. We all have our fair share of rotten things that happen or days that we are really stressed out. That's just the way it is. None of these things are an excuse for the systematic abuse and attempted destruction of other people that narcissists engage in. You see, the narcissist always has an excuse. There's always a reason they're upset. Always a reason they're not to blame. Always a reason they couldn't control themselves. It's a crock, to put it bluntly. It's a lie. Put a policeman in the room and see how fast their behavior comes correct. The truth is, they behave the way they do because they're choosing to. And making excuses for them reinforces that choice over and over again. Every time they get away with it, it just entrenches the behavior deeper. Why should they stop if it works? They won't. This is one of the biggest reasons narcissists don't change. They don't need to. The way they behave works for them in its own way. If it stops working, you may see a change in their behavior, but more than likely, they'll change their environment and try to find an environment where their behavior does work and does get them what they want. That's why they discard people a lot of the time, because the person has seen through them and the behavior no longer works to get them what they want, so they just leave. These people are very slow to change. They generally only do so if forced to do so because their previous behavior no longer gets them what they want, and even then, they'll usually just swap one toxic abusive behavior for another because the goal of the behavior is still the same. They really don't care about how their behavior is affecting other people. They'll only change it if they need to, and if they're given excuses for their behavior, they'll never need to. They have something to blame it on instead of taking responsibility for it. For example, a narcissistic person who physically abuses their spouse might go to jail for that. If that happens, they may stop that behavior because they don't want to go to jail anymore. However, they're still going to be a narcissist. Their goals are still going to be the same. They'll still be an abuser. It just won't be physical abuse anymore. And of course, many of them will just leave that relationship and find another person to have a relationship with rather than change their behavior. Narcissists, like all people, do what works for them and what makes them feel good. They are unlikely to give up behavior that accomplishes these things regardless of how it affects others or even how it affects them long term. They're all about instant gratification and short-term goals. For many narcissists, today is the only day that ever was, and all that matters is getting what they can out of it. They generally don't worry about tomorrow, and the only thing that matters from yesterday is whatever they believe was done to them. Their behavior from the past does not matter at all. They're turning over a new leaf every day. Every day is the first day, the only day that ever was. The more excuses people make for them, or repeat for them, or believe from them,
the more it reinforces their behavior. They know right from wrong. They can control their behavior when they need to. They don't get an excuse for their behavior because there is no excuse for their behavior. They know it's wrong. They just don't care. How they feel or what they want is more important, and it always will be. There should be a very hard line drawn here using boundaries and consequences. A person having a disorder or some other type of problem is never an excuse for putting up with abuse, period. It's a shame they have that problem, and hopefully they learn to control themselves, but until they admit that their behavior is the result of choices they are making, the chances of that are pretty slim, and giving them free rein to abuse people is not going to help that happen. Loved ones need to remember that it is not their responsibility to fix these people, and that you will help the situation more by not excusing their behavior and by forcing them to take responsibility for it by refusing to put up with it. They'll never learn it's not acceptable to you if you don't show them it's unacceptable to you. Telling them is not enough. You have to show them using boundaries and consequences. And if they never learn then that's their problem. At least it won't affect you anymore. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about not letting the narcissist destroy your peace. This can be difficult. These people work overtime to cause problems, upset other people, and ruin their day. But if you notice, the title of this episode is Stop Letting the Narcissist Destroy Your Peace. The word letting is very important here. Except in very extreme circumstances, nobody has any power over you or your emotions that you did not give them. It's a matter of learning to take it back. In fact, the whole thing is really about power and who has it. Narcissists want to feel powerful. They want to feel like they're controlling things. This is because they feel very weak and helpless inside. One of the ways they try to exert power and control over others is through emotions. They use guilt, anger, and many other emotions to manipulate people. They purposely endeavor to upset, anger, and hurt other people. They feel powerful when they can get someone to cry or get them angry or hoover them and get them to return to a relationship where they're being treated badly. They like that feeling of control they get because they don't feel like they have any. That's part of the reason they're so desperate to affect other people and work so hard to do so. They feel that others are controlling them through their emotional reactions to the things that people do and say, so they attempt to do the same thing to other people. They feel no responsibility for their own behavior. They believe that responsibility falls on other people. Well, if you didn't do that, I wouldn't have to do this. Aside from the fact that many times what they're accusing you of doing is false or greatly over-exaggerated, it's no one's fault that they reacted the way they did. Reaction is a choice. Narcissists don't seem able to understand that, probably because their feelings are so overwhelming and because they gave themselves permission and were given permission by others to act that way long ago. Think of somebody who hits their spouse. It's always the spouse's fault. You provoked me, you pushed my buttons, you nagged me, you made me. That's not true. They chose to react that way. Everyone chooses their reaction in that situation or any other. How you react is always a choice. If you get angry, you can choose to lose your temper and hit somebody. You can choose to scream and holler. You can choose to calmly discuss how you feel, or you can choose to say nothing at all. It's no one else's fault if someone cannot control themselves or chooses to react the way they do. You might feel someone deserves to get punched in the mouth for something, and maybe they do, but it's still your choice to do it or not. It isn't their fault you chose that. They are to blame for their actions, not yours, and you're not to blame for theirs either. This is the key to disarming the narcissist and taking their power over you away. They cannot affect you if you don't let them. This sounds trite, but it is 100% the truth. For example, let's say the narcissist in your life always uses a certain event or a subject that you react badly to cause problems. What would happen if you stopped reacting badly to it? What would happen if, instead of screaming and hollering or crying or getting defensive, you just ignored it? Or simply looked at them and said, you're entitled to your opinion, and that's all? What if no matter how long they fussed and hollered or what they said, you just didn't react? Didn't defend yourself, didn't get emotional, didn't do any of the things that they're counting on you to do? How can they cause a problem if you don't play along? This is the key. Every relationship is a two-way street, even the relationship with a narcissist. They can't play the game by themselves. You have to play too. If you stop playing, there is no game. It's just one person who eventually ends up looking pretty silly.
Now, this can be hard to do at first, but it is so worth it in the end. The drama stops when you stop participating in it. They might still be dramatic and behaving all crazy, but you won't be. And the stress caused by trying to convince this person that they're wrong or mistaken and that you're not evil or that no one's out to get them or whatever other crazy thing is gone. The hardest part of this is probably to accept that the narcissist is not causing this reaction in you. Remember the abusive spouse analogy. It's a choice. You don't have to play along. You don't have to get emotional. Their opinion is their opinion, and that's all it is. In reality, it means literally nothing. Now, sometimes it can be really difficult not to react, especially when they're doing things that involve your children or your finances and things like that. In those situations, you can leave the relationship, you can make a record of the incidents with your children and show it to the judge if you're already divorced. You can lock them out of your bank account if they're stealing from you or separate your finances. You can do whatever you need to do to get the crazy out of your life, but letting it ruin your peace is not going to change anything. It's only going to make you more miserable. Nothing you can do is going to make this person something different than what they are. There's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do to stop them from behaving that way. But you can stop playing along with it. You can choose to take the power back from them. Now, let me add here that people often say if they stop reacting, the narcissist escalates. That's right, many times they do. They're looking for that reaction. If this person is becoming violent, if they're breaking things, if they're out of control, you need to call the police or leave as soon as you can. You can stay with a friend or family. There are shelters, there are safe houses, there are programs. Putting up with abuse to prevent worse abuse is no way to live. I hope you understand, either now or someday, that you don't have to do that. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by the Little Shaman Healing. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about the focus of healing. Now, a lot of the videos I do are about narcissistic people, but the narcissistic people themselves should not be the focus of healing, and I want to make sure that I make that very clear. Understanding these people is very important, and there's nothing worse than not knowing what's wrong with your loved one. Understanding helps us figure out what's going wrong so that we can let go and move on. It takes away the confusion and makes it so that healing actually has a path. However, again, I want to make it clear that the narcissist should not be the focus. Your own healing and wellness should be the focus. Now, it's understandable why that happens sometimes. When someone hurts you or causes you pain, then of course you're going to be focused on that. It's also often easier to focus on what someone else did than it is to confront our own pain or our own part in a situation. But healing can't begin until that happens. Part of healing, truly healing, is learning and forgiving yourself. If you can't confront your own pain or your own part in a situation, you can't do either one of those things. This is why we sometimes see people simply going from one narcissistic relationship to another one. When the focus is on the other person, the internal issues that are creating the vulnerability to this type of relationship is not being addressed. If it's not being addressed, then it can't be healed. Then the whole thing just starts all over again. There are many episodes of this show about how to break the bonds with abusive and toxic people, so I'm not going to revisit all of that here. There is actually a playlist on the channel page for this show with episodes that all focus exactly on these things. So if you haven't seen them, you might want to check that out. Those can help you understand why you keep becoming entangled in these types of relationships and how to stop that from happening. Or maybe you already have an idea of why, but you just can't seem to put it into action. Either way, it's important to remember that understanding the narcissist is only half the problem. Once you've made your peace with understanding why they did what they did, it's time to figure out why you did what you did. Otherwise, people find themselves in the same relationship over and over again without ever understanding why. People often ask, why do I keep attracting narcissists? But that to me is not the question. The question to me is not, why do I keep attracting narcissists? It's, why do I keep being attracted to narcissists in the first place? The way this question is posed demonstrates that the focus is often on the wrong person here. Because it wouldn't matter why they were attracted to you if you were not attracted to them anyway. Because you wouldn't enter into a relationship with them. Or you would end the relationship when they reveal themselves as what they are, which, as you know, they always do. There often seems to be a sense of helplessness surrounding this whole situation, as though things are just happening and people have no control over them. This is not the case. You're not helpless. You do have power. You do have strength. All you have to do is decide to use it, and it will be there. If you never remember anything I ever say, please remember that. You do have strength. You're not helpless. You do have power. All relationships are a two-way street. Yes, narcissists misrepresent themselves, and of course, abuse is always wrong. But don't forget, it isn't just that narcissists are attracted to you or in a relationship with you. You have power here also. You are in a relationship with them as well. You are obviously attracted to them too. Regardless of the type of relationship, whether the narcissist is your parent or your spouse or your sibling, when the relationship finally revealed itself as toxic and abusive, you did not walk away. There's a reason you have not ended the relationship. But what is it? When you can look at that honestly and figure out why you're willing to accept less than you deserve, you can stop that from happening. Then you don't have to worry about figuring out who's a narcissist and who isn't, because it won't matter. Anyone who reveals themselves as toxic will not be appealing to you anymore. You'll know you deserve better, and you will not be afraid to act on that. It takes work to get there, and it can be pretty uncomfortable, but I promise you, it is far less uncomfortable than dealing with an abusive person who does not care about you or your feelings at all. That is a hell on earth that nobody deserves, and it doesn't have to be your reality anymore. These things can be hard for many people to hear, and I know that, but it's so important to understand that it's the absolute truth. The narcissist has taken enough from you already. They've been the main focus for so long. Isn't it time to start focusing on the person who has been ignored this whole time? You. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about why it's a good idea to stop wasting time on narcissists. It isn't about just wasting time loving them or trying to fix them or getting through to them or explaining to them. It's about not letting them take up space in your head, period. Narcissistic abuse is very traumatic. It's confusing. It's gut-wrenching. Many people have never experienced this type of person before, and they don't understand. This person seems mentally ill sometimes, and other times perfectly fine. One minute they're having a normal conversation with you, and the next they're hysterical over something that didn't even happen. No amount of reasoning, logic, or explanation gets through to them. They may say things that are totally off the wall, completely out of reality. So you might think to yourself, okay, something's obviously really wrong here. Normal people don't act like this. So you start looking for answers. Hey, if something has a name, then maybe it can be fixed, right? You love this person and they're obviously having some kind of horrible problem. So you search for answers and maybe you find some. But it doesn't change anything. No matter what you do or don't do, this person still behaves the same way. Nothing gets better, nothing improves. At this point, people's lives usually become a battle to try and make the narcissist understand they have a problem and force them to get help, which will not work. Or they leave the situation because they realize there's nothing that can be done. Those who don't leave need to be honest with themselves about why they're willing to sacrifice their own well-being for someone who not only doesn't care about them, this person doesn't even care about themselves either. The narcissist's health and well-being means more to you than it does to them. There's no way to help somebody like that. There's nothing you can do. Acceptance of this is very important. It prevents you from wasting time trying. Regardless of whether people leave the situation or stay, most try to understand what's happened. Understanding what's happened to you is very important. It's the reason I do this show. When people can't understand what happened, they can't move on. If they can't move on, they can't heal. When someone can't heal from abuse, they're still a victim. A victim is vulnerable. They might become involved in another abusive situation more easily than someone who has learned the lesson they needed to learn and has healed. So understanding what's happened is very important. Understanding what happened should only be a step in the direction of moving on, though. It should not be the whole goal. Searching for answers should only be done until the answer has been found. If it goes on longer, it starts to become less helpful. Sometimes people think they're looking for answers when really what they're doing is looking for something that proves the answer wrong because they're trying to hold on to hope. This is very common, but it's something that only drags everything out longer because the answer's not going to change. You're dealing with a broken person. There's no happy ending here. You can choose to keep dealing with them if you wish. That's entirely up to you. There's no law against it. It's your life. However, they're not just going to snap out of it. There's no video you can watch or article you can read that can change that. There's no magical formula that can be given and no pill that can be prescribed that can make this person something other than what they are. That's hard for a lot of people to hear, and there's no one who wishes it wasn't true more than me. But ignoring reality doesn't change anything. We often see people saying things like, well, the techniques like no jade and gray rock don't work because the narcissist is still abusive. That's right, they are. And they always will be. There's nothing you can do about that. The techniques are for you. They're not for the narcissist. Nothing can make them not abusive. And the sooner people can really truly accept that, the less disappointed and hurt they'll be in the long run, whether they leave the situation or not. Don't waste your time searching for a magic pill to cure the narcissist's problem or to make interacting with them easier. There isn't one. Not at this time and maybe never. The situation is what it is. Revenge is another thing that people might become preoccupied with, and that is a total waste of time. Anything you might do to them is only rewarding them with attention. You can't hurt them that way because they don't care about you. You're just letting them know that they're still taking up space in your head, that they're still important to you, and that they're still affecting you. Hating the narcissist falls into the same category. Many people think it hurts the narcissist to let them know they're hated. Well, they already thought that. It makes no difference. Now, both of these things are normal. They're understandable and expected. Of course you hate someone who's hurt you, and of course you'd like to get revenge on them for the awful things they've done. You could even say they deserve it, and you'll get no argument from me. But in the end, it's a waste of time. The only person it affects is you. They are so wrapped up in the cocoon of their own self-absorbed emotions that no one can touch them. Not with love, not with hate, not with anything. You might as well be plotting revenge against a robot or a table and chairs for all it would matter. Don't waste your time. It's not worth it. The best revenge is moving on and not looking back. Ironically, that's about the only thing that might have a chance of actually hurting them. Not mattering is their greatest fear, and it's a huge blow to their ego. Life is short. Sometimes it's really short. Time and love are two of the most valuable gifts that we've been given. Perhaps they are the only ones that matter. Don't waste them on people or things that don't bring you happiness. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by Earth Mama's Apothecary and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about hoovering. This is something that nearly all people involved with pathologically narcissistic loved ones experience on some level, so I thought we could address it on the show today. There are three main phases or stages in a relationship with a narcissistic person. These stages usually rotate or pass in a cycle and can last for varying lengths of time depending on the specific situation. Any of the phases could be as short as a few hours or stretch on for years. These stages are idealize, devalue, and discard. The idealization phase often happens when the narcissistic person first meets somebody. If the narcissist is a parent, this can happen when the child is first born or until they reach an age where they begin to challenge or question and resist the narcissist. This phase is characterized by love bombing, idealizing both the relationship and the other person, and putting the love object, which is you, on a pedestal. The person they see in this phase is the person that many victims believe is the real self of the narcissist, and it's the phase that most people spend their time trying to get back to. This is also, of course, the person the narcissist would like the victim to believe they really are, and who they themselves would like to believe they are. So it's often not all that difficult to get the victim to agree to give them another chance. This is very, very important to the hoovering process. The devaluation stage happens when the narcissist has realized that the victim is not perfect. More importantly, they realize the victim does not see them as perfect either. The narcissistic person's idealistic fantasy of the relationship, their partner, and themselves has been punctured by the victim's unexpected mediocrity or unforgivable human flaws and keen perception. You were supposed to believe that they're perfect. They are devastated that the victim no longer sees them as flawless, and to the narcissist, imperfection is intolerable. If you're not perfect, you are not worthy of anything. The
The narcissistic person often feels betrayed and hurt and embarrassed by this. They're afraid they're going to be rejected, and they take it out on the victim, endeavoring to reject their partner before they themselves can be rejected. It's sort of like, I'll get you before you get me. In a very real sense, narcissists feel that there has been an injustice done to them. You were supposed to believe that they hung the moon, that they're always right, that they're always strong, that they're always correct. Now look, here you are, pointing out their mistakes, accentuating their flaws, exposing their weaknesses, probably laughing at them and thinking how much better than them you are. How can you do that to somebody you love? The conclusion is that you wouldn't. Therefore, you don't love them. If you love them, you would play along. You would believe and say and tell everyone else that they're perfect. Since you're not doing that, it's obvious that you don't really care, and you will be punished for that. The fact that you're not actually doing any of it doesn't really matter. The discard phase or stage of the relationship happens when the narcissist has either damaged the relationship to the point that they can no longer get anything useful out of it, or when they have been exposed so blatantly that they can no longer continue on. For example, a narcissist that has exhausted the victim to the point that they're just completely drained may drop the victim and then move on to somebody else. Or the victim might regard the narcissist with such overt hostility because they've been abused for so long that there's no real interaction between the two anymore, even though the relationship is not technically over. In these situations, the narcissist cannot get what they need from the relationship and they start to look elsewhere. This often results in discarding the victim. Narcissists cannot maintain the false image they need to believe in when they're around people who know who they really are. Many times, they just leave the situation altogether. Hoovering occurs when a separation has taken place, either because the narcissistic person has discarded the victim or the victim is trying to end the relationship. It is a return to the love bombing phase of the relationship for the purpose of regaining control over the situation. Pathologically narcissistic people attempt to hoover a victim back in when they're feeling vulnerable and needy for some reason. For example, if a new relationship didn't work out and they now feel rejected. Or if their partner ended the relationship and they're not ready to move on yet because they don't have anyone or anything new to cling on to. It's called hoovering because of the Hoover vacuum cleaner. That's what they're trying to do, essentially. Suck the victim back into the situation. There may be apologies, tears, threats of suicide or self-harm, epiphanies, and come to Jesus moments where they claim they've seen the light and they now understand what the problem is, promises to change, declarations of undying love, or any other manner of behavior that is designed to convince the victim into doing what the narcissist wants. Many times, the things the narcissist says or does are the things that the victim has been waiting for. They may admit fault, take responsibility, start going to counseling or therapy. They might get on medication or start taking medication again that they had stopped. They may stop having inappropriate interactions with the opposite sex or whatever it is that the victim wanted them to do. It can seem like a miracle. Suddenly, this person understands and realizes everything you've been trying to tell them for months, maybe even years. They finally get it. Things can finally change, right? Most people believe that the narcissist's motives are insincere when hoovering is occurring and that they're just saying what they need to say to get what they want. Now, that's very possible. It's also possible that they really do mean it at the time. To a pathologically narcissistic person, feelings are facts. Therefore, the truth and the facts are dictated solely by how they're feeling in that exact moment. If their feelings change, and they will, the truth is going to change. The facts are going to change. This is why you are seen as a good person when they're happy and a bad person when they're upset. The real truth is, it doesn't matter whether they mean it at the time or not, because either way, it won't last. Regardless of the reason, as soon as they're not feeling vulnerable and scared anymore, they're going to go right back to how they always behaved because this is how they operate. It's their coping strategy, their mode of operation. And unless they're dedicated to learning entirely different, new ways to get their needs met, it's not going to change. Resisting a hoover is very difficult. It's one of the reasons relationships with pathologically narcissistic people are so hard to walk away from. Suddenly, your mom is the mother you always wished for, or your partner is the spouse you always dreamed of. It may even last for a period of time, which makes it even easier to believe and even more crushing when the inevitable letdown comes. There's no easy trick or life hack to resist hoovering. It takes willpower and an absolute dedication to the truth. If you let the narcissistic person talk you out of what you know to be the truth because you want to believe them more than you want to believe the facts, you're probably in for a pretty big disappointment. You have to be strong enough to resist the desire to believe if the facts up to this point have shown you that it's not likely to be true. It's up to you to address your own fantasies about this situation. The narcissistic person is only going to use them against you, either consciously or because this is all they know how to do. This is one of the reasons no contact is usually recommended. It's usually not realistic to expect that a pathologically narcissistic person is going to respect your boundaries, stop trying to manipulate you, and leave you alone. It would be nice and it would be fair, but it would not be very likely. It's up to you to control your level of contact with this person and your reaction to them. If you are being hoovered, it can be very easy to slip back into fantasy mode and the promises of, one day, I will, we will, I won't, I'll stop, I'll try, I'll go, I could. It's easy to believe in those promises and those hopes for a not too distant future. But just remember something. Where you are right now at this very minute is the future. You are in the future that you were hoping for 6 months ago, a year ago, 10 years ago. Does it look like you thought it would? If not, what makes you think it ever will? Hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online and over the phone Monday through Friday. So if you're interested in speaking with me, you can visit LittleShaman.org and click the Book an Appointment tab to go ahead and do that. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about the cycle of narcissistic relationships. This is something virtually everyone involved with any narcissist in any kind of relationship deals with in some way, so I thought we could dedicate an episode of the show to talking about it. There is a cycle or a pattern to the way that narcissistic people behave in relationships. Doesn't matter what kind of relationship it is. It could be parent, co-worker, spouse. They all follow the same pattern. That pattern is idealize, devalue, discard. We are going to explore what these things can look like and why they happen. Idealization is defined as regarding or representing something as perfect or as better than it is in reality. This is a perfect description of the idealization phase of narcissistic relationships, which is often characterized by something called love bombing. Love bombing is a very intense campaign of attention focused on another person or people, usually consisting of compliments, affirmations, proclamations that someone is perfect or a perfect match, and affection that seems to become very intense very fast. The idealization phase of the relationship often creates very strong feelings in people very quickly, resulting in people making decisions, commitments, and ignoring or not seeing red flags because they're swept up in the emotion of the relationship. One of the first red flags we often see in pathologically narcissistic people is their tendency to overreact. And it's very important to remember that this does not only refer to negative situations. The idealization of you and the relationship is an overreaction. Behavior during the idealization phase can look like giving constant or unrealistic compliments, gifts, or praise, giving or demanding constant attention, wanting and or talking about committing very quickly, ignoring boundaries and requests to slow things down, saying that you are connected or that you're soulmates very quickly, talking about intense and strong emotions very quickly when they don't know you very well, talking about how perfect you are or the relationship is, trying to sell you on how perfect they are or that they would be for you, talking about being rescued or rescuing you, believing the relationship is deeper or more intimate than it actually is. Idealization happens in part because many narcissistic people form attachments very quickly. Their emotions are unstable and out of control, and their need for other people is paramount. They legitimately depend on the input of others for survival, so taking time to get to know people or seeing them as they truly are is not really an option. Other people are very important to narcissists for this reason. Their value in this area is extremely high. Pathologically narcissistic people cannot experience themselves except through the reactions and the reflections of others. They have no true self-concept and no ability to create or sustain self-worth. So they use other people as kind of a psychic mirror to be able to assess who and what they themselves are. This is something they are required to do in order to survive because of abilities that they do not have. It's not optional, and there's no other way to do it. There are those who believe that the idealization from narcissists is very calculated, and this is certainly true for some of them. For example, psychopathic narcissists do not need the reflection from other people in order to survive. They don't seem to have the ego conflicts or struggles with shame that we see in non-psychopathic narcissists. Their goal is not survival. They do not depend on other people to experience themselves. They do not struggle with self-worth or identity, and their motives are not subconscious. Therefore, there would be no sincere emotion in anything they do. They simply want something from the other person, often something tangible like money. They know they want it and they're trying to get it. It's no deeper than that, and there is no belief on their part that any of their professed emotions are real. This is different than non-psychopathic narcissists who often believe they do genuinely care about other people. They don't understand how emotions or relationship functions for other people, and they mistakenly believe that their feelings change because of the other person instead of understanding that the trigger for this is actually within them, and it has nothing to do with anything the other person is doing or not doing. Psychopaths are aware that they don't care, and this does not change. This is one of the reasons, by the way, that looking at behavior alone is not enough when it comes to understanding pathological narcissism. Predominantly psychopathic narcissists may engage in many of the same behaviors as narcissists that are not psychopaths, but their motives and the internal experiences driving the behavior are not the same. So that's just something to think about. During the idealization phase, the narcissist sees other people as perfect because other people see them as perfect. It's very possible the feelings they are describing are sincere, or at least as sincere as it's possible for them to be, because they're totally in love with the reflection of themselves that this person is showing them. Of course they want to be around this person all the time and soak up as much of that as they can. But the emotion they're displaying, sincere though it may be in many situations, is not for the other person. It's for themselves. When you look at a mirror, you don't see the mirror. You see yourself. The mirror is simply the tool through which you are viewing and experiencing yourself. During the idealization phase of the relationship, they want to look at that as much as possible. They want to be around somebody that feels that way about them. This need to see themselves as perfect is what actually causes the devaluation stage of the relationship. Devaluation is the opposite of idealization. If idealization is defined as regarding something as perfect or as better than it is in reality, meaning that you're assigning more value to something than it realistically has, devaluation is assigning less value to something than it realistically has. If something is no longer perfect, and it must be perfect in order to have any value to this kind of person, then not being perfect anymore equates to having no value at all. Remember, this is all about you being the mirror. If a mirror reflects a less than perfect image, you probably wouldn't want to use it anymore. In order for the fragile fiction of idealization to last, people can never get to know each other. They can never see each other make a mistake, have a flaw, make a bad choice, or do anything that results in a loss of perfection. Of course, this is unreasonable and ridiculous. It's not possible to be around somebody and still believe that they're perfect. You will see their flaws, their mistakes, their bad choices. They will see yours. In a normal relationship, some idealization does happen, but the relationship survives it. It recovers and people adjust to who the other person actually is in reality. Devaluation occurs in narcissistic relationships because narcissists cannot do that. The revelation that the person is not perfect is unforgivable. Many narcissists will even accuse other people of lying to them or tricking them by pretending to be someone that they're not. The devaluation of the other person can be triggered by essentially anything and nothing. It could be that they saw the narcissist's imperfections, even if they don't see it that way, or it could be that the narcissist saw theirs. Either way, once this happens, the relationship is essentially changed forever. The reflection the narcissist sees from the other person is not perfect anymore. It's been damaged. This is devastating for them because they spend their entire lives trying to avoid reality, and they cannot forgive someone who caused that. As high up on the pedestal a person was, that's how far they're going to fall. And the result is often shocking for people. I'm now worthless because I made a mistake or because I saw you make one. But this is how it is. If you really loved them, if you were really the person that you said you were, you would not see anything they do as wrong, ever. Because you did, you have proven once and for all that you really don't care. This is, of course, backwards, unreasonable, and unrealistic. But this is a person who lives in a fiction. And if you can't live in it with them, you don't care about them. It is sadly ironic that regardless of whether someone would actually agree to do that or not, it still won't work. Part of the reason narcissistic people need others is because narcissists are in a zero-sum game. A zero-sum game is a situation where each person's loss or gain is exactly balanced by the loss or gain of the other person. This means narcissists can't win unless someone else loses. They can't succeed unless someone else fails. They can't be the victim unless someone else is the villain. They can't be right unless someone else is wrong. It is only through the reality of the other person that they can experience the reality of themselves. When you add that to a situation where a person struggles with pathological delusional shame and cannot take responsibility for anything because of it, you end up with a situation where one of the other person or people's primary functions in the relationship is to be the scapegoat and the blame holder. So even if the other person in a narcissistic relationship strives to only ever see the narcissist as perfect, they still can't succeed because the narcissist by default must blame this person for everything, including their own thoughts, feelings, and actions. When you are to blame, you cannot be perfect. Either way, you lose. Behavior during the devaluation stage can look like spiteful, nasty, or inconsiderate comments, accusations of you having cruel or inconsiderate motives and feelings, spending less time communicating or pushing other people away, getting irritated over small things and blowing up or going silent, passive-aggressive behavior, refusing or being unable to explain why they're upset or what other people have done wrong, accusations of sabotage, cruelty, abandonment, or rejection, personal and character attacks, accusing others of not caring enough or of feeling ways that they don't feel, triangulation and smear campaigning. Narcissists also have ridiculously unreasonable expectations for people and for relationships. They demand to be the most important thing in any relationship, in any situation at all times. Underneath the heroic or needy or self-assured or arrogant or capable or whatever other image they're projecting is a very fragile, very sensitive, self-loathing and shame-based ego that reads abandonment, rejection, insult, and contempt into literally everything. One of the functions of the other people in these relationships is to somehow be the person they don't feel this from. The one person they don't get that from. This is, of course, impossible, and devaluation occurs partially because people fail to do that. This is one of the things that can lead to the discard phase of the relationship. Discarding is what it's called when a narcissist simply ends the relationship. There is often no warning or reason given. They just walk away without a word. Even if a relationship has gone on for years, fluctuating between idealization and devaluation, discard is still possible and often does happen. The reasons for discard can vary, but only on the surface. The true reason for discard is always the same. The reflection of themselves that the narcissist is receiving from the other person is not what they want to see. They cannot deal with what they are seeing reflected from the other person, whatever that is. This mirroring is any other person's primary function in any narcissistic relationship, and if they cannot fulfill it, they will be discarded and or replaced with someone who can. This is, of course, blamed on the other person. Discard can be very confusing and painful. Often people don't understand what has caused the end of the relationship or why they've been discarded. Attempts to ask the narcissist often go nowhere. This is not a person in touch with their feelings or cognizant of their motives the majority of the time, and they are certainly not worried about exploring these things out of consideration for anybody else's feelings. They may not even know why they've ended the relationship. Their reasons may be odd, unclear, or make no sense. Attempts to get clarity or closure will often be met with indifference or even cruelty because they no longer care about keeping that person around. Their primary purpose is no longer necessary. Narcissists don't have relationships with people they can't get things from. When others are no longer important in this way, which is really the only way they actually can be important, they cease to matter at all. Discard does not always happen, and discard does not mean that the narcissist will never come back around. Some relationships simply go through cycles of idealization and devaluation over and over and over until the narcissist dies. The narcissist may discard and stay away for years, then attempt to reach out again all of a sudden out of the blue. It's important to remember that through all of the cycles of the relationship, none of the fluctuations in the narcissist's emotions or behavior are your fault. They're not caused by you, they're not because of you. This is an unstable person with a lot of different challenges, many of which make them an absolute nightmare as a partner, friend, or caregiver. They should not be in relationships at all, to be perfectly honest. However, they do get in them. Their unique way of functioning requires them to seek out relationships with other people. It's important to understand what's going on so that you will know what you're dealing with. Taking the confusion out of it de-weaponizes the behavior, making it possible to deal with it in a clearer way. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype around the world. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org and click the Book an Appointment tab to go ahead and do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year, so if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org and BetterHelp.com. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about romanticizing the good times with narcissistic people. This is something many people have experienced, so I thought we could talk about it on the show today. One of the hallmarks of relationships with pathologically narcissistic people is the cycle of good times and bad times, where the narcissist alternates between decent or loving behavior and cruel, abusive, or neglectful behavior. This cycle is what creates the Jekyll and Hyde comparisons to narcissistic personalities, where it seems as if they actually have two or more separate personalities, one good and one bad. This dynamic is caused by splitting, which is the process by which narcissistic personalities attempt to understand whole-object relations. Whole-object relations is the understanding of all aspects of an object and processing it into a cohesive, total understanding of the whole thing. Pathologically narcissistic people have extreme difficulty with this, and as a result, their brain creates two different, separate images of the same object when contradictory characteristics are encountered. This means that if somebody does something that does not fit in with the narcissistic person's understanding of what a good person is, this creates extreme stress because they can't integrate this information into their already existing information about that person. You can't be good if you're bad. You can't be bad if you're good. A new image of that person has to be created by the brain in order to hold this new contradictory information. This usually looks like a split, where one understanding of the person is all good and the other is all bad. Ironically, because narcissists engage in splitting, they may actually accuse the other person of having what seems like multiple personalities or flipping like a switch, when in actuality, it is they who are doing that. They just can't see it. To them, the problem really does seem to be the other person. Splitting is one of the biggest things that causes the narcissistic behavioral cycle, because not only does the narcissist hold split images of other people, they hold split images of themselves as well. Something is either good or it's bad. It's black or it's white. That's it. How can something be good if it's also bad? How can something be black if it's also white? Gray areas are too difficult to understand, and they cause extreme confusion and stress for pathologically narcissistic personalities, so they just don't exist. You and everything else, including themselves, is either one or the other. Even when they claim to understand this, observation of their behavior and their mindsets usually proves that they really don't. The cycle of narcissistic relationships alternates between idealization and devaluation. Idealization is when you are seen as all good, which is to say perfect and therefore very, very valuable. Devaluation is when you are seen as all bad, which is to say flawed and therefore completely worthless. The good times with narcissistic personalities are predicated not on love, but on idealization, which is an imaginary way of viewing something as perfect and more valuable than it really is. The bad times with narcissistic personalities are predicated not on hatred or indifference, but on devaluation, which is an imaginary way of viewing something as more flawed and less valuable than it really is. As you can see, this cycle fits in with the psychological process of splitting exactly, and it fits in with what we know overall about narcissists. Neither idealization nor devaluation are about the other person at all. They include no realistic understanding of the other person in any way. They are about the narcissist's affected and even delusional way of seeing other people and themselves. When things are bad with narcissists or when the relationship has ended, it is common to romanticize the good times, to remember them as perfect or as better than they really were. This is partly because compared to the bad times, the good times really can seem amazing. Of course, if all you ever ate was cardboard, a $2 steak would be amazing too. Your perception is influenced by the information you have. The daily recommended calorie intake for adults is between 2,000 and 3,000 calories a day, right? If someone eats 30,000 calories a day and then they decide to cut that to 15,000 calories a day, their perception may be that they're starving now, when in actuality they are still grossly overeating. If someone is used to it being 110 degrees Fahrenheit every single day, 80 degrees Fahrenheit may feel much cooler or maybe even chilly. It's important to challenge our perceptions with reality to be sure that we're able to see things as they really are. No one is starving if they're eating 15,000 calories a day, no matter how they feel. 80 degrees Fahrenheit is not cold, regardless of how someone perceives it. The good times with narcissists are often not really good times, even if, by comparison, they seem to be. Part of the reason for that is that their toxic narcissism shines through even during the good times. It's easy to believe that narcissists' bad behavior only comes out in the bad times, especially comparatively speaking. However, the longer the relationship goes on, people start to realize that this is actually not true. Much of this is on display throughout the relationship, no matter what phase of the cycle that it's in, especially the lack of empathy, the selfishness, and the egocentricity for which they are known. This never goes away, and the truth is, it usually isn't even hidden that well. People just don't realize what they're seeing, or they interpret it as something else. It is only through constant exposure to the behavior and more extreme examples over time that people realize what it is, and more importantly, that it's been there all along. If you find that you are caught up in romanticizing the good times, ask yourself if they really were that good or if they just seem good by comparison. Were you ever really truly supported by this person? Was there ever any real connection between you two as people? Did anything you ever cared about really ever matter? Were you ever truly seen by them? Were you ever really heard by them? The narcissistic cycle ensnares the ego with idealization by building it up to tremendous heights and then crushing the ego brutally with devaluation, seemingly at random or for no reason. This is a cycle that intoxicates the ego, inflates the ego, and even tricks it into falling in love with its own importance, then rips all that away, which causes the ego to endlessly chase for more, trying to explain, trying to prove, trying to reason, in the hopes of receiving idealization again. But this cycle is not based on real emotions or actual love at all. Idealization definitely feels good. Anyone would like to be considered perfect. It's like being in the first infatuating part of a relationship all the time, but it's not love. It can't be because there's no bonding, no intimacy, it's not based in reality in any way, and it includes no real understanding of the other person as a person at all. Even if you have genuine feelings for this person, you are missing and romanticizing idealization from them, not love. And you don't need idealization. It's just as toxic as devaluation. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, through Skype, and I do personal video Q&As worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org and click the Book an Appointment tab to go ahead and do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics several times a year. So if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and I wanted to talk to you for a couple minutes about promises made during hoovering. Narcissists can be very good at seeming contrite and willing to work on things, especially when threatened with loss. If you want to explore whether the promises made during a hoover are real, you can do that by asking some probing questions. Hoovering behavior and the sudden epiphanies that narcissistic people are infamous for can be very confusing for people. The safest response is, of course, no response. However, this is not always how it goes. So if you are somebody who is in the middle of a hoover right now and you're confused and wanting to know if you should trust in that, one of the ways you can do that is by asking reasonable, specific questions regarding the promises this person is making. Anybody who truly understands and is willing to fix the things that are the problem should be able to answer these questions without getting angry, without blaming other people. Questions like, how are you going to fix the problem? What do you believe the problem actually is? Why does this problem happen? How are you going to implement whatever solution that you've come up with? Why do you think the thing you are doing or not doing should be changed, right? If someone is simply telling you what they believe you want to hear or simply repeating things that they know that you have said, there's probably not going to be any satisfactory answers to these questions, and it's probably going to get obvious really fast. You might get answers like, it's a problem because you don't like it, which says nothing about the inherently wrong or hurtful nature of the behavior and takes no responsibility for it at all. You might get answers like, well, I'm just not going to do it anymore, which doesn't address the cause or causes of the problem and is not a viable solution. Changing any behavior requires acknowledgement that the behavior is problematic and doing real, consistent work to change it by adapting mindsets, making different choices, blah, blah, blah. Any solution that doesn't include plans for these things is not a real solution because it won't work. Now, it can be tricky. Sometimes they can have what seems to be a good answer, but then the more you probe, the more questions you ask, the deeper you try to go, you find that it's obvious they really have put no thought into this, or they don't really understand the situation, much less how to fix it. And of course, there's no real desire to fix it. This is simply throwing stuff at a wall and see what sticks. A word of caution, however, narcissists may react very badly to being questioned or pushed into giving answers that they really don't have. Once again, the safest course of action is to ignore the hoover and continue with or go no contact. So I hope that clears a few things up for you. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about the fact that you will always be a stranger to a narcissist. This is something a lot of people have trouble understanding, so I thought we could talk about it on the show today. One of the most confusing things about dealing with pathologically narcissistic people is that they never seem to get to know you. Not only are they usually completely uninterested in you as a person or in anything about you that they cannot somehow benefit from or that does not specifically and solely relate to them somehow, but it appears that they can't get to know people even if they try. Their brain creates an image of a person in their mind, and that becomes the sum of their knowledge of that person. It's inflexible, it does not evolve or change, and it is often not based on facts or reality anyway. This is one of the biggest reasons these relationships eventually fail.
The narcissist cannot understand that things, people, and situations can and do change. They will never accept that, and they will never allow this to happen in their perception. Anything wrong that someone did, or that the narcissist thinks they did, or thinks they would have done when the person was upset, or when they were a child, or when it was 10 years ago, or anything else, is considered to be the kind of person they are and will always be. This perception never changes, and it cannot be influenced by reality, facts, proof, or anything else. It is rigid and extremely inflexible. This causes enormous problems in their relationships. When you get to know somebody, you start to learn about aspects of their personality and their character, such as whether they're somebody who keeps their word, if they're honest, if they're responsible, if they are reliable, things that would be typical for them to do or say. This does not seem to happen with narcissistic people. They are never able to see what kind of person someone actually is, even if they did actually care to know. And consequently, they're never able to trust anybody. They don't really understand having a fixed identity that doesn't change, and that some people are unlikely to do some things. They can't learn from experience, and nothing overrides their perceptions, which they actually don't trust anyway. They don't trust themselves, and because of that, they cannot trust you or anyone. Narcissists often become enmeshed with people due to poor boundaries, but though this creates an unhealthy closeness and dependency, it is not true intimacy, and it does not translate to actually getting to know who, how, and what someone is. They end up feeling simply controlled by the other person because they're dependent on them, and they usually really fear and resent that. Enmeshment is often described as not knowing where you end and the other person begins. People who are enmeshed may believe they know the other person really well, or that they are experiencing intimacy, but in actuality they are too close to the other person, and they're unable to view them objectively or separately from themselves. Their own needs and emotions have gotten totally wrapped up in the other person and the relationship, and they can no longer see either one of these things clearly. Narcissists may be able to feel marginally more safe with someone who has never caused them a narcissistic injury. However, this does not translate into trust, because their fear that this will change does not go away no matter how much time has passed, and the behavior that narcissists exhibit because of this fear often causes people to inflict narcissistic injury on them in self-defense. For example, let's say that a narcissist feels marginally safe with a new partner because the new partner doesn't know anything negative about them, and they still believe that the narcissist is their dream come true. The narcissist enjoys this immensely, and they would love it to continue, but they have zero faith in that at all. Their fear, which is really paranoia, that this will change, causes them to begin to accuse their new partner of cheating or of not caring about them and things like that. This causes their partner to be hurt and confused, often leading them to pull away or respond in a negative way. This in return causes the narcissist to feel abandoned and rejected, which provokes a narcissistic injury. In the narcissist's view, this person has now become unsafe, and therefore they're untrustworthy. It's all downhill from here. The only way to be considered safe and therefore trustworthy by a narcissist would be to never be linked to a narcissistic injury in their perception. This means to never expose them in any way, never hurt them in any way, never upset them in any way, never question them in any way, never correct them in any way, never see them as having a flaw or making a mistake ever. Always view them as completely, totally perfect, and live with them in their false reality. This is, of course, not possible, not just because they're not perfect, but also because the narcissist's reality is not actuality, and the things they feel exposed or injured by cannot be predicted with any true reliability. Their interpretations of people's motives or actions are hard to understand and often impossible to foresee. Because of this, it is not possible to remain safe in a narcissist's perception. They live in a perpetual state of fear, flux, and vulnerability, where anyone is capable of any and everything at any time, no matter how much proof or experience to the contrary they may have. Of course, anyone is capable of anything, and even if we don't think something is true or we don't want to believe something, if we have proof that someone has done something, we should take that seriously. But, for example, a person could never have stolen anything from the narcissist or anyone for the entire 30 years or 20 years the narcissist has known them, but the narcissist will still believe this person will steal from them, especially if they are upset at the person or if they believe the person is upset with them. No other reason, no other facts or proof, just I think they will do that, or that they did do that, and this means they will do it, or that they did do it. The fact that they have 30 years worth of experience that point to the conclusion that this person is not a thief does not matter. Feelings are facts to a narcissist, and that's all there is to it. They feel this person will steal from them, and so the fact is, they will. No benefit of the doubt, no accepting someone's statements based on good faith, no consideration of anything to the contrary at all. The past means nothing. Experience means nothing. Reality means nothing. They believe everyone to be as unstable and terrified and ruthless as they are, and that's where it ends. Once a person has become unsafe, they are always unsafe. No apology is accepted, no explanation is entertained, and no correction of the narcissist's conclusion or perception is allowed. They do not genuinely accept apologies for either real or imagined wrongs done to them. They do not accept solutions to try to repair issues or resolve problems. They do not try to understand anyone else's side or point. They do not let things go or move on from things. They don't understand that things and people change, and they will not allow this perception. If reality does not convince someone of itself, you certainly have no hope of doing so. It is a pointless exercise to try to build or maintain a relationship of any kind with a person who has gotten to know you no better and has no more trust in you after 5 or 10 or 20 years than they had the day they met you. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide for international clients. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org and click the Book an Appointment tab to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year, so if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and I just wanted to talk to you for a few minutes about narcissists and magic tricks. You know, one of the biggest reasons no contact with narcissists is recommended so strongly is because your brain tends to believe what your eyes and your ears tell it, even if this contradicts known facts. Consider magic tricks and optical illusions. The reason people like them so much is because their eyes and their ears are telling them that it's real, even though their brain knows that it's not. This is what happens when you are around a narcissistic personality, except magic tricks are harmless and this relationship is not. One of the most common things people say regarding these relationships is that they're trying to internalize the information they have learned about narcissistic personalities, but they're having a really hard time and they feel very confused. Almost without fail, these are people who are still in the relationship in some way. This is one of the reasons no contact is so important. It's not possible to come to acceptance when there is conflicting information being thrown at you constantly. What you know does not match up with what your eyes and your ears are telling your brain, and the result can be massive confusion. Your brain tends to rely on your eyes and your ears, which results in believing the magic trick even though you know it's not real. Believing in a magic trick for 5 minutes at a magic show is harmless. Being unable to accept the reality about a predatory relationship is not. Going no contact stops or reduces the constant influx of contradictory information so that you can focus on accepting what you know to be the reality of the situation rather than exhausting yourself trying to incorporate and process conflicting information where it doesn't fit. The narcissist's self-portrayal often does not match up with what you know to be the facts about them, and in many ways, this is absolutely deliberate. Accept this as a reality and stop trying to make sense out of it. It's never going to make sense because it is directly and deliberately contradictory. The way to stop the confusion is to get out of the situation. There is no way you can become educated enough about something to be able to completely disregard what your eyes and your ears are telling your brain. This is not going to happen. It's how your brain works. The confusion will end when the contradictory information stops.
So I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that, as well as see what workshops, seminars, or clinics we are offering this month. Also, we have a support group that we are doing starting in January. It's called the Sacred Healing Recovery Group. If you're interested in that, you can find out about it on LittleShaman.org as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and I just wanted to talk to you for a few minutes about trying to redeem yourself in the eyes of narcissistic people. When you are dealing with narcissists who are holding the past against you, remember two things. Number one, you cannot ever erase or unhappen things that are in the past. And number two, short of doing that, nothing is ever going to be good enough. Years can go by before you discover this. Years that you spend trying to explain, trying to be understood, trying to apologize, trying to move on, only to find that it's not possible. Any failure in the narcissist's eyes is permanent and irredeemable. It doesn't even have to have actually happened. Their belief that it did is all that's required. If you admit it, you're a bad person. If you deny it, you're a liar. There is no reasonable way to deal with this. There's no forgiveness, no empathy, no understanding, no consideration, no benefit of the doubt, no good faith, no redemption, no moving on. The loss is permanent. Relationships obviously cannot exist within this framework. People are not perfect. They will hurt each other sometimes. They will do or say the wrong thing sometimes. They will make mistakes sometimes. Narcissists simply cannot accept that. They are so fragile that not only is there no room for them to be a human being, there's no room for anybody else to be one either. Any deviation from perfection seems to be seen as a permanent failure. The fact that it could happen at all is evidence of how unsafe, unreliable, untrustworthy, etc. somebody is. This is unforgivable, no matter why it happened, no matter how long it's been. A side effect of this mindset can also be that the narcissist is unable to move on from some self-imposed shame regarding things that they have done, and they claim that you are the person who will not let it go. At any rate, stop trying to redeem yourself in the eyes of a narcissist. The loss is permanent. It cannot be repaired. It is a favorite claim of narcissists in general that some failure or lack or mistake on the part of the other person is responsible for the problems in the relationship. And if that person can just redeem themselves in the narcissist's eyes, everything will be okay. Many narcissistic personalities may actually really believe that. The problem is that it's not true. The deep, deep insecurity and pathological distrust that are inherent in this personality structure make intimacy and trust impossible for them. They don't seem to realize that, however, and they can't take ownership of it anyway. Most probably really do believe the problem is the other person or the other people. They may say all the right things, but when it comes down to it, they simply cannot or will not do the things necessary to trust other people and repair relationships. This is considered to be your problem. If you can't fix it and you can't fix how they feel about it, you're going to get what you deserve. If you don't believe that this is how it is, ask yourself a few questions. Has this ever worked before? Does this person seem to legitimately trust anybody? Have they ever done so? Does this person seem willing to give you the benefit of the doubt in any way? Are they approaching things from an open-minded place with good faith? Does this person seem able to understand and empathize with your mindset or your situation or anything about you? Is this person actually willing to forgive and move on? Are they capable of doing these things? Is this person more invested in punishing you or in understanding and resolving? Does this person accept your explanations, your reasons, etc.? Do they even listen to these things? Do they keep bringing something up, no matter how long it has been, no matter how many times it has already been addressed? Make sure when you're looking at the answers to these questions, you are going off the person's actions, not their words. Many people say they are willing to do things, but their actions prove that they're really not. Many people say they trust others, but their actions prove that they really don't. Complicating this even further is the more a narcissistic person feels you're trying to convince them or change their mind, in essence, to manipulate them, the harder they are likely to resist and push back against what you're saying. When they don't feel you're trying to convince them, the more likely they are to believe that you don't care anymore and you're rejecting them and abandoning them. You cannot win here. This is unreasonable, illogical, and ridiculous. The more you try, the less they believe you. The less you try, the less they believe you. They don't believe you. 2 + 2 = 4, right? The basic thing here is that you should keep putting in all of this effort to convince them because it proves to them that they matter, even though the fact that you're trying so hard causes them to distrust your motives even more than they already do, and even though their contrary childish nature precludes them from even listening anyway. Most also have a deep-seated distrust. This often includes a fear of being controlled, manipulated, brainwashed, tricked, which makes considering anything anyone says almost impossible, especially if they're being contradicted. However, despite all of that, as soon as you stop trying to convince them, you may be immediately accused of not caring. This is not about you or what you are saying. So you have to get your mind around that fact. It's all about the attention and the focus and the energy you are pouring onto the narcissist in your attempts to get them to believe you, accept you, validate, whatever you're trying to do. That is what matters. What you want from them does not matter. It's not considered. It has not mattered. It will not matter, and you will not get it. What matters is you trying to get it. It is extreme effort that doesn't benefit you in any way. It's like being a hamster running on a wheel that is hooked up to a machine. Your energy is powering the machine and benefiting the people that are using that machine, but you are not getting anywhere, and you never will. So I hope that clears a few things up for you. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and I just wanted to talk to you for a few minutes about something that's really important. We talked about things that are said during a Hoover, promises that are made in a recent video. One of the other things that can happen during a Hoover is the narcissistic person may apologize. Don't be fooled by an apology. Because of the myth that narcissistic people never apologize, people might believe that if someone seems to have apologized, they are either not a narcissist or there has been some kind of breakthrough. However, someone who has learned to say that they're sorry after doing the same wrong or hurtful things over and over again is not someone who has changed and is not someone who is trying to change. This is someone who has learned that saying they're sorry is the price they need to pay to keep the relationship while still being able to do these wrong or hurtful things. Real remorse leads to changed behavior. Anyone can learn to say anything, whether they're a narcissist or not. You might have heard me say before that even a cannibal can learn to recite the Apostles' Creed. That means anybody can say anything. It's true that, generally speaking, narcissistic people are not big on apologies because they're either unwilling or unable to take responsibility for themselves or their behavior. However, that does not translate into them being incapable of saying words that sound like an apology, especially if they believe they're going to benefit from doing that or if they feel boxed into a place where there's no other choice. Many narcissistic people will say they are sorry or otherwise attempt to apologize in that situation. Most of these so-called apologies are pretty threadbare and they will not stand up to scrutiny, but some narcissistic people are good at making it sound like they're taking accountability and responsibility for their behavior even though they are not. Some may even believe they actually are doing that. But true understanding of and remorse for one's behavior leads to changed behavior, and it does not take years for that to happen. Due to the level of shame that narcissistic people operate underneath, they can be capable of seeming very genuinely remorseful and upset. They may apologize in a very grandiose fashion. They may become extremely upset when telling you how sorry they are. But there's a difference between shame and remorse. What you are seeing is shame. There is a video or two on the channel about the difference between these two things. Don't be fooled by apologies, whether they seem real or not. A true apology comes with changed behavior. So I hope that clears a few things up for you. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today, I wanted to talk to you about how to resist a Hoover in narcissistic or otherwise toxic relationships. For those who may not know, hoovering is what it's called when a toxic person tries to suck you back into the relationship with promises of doing better, declarations of love, or demonstrations of remorse. This is something virtually everyone dealing with an abusive or narcissistic person faces due to the push-pull nature of these relationships, so I thought we could talk about it on the show today. It's important to remember, too, that though most of the time people who talk about hoovering are referring to a romantic relationship, it generally happens in all abusive relationships, including those that involve family members. Hoovering is one of the reasons getting out of these relationships is so difficult. It's essentially recycled love bombing. After a period of devaluation where a person is treated terribly and sometimes even a discard, where they're thrown away like they don't matter, the narcissist suddenly becomes exactly what the victim has been waiting for. Kind, attentive, remorseful, interested. They may seem to totally get the problem and swear they will fix it. They may promise to do all the things they refused to do before: get married, go to therapy, take a vacation, stop drinking, take their medication, stop seeing other people. They may suddenly become easy to talk to and invested in the relationship. Though most do try to claim remorse for their behavior, in some situations, the devaluation they put the victim through is not mentioned at all. They simply behave as if nothing ever happened. In all situations, the victim, who is often overjoyed with this turning over of a new leaf, wants to believe in all of this and simply goes along with it. It's easier, and more importantly, it's what they've wanted all along. After months or even years of this cycle, it becomes a behavioral addiction that can be very difficult to get out of. Both the narcissist and the victim are addicted to the reward of hoovering, where all is forgiven and there is love and peace for a time. Because both are addicted to the reward, both often work hard to make it happen. Even victims who have left or ended the relationship may try to create a situation where it's possible for the narcissist to hoover them so that the cycle can be completed and they can feel better. If the narcissist does not hoover, the victim may become angry, anxious, or even panic. They may reach out to the narcissist in an effort to control the situation and bring about the completion of the cycle where everyone feels good again, everything's back to good. Everyone involved in this situation, including the narcissist, is trying to do the same thing: make themselves feel better. This is what addiction is: the pathological pursuit of reward even when there are hurtful or dangerous consequences to the reward-seeking behavior. A pattern of being in toxic relationships is almost always a behavioral addiction. Sometimes people don't want to hear that, but it's the truth. Healthy relationships don't provide the drama, the intense highs and lows that a toxic relationship does, and because of that, they're often unattractive to people who are living with the challenge of this particular behavioral addiction. This is nothing to be embarrassed or ashamed of, by the way. It's usually caused by childhood conditioning, and it's not anybody's fault. Addressing it is everybody's responsibility, though. Many people mistakenly believe that these feelings are love. It's probably true that you do genuinely care about the narcissist in your life, but it's also true that love is not what causes this behavior.
It's really important to understand and accept the addiction component of the situation so that you can understand why no contact is so important. The only way to break the cycle is to disrupt it. That means you have to let it go without being completed. The cycle must go uncompleted. Otherwise, it's just going to continue. Even if this particular relationship ends, it will continue with other people or in other ways. For example, this is why people go from toxic relationships with their parents to toxic romantic relationships. The cycle must be broken, and better ways to get these needs met must be created. It's just like any other addiction. In order to quit, you have to stop using. One of the ways you stop using is by resisting the Hoover. We're going to talk about 4 ways to do that, and if you have any others that have helped you, share them in the comments below so that other people can use them too. The first and best way to do this is by going no contact. There's no way to overstate how well this works. The narcissist cannot Hoover you if they cannot contact you, period. Sometimes no contact is not possible. For example, a person might have children with the narcissist and be required to have contact with them by the court. In almost all other situations, though, no contact is possible and should be used if a person truly wants to end the cycle. If it's possible for you to go no contact, but you have not been able to enforce or maintain no contact, it's really important to ask yourself why and to be honest with your answer. The voice of addiction is sneaky. It's very persuasive. Are you still in your addiction? Is it still driving your behavior? Have you really done everything you could to make sure this person cannot contact you? If not, explore why. And remember, no contact is not just not talking to somebody. No contact is no contact. No looking at their social media, no asking friends about them, no driving by their house to see if their car is there, nothing. All of these things are addiction behaviors. They perpetuate the cycle that you're trying to break. No contact is no contact. Number 2, be realistic and honest with yourself about what a Hoover really is. Hoovering is hard to resist because it creates a perception in the victim that they're going to get the love that they want, finally. The same way people misidentify their own unhealthy or addictive behaviors as love, they misidentify the narcissist's unhealthy and addictive behaviors as love too. Hoovering is not about love. It's not about passion. It's not about finally seeing the light. It's about control. Hoovering is not desperation for love. It's desperation for control. The narcissist is desperate to get the relationship back to a point where they can control it and get what they want. Often so is the victim, which is one reason hoovering is so effective. Most people believe they're getting what they want. Narcissists do not hoover people because they love them. It's not proof the narcissist loves you. It's not proof they want you. It's proof they become scared they can't control the situation anymore and may not get what they want, whatever that is. Be honest with yourself about what a Hoover is and what the narcissist really wants. They're hoovering you because they believe they will be able to bring you back under control. Hoovering is about owning people. It is not about love. As soon as you agree to come back under control, the cycle of abuse starts again. That is not love. Number 3, remind yourself of the cycles. Unless this is the first time this has ever happened to you, then you've been through a Hoover before. You've heard the promises, you've seen the tears, you've seen the hysteria, you've dealt with the desperation. You know what this is really about. After you've been in one of these relationships for a while, you start to see that these relationships do not evolve. Nothing changes. They simply run through a cycle over and over again. Not just the abuse cycle that we're all so familiar with, but a cycle of the narcissist's overall behavior. For example, after a time of not working, they may become more responsible. That can look like an evolution, but if you stay in the relationship long enough, you will likely witness a return to the irresponsible behavior. They may be physically abusive and then stop, which can look like evolution, but often given the fullness of time, they will return to that behavior again. It's the same with everything. The problems you had 5 years ago or 6 months ago are the same problems you have now or will have 10 years from now. The same promises you heard last year are the same ones you hear this year. It doesn't change. And it can take people years to really see because the cycle can look like evolution when it really isn't. So remind yourself of the cycles here. What's really changed? Have you heard these things before? Were the problems you had last year the same as the ones you have now? What has happened to make you really think this is any different? Now, sometimes people will say things like, well, the narcissist cried, or they apologized, or they deleted their social media, something like that, but they never did that before. That might be true for now, but if you stick around a few more years, you'll probably see it again. So think about the cycles. Number 4, work on you and getting your needs met the right way.
The best way to resist hoovering is to get to a place where it's not attractive to you anymore. You do that by doing the work on yourself to heal the vulnerabilities you have to toxic relationships in the first place. This work is not easy and it takes time to do, but it's so worth it in the end. Work on first identifying the dysfunctional patterns in your life. From there, you can address the conditioning you've been subjected to that created these patterns, and you can address the old wounds that resulted in your being conditioned to think, feel, or behave in unhealthy ways. Once you address those old wounds, you can break that conditioning and reprogram yourself with new, healthier behavior. It helps to look at this as a different way of being rather than work you're trying to do to get to a certain point. Healing is a journey, it's not a destination. It's not like one day you wake up and you're healed, like how you wake up and you don't have the flu anymore. Healing a spirit sickness, which is what this is a change in mindset over time, a gradual awakening and understanding of how things have become the way that they are. It's looking at old things in a new light with the same eyes. It takes time, and the sooner you can stop being distracted by someone else's healing and spirit sickness, you can start focusing on your own. That is the key to this whole thing. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to go ahead and do that. I teach workshops a few times a month, so if you're interested in seeing what we have going on, you can do that at LittleShaman.org as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and I just wanted to talk to you for a few minutes about the reality of narcissists. Trying to get along with narcissists on a basic day-to-day basis requires making a ridiculous, almost superhuman effort, and even on top of that, it still doesn't work. People eventually get sick of exerting so much effort for nothing. It's frustrating, it's exhausting, it's crazy-making, and perhaps most importantly, it's pointless. It doesn't work. You cannot reason with the unreasonable, so you have to stop trying. You will never make them understand the point, no matter what you do. They don't want to understand, and many of them are not capable of understanding anyway. They don't think the same way that you do, and you cannot make them. The only thing you can do is decide if you want somebody who behaves this way in your life or not, because the reality is, this is a person who has a legitimate problem. Personality is the expression of identity. The false self or selves that you see in pathologically narcissistic people are the expression of an unstable or even non-existent identity through the framework of a fractured, compartmentalized, and non-collaborative personality structure. It means the parts of their personality don't work together. They're not cohesive as a whole. The false self is a primitive, immature survival mechanism created as a result of not having a cohesive identity through which to form a stable personality. Without that, and due to lack of development that may or may not be the result of that, many fundamental functions and tasks either cannot be performed or can't be performed the way that people without these difficulties perform them. Parallel abilities must be created in order to do that, in order to survive. Examples of that would be using mimicry instead of empathy and enmeshment instead of actual bonding. Securing narcissistic supply is a requirement for the regulation of this personality because due to their dysfunction, they're unable to regulate themselves through any other means. It's necessary for survival. Being unable to regulate the self is not an option for any human being, and it leads to collapse. Presenting false selves to the world is a way to achieve that. It's also a way to combat the shame that they feel all the time, this omnipresent toxic shame. The qualities and the characteristics expressed through this false self or false selves may in fact be genuine qualities and characteristics held by this person, or they could be a complete fabrication designed to extract narcissistic supply from the environment. It can depend on how far down the narcissistic spectrum they are and a couple other things. But either way, the function of the false self and the utilization, the using of people around the narcissist remains the same no matter what. It doesn't matter. The more we can understand about the way that this pathology functions, the more sense we can make of the behavior. Making sense of the behavior is very important in order to understand what happened so that you can move on. That's very, very important. If you're dealing with a narcissist, there are a few things you really, really need to know. Because of what we were just discussing regarding this, the fact that this is a legitimate problem. It's a personality dysfunction. They don't think the way that you do. They do not see things the way that you do. They do not perceive things the way that you do. They don't feel things the way that you do. They don't understand things the way that you do. They don't even understand that these things are true, that this is the case. They don't care that this is the case. They don't know that they don't care. They don't know that they don't understand. And you cannot teach them any of these things. These things are really, really important to understand. If you're dealing with a pathologically narcissistic person, you're dealing with someone who has a legitimate problem with the way that their personality functions. It's not something that you can teach or convince them not to have anymore. Though it is a legitimate and serious problem, it's very important to remember also, this does not excuse their behavior or their choices. They know right from wrong. Lack of empathy, difficulty with impulse control, skewed perception, and impairment regarding cognition causes them not to care, but they know. And they're therefore accountable for these things. Now, the point of saying this is a legitimate problem is not so that people will feel sorry for them or to excuse any of their behavior. You do that at your own risk. This is genuinely dangerous thinking that puts people in harm's way, like trying to hug a lion in a cage because you feel bad for him. It needs to be said, though, so that people really understand this is not just a case of someone choosing to be mean or even abusive who might then choose to stop being mean or abusive if they can see how much they're hurting other people. It is far beyond that, and you are not going to be able to change this. If you're waiting for that to happen, it won't. Someone cannot stop being affected by disorder or dysfunction just because we want them to stop being affected by it. And someone with this particular problem is not going to understand or care why they should not engage in manipulative or exploitative behavior. It's just not going to register with them. You cannot love the pathology out of someone, and they cannot love you enough to somehow attain non-pathological functioning. Sometimes we hear from narcissists, from anybody. It happens all the time. People say, if you really loved me, you wouldn't act that way, or you would act this way. While this can be true in a factual sense, because certainly someone who loves you does not intentionally mistreat you, framing someone's behavior this way can be dangerous and unfair. Other people's behavior is not about or caused by us, and framing it in this way implies that it is. This can create the idea that if we're good enough, people give us what we want or what we think we deserve, but if we're not, then they don't. That's not reality. The reality is that right or wrong, fair or unfair, good or bad, people give us what they want to give us and are capable of giving us. It's not even about us or what we deserve or how good we are or our value or anything else. Looking at it this way implies that we're somehow responsible for this person's behavior. That's dangerous thinking, and it's false. It also implies that the only reason for someone's choices or their decisions or their behavior are their feelings for us. This is not reality either, even when we're talking about their behavior toward us or in the relationship. People make choices or react based on millions of pieces of information that they have stored up over the years, their beliefs, their thoughts, their experiences, their feelings. Very few of these pieces of information actually have anything to do with us, and often they don't have anything to even do with what's going on in that moment or in this situation. That's really important to understand. Lastly, if you're dealing with someone who has a legitimate problem, such as an addiction or a mental health challenge, expecting that to improve or even go away if they love you enough is not only unfair, that's just totally unrealistic. This does not mean that we should ever tolerate toxic or abusive behavior, but it does mean that we really need to pay attention to what our expectations are in these situations. There are some things that love cannot conquer. So I hope that clears a few things up for you. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com, Transrelational Healing, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that doesn't get enough attention in the conversation about narcissists, and that is how boring narcissists can be. For all that we hear about how enigmatic and magnetic and chaotic that pathologically narcissistic people can be, it's often left out of the conversation how boring they can be. The reality is, dealing with narcissistic personalities on a regular basis can often be extremely boring, almost mind-numbingly boring and empty, devoid of any true content. When you first meet them, narcissistic personalities can seem very engaging. They might have lots of stories and anecdotes or jokes and lines of patter. Maybe they have theories or points. The problem is, once you've heard all of these a few times, you start to realize that that's all there really is. It's like they have a Rolodex of intelligent things to say or interesting points to make, and once those are all used up, that's it. There are no more. Anything starts to get tiresome after you've heard it 50 times. And this is particularly true with narcissistic personalities because since so much of what they offer is just mimicry, memorization, and repetition anyway, there's not really any possibility for deeper conversation about anything they say. Even if they do actually know about what they're talking about or understand it in more than a surface way, they often take any attempts to probe deeper or asking questions as invasive and threatening, perhaps as an implication that they're wrong or they don't really know what they're talking about. And of course, many times they actually don't. So this fear is warranted, even though the people who are asking the questions usually don't know that. The narcissist wants to make sure they don't find out, so questions are often ignored in some way, answered in a circular fashion, treated as hostile, and responded to in the same fashion, hostilely, deflected somehow, or otherwise just not answered. If asking questions or trying to gain a deeper understanding of something is not permitted, conversation can't survive. Couple this with the fact that narcissists tend to respond with hostility to questions and to interest in general because they find it threatening, and conversation not only can't survive, but it often goes horribly wrong. The truth is, the emotional chaos of narcissists is easily the most quote-unquote interesting thing about them, and even that can become boring. How many times can you watch the same fireworks display or the same building being blown up before it's just not exciting or captivating anymore? This includes the seemingly positive emotional chaos like what we see in love bombing and idealization. Once people realize that the strong, intense emotions that they are reading from this person have nothing to actually do with them, but are literally only for and about the narcissist, they realize how empty this all really is. Some narcissists may seem enigmatic and magnetic at first because they're hard to read. Because they don't have a strong, cohesive sense of self, and because much of what they're putting out is an act, they don't seem to make sense to people's radar, which can trigger a desire to sort of like, quote, solve the mystery or figure them out. It is a bitter disappointment for many to find out that there is no big mystery. There's really nothing to figure out at all. Narcissists can also seem magnetic because they are emotionally unavailable in the extreme, and this can trigger people's wounds around not being seen and heard, which causes them to keep trying to make the narcissist see them and hear them and care about them. It's a subconscious attempt to address these wounds by trying to achieve a different outcome in a similar situation. That is sometimes known as repetition compulsion. For example, if someone felt unseen and unheard by an important caregiver in their life, when someone in their adult life is also emotionally unavailable, this can trigger a very strong desire to address that by getting this person to see them and hear them and validate them and care about them and choose them. There is often the idea that once this can be achieved, then the narcissist's deep well of emotional treasures will be unlocked and shared with the person. This is a fantasy from childhood, and it's often coupled with a cognitive distortion called heaven's reward, which is where people believe that the harder they work or the more they suffer, the bigger the reward is going to be at the end. But there is no treasure trove here. There is no reward with a narcissist. What you've already seen is basically all there is to this person. A not so great act that is covering up complete emotional chaos and arrested development. An emotional toddler who walks around pretending to be an adult and many times doesn't even do that very well. Nothing exciting or mysterious here at all. Many people find it too difficult to accept or to believe that that's all there is. They feel that there must be more to this person and they can waste years trying to find it. The reality is that what you see is what there is, and that is basically nothing. That's the biggest way that narcissists are boring. There's just not a whole lot there. And once you've seen this sort of main act a few times, there's really nothing else of interest to see. They don't have much to talk about. They're not really curious about things the way that other people are. They aren't usually that great at conversation with other people in general. They're not interested in other people. They actually don't seem to have very many interests or to be interested in very much at all outside of themselves. It's just the same complaints or hard luck stories or bragging or heroic tales or superficial chatter over and over and over again, all starring the narcissist. People in relationships with pathologically narcissistic personalities often find themselves literally bored silly. This could sound trite or even unimportant compared to the suffering that these personalities are capable of inflicting, but when you add it to the amount of gaslighting and abuse already happening, it becomes much more damaging. People need stimulation. They need connection. They need to bond. They need interaction. But when you're dealing with narcissistic personalities, you may very well find these things very hard to come by, especially as the relationship goes on through time. Far from the intense love bombing and whirlwind chaos narcissists are notorious for, many narcissists are not interested in interacting with the people around them at all after a while. They choose instead to stare at their devices, to play games that are just designed for one person, to stay physically separated from those around them, and just generally to not interact. This can be very damaging for young children of narcissists, for example, who need their parents' attention, as well as for spouses and other people who have been isolated from others at the narcissist's instigation and have no real or meaningful interaction with anybody else. Bids for interaction or connection with the narcissist are often met with hostility and aggression because narcissists typically find even basic interactions with other people very stressful, and because they tend to resent any encroachment on their time and space by other people. Anything you ask them for is too much, and people are often viciously attacked and shamed just for doing that, just for asking the narcissist to spend time with them, or just for trying to initiate a conversation and have some interaction. After this happens enough times, people stop trying to interact with the narcissist, and many have long since stopped interacting with other people because it's not worth the problems. Shame can also have a lot to do with people isolating themselves from others as well. However it happens, people can find themselves left alone with a narcissist as their main or even only source of meaningful human interaction. Even in the best of times, the positive interaction with this type of person is often very limited. They just don't have much interest in other people. Talking to a narcissist is like talking to a person on TV who cannot see you or hear you. No matter what you say, they just continue on with their performance and saying their little lines and acting out their little role. It's the most frustrating, uninteresting thing in the entire world. Even if narcissists are interested in interacting, and even if they are inclined to behave appropriately during the interaction, it's still often very superficial, very one-sided, and can turn ugly very fast, making it impossible to ever enjoy it or to even relax. There's no trust here whatsoever, not even basic trust that this person will remain the same character or persona from one moment to the next. Nor should there be any trust in this regard, honestly, because there's absolutely no guarantee that that will happen. Any positive interaction with a narcissist is generally spoiled by that. More often, though, the general interaction with narcissists vacillates between vicious arguing and fighting or being completely ignored, especially as the relationship goes on. You can sit with a narcissist for hours, and if you don't talk, there may literally be not one word uttered. Even when you're ostensibly doing things together, interaction is often limited or non-existent. Unless you're arguing, of course, and even then, even the arguing may fade away to something that only happens occasionally, leaving people in situations where they are completely ignored, as if they're a piece of furniture. People sometimes say this is because narcissists are not worried about trying to impress people after they've already secured the relationship, and there is truth to that. But it's also because of what we've been saying here. They just don't have very much to offer. They're very, very limited. There's nothing really there for people who are not completely, totally brand new to the relationship or the situation. People who are not brand new to the relationship or to the situation have already seen all the razzle-dazzle. They've heard the sizzle. They've smelled the steak. Those things brought them into the restaurant. They sat down. They were told that the steak was available. They ordered it, and their order was accepted. Now they want to eat it. The problem is they can't eat it. They can't eat it because it doesn't exist. There is no steak. The sizzle and the smell that drew you in are the closest you are going to get. And when people start wanting to eat the steak, when they start wanting a real relationship from the narcissist, this is where everything falls apart. They can't give you the steak that they offered because there actually isn't one. So they either try to keep you around by promising that it's coming eventually, or they shame and attack you for wanting to eat it. Either way, you don't get it because it doesn't exist and it never did. They have nothing to give you. People sometimes interpret this sizzle and the smell to mean that there had to be a steak. There had to be a steak. I heard it. I smelled it. There has to be one, which means that the narcissist has the ability to produce, but they're just refusing. This is where the belief in the treasure trove and the attempts to convince the narcissist to share their emotional riches that we were just talking about earlier, that's where that comes from. This is false. The implied or perceived appearance of something does not translate into a reality of the thing. A mirage in the desert looks like water, but you can walk until you drop, and that water will never get any closer because it's not really there. It's a combination of factors creating an illusion that there is water, and this is enhanced by our own thirst. We believe, and often continue to believe, that there is a steak, in large part because we're hungry and we want there to be a steak, not because there's any real evidence that there ever was one. Narcissists are aware in their own way that they don't have anything to offer other people. Most of them don't seem to realize how limited they actually are, but they do seem to be aware that a real relationship is not going to work for them. Which doesn't matter anyway because they don't seem to really want one. They find actual intimacy threatening and scary, and the idea of reciprocity is not just frightening to narcissists, but it makes them angry. The idea that they should have to give anything in order to get something triggers an infantile entitlement, probably based in the fact that they don't actually have anything to give and they know that. If people are required to give in order to receive, then narcissists are essentially cut right out of that equation from the jump, which means they can't get anything. They tend to feel that this is unfair somehow, and it makes them angry to be required to do anything. They do, however, need other people in order to function, hence our metaphor about the sizzle and the smell of the steak. They need others to come around and stay around, at least for a little while, and the promise of the steak is how they achieve that. We can see this in the way that they will almost never actually admit that there is no steak, even though they very clearly know that. Instead, they pretend it's coming soon as you do this and wait for that and jump through this hoop and hop over that hurdle and climb this mountain and swim that river. Or they attack and shame and berate you for wanting to eat it while at the same time insisting that they really were going to give it to you. At no time do they ever just give you the steak, and at no time do they ever just say there isn't one. They continue this fatal balancing act of pretending it exists and it's attainable, just either not right now or not for you personally. It's the same worn out magic trick over and over and over again. It doesn't take very long at all for this to get really old, and that's why it isn't nearly as effective on people who are not new to the situation. Narcissistic personalities are aware of that to a degree. They can see that it's not as effective any longer. That's why they stopped bothering. There was never anything to give you in the first place, and you are no longer satisfied with just promises that the aroma and the sound are going to lead you somewhere, so why waste any effort on you when you have already learned that you're never going to get to eat? If you're dealing with a boring narcissist who suddenly becomes the life of the party or the kindest person in the world or the most helpful elf in the room around other people, try to look past your initial emotional reaction to this and see what there really is to see. You've already heard all of these stories. You've already seen the depth of their, quote, kindness. You already know what strings are attached to their, quote, help. You've seen what this person really has to offer, and the truth is, it's not very much at all. The people they're currently performing for don't know that yet, but you do. Don't let it bother you. It's not worth it because in the end, it's always the same. The traveling circus eventually folds up its tents and moves on, and this sad one-dimensional clown is left behind, waiting for another circus so they can suit up and begin their act again. Same paint, same act, same result every single time. Don't take their failure to try to perform for you anymore as meaning anything about you. It doesn't. It means their worn-out bag of tricks has been exhausted and they can't adapt to that, so they just try to ignore it. Take it as evidence of their inability to actually engage with anybody on even a basic, genuine level, because that's what it is. At the bottom of it, narcissists are all sizzle and no steak. If you're in the situation where this person has become your main or only means of interacting with other humans, there's no other way to say it. This needs to be changed immediately. Humans do not do well in this kind of environment at all. It can cause extreme stress reactions in people. This kind of boredom is oppressive and even dangerous. Find things you can do that interest you, people to talk to. Even just small talk and surface banter can help. Find a therapist, a group, an online community. Go to the park. Reconnect with family members or friends if you can do that. Do something. Don't let this person shrink your world down to just them because you will be in it alone. Their world doesn't include you. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via Messenger, and through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, clinics, and seminars multiple times throughout the year. So if you are interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication. You can find them on Amazon and LittleShaman.org if you would like to get a copy. And if you would like to join our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com, Transrelational Healing, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit littleshaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about trying to be the, quote, good guy in relationships with narcissists. This is something most people deal with when interacting with narcissists, so I thought we could talk about it on the show today. One of the most damaging, hurtful things about dealing with narcissists is the constant casting of you into the role of the villain. Whether you're evil or wrong or stupid or inept or some other negative attribute, when dealing with narcissists, everyone is eventually cast into the villain position in the narcissist story. This happens for a few reasons. Chief among these is that due to the deficits and issues with arrested development that underpin the pathologically narcissistic personality, narcissists tend to operate along basic, simple, and binary narratives. Good guy, bad guy is about the simplest, most basic, and most binary narrative that there is. It's one of the oldest stories around. Good versus bad, light versus dark, righteous versus evil, this kind of thing. Like kids playing cops and robbers, this is very easy to understand and it's very easy to execute. It's literally just, I'm good and you're bad. Narcissists have extreme difficulty with nuance and understanding shades of gray. They tend to see things as very black and white. So, internalizing the reality of more complex dynamics and understanding these is often beyond their capabilities. It really is. Indeed, they may even become frustrated or angry with attempts to inject nuance and complexity into dynamics and understanding, claiming that to do that is to make things complicated and confusing. For them, it probably does. Like very young children, adult narcissists have serious issues with whole object relations, meaning they have immense difficulty with combining contradictory characteristics into a cohesive, integrated image of one object. In other words, they can't really understand that a person has both positive and negative qualities or attributes. For narcissists, if you're good, you're all good. And if you're bad, you're all bad. This is why their negative images and characterizations of other people are more like children's cartoon villain caricatures than they are like real people. And this appears to be very sincere. These extreme polarizations are how they understand human beings, including themselves, which is why generally they must always be the good guy. Their conception of a bad guy is very, very bad indeed, and there's no in between. You cannot be both bad and good. You're one or the other. Their definition of good is angelically good. Their definition of bad is very, very bad. Absurdly, delusionally bad. Like Snidely Whiplash tying a helpless maiden to the railroad tracks, bad. Who would want to be that guy? Another reason narcissists cast virtually everyone into the villain role eventually is that because narcissists see things in such binary terms, there has to be a good guy and a bad guy. This isn't just a simple, convenient narrative. It's legitimately how they see things. As we just discussed, the bad guy cannot be the narcissist. That just can't be. That is intolerable. So it has to be you or whoever else is around enough to be able to be blamed. If you've not been the villain yet, guaranteed somebody else is, and if that person disappears or ends up in a position where they have less influence or presence in the narcissist's life and you have more, you will very likely become the villain instead. As an example, let's say you met the narcissist in your life while they were going through a divorce. Their ex partner is the big bad boogeyman. They are the villain, evil, manipulative, scheming, a cheater, a thief. They would probably kill the narcissist if they could get away with it. That is how bad they are. For your part, you are a de facto good guy here. Not the good guy. The narcissist is the good guy, but you are a good guy because you are solidly on the narcissist's side. However, as time goes on and the ex has become less and less of a factor in the narcissist's life, the villain role will begin to shift. Why? Because it has to. The lack of a clear bad guy to blame and project onto, to compare themselves with, creates a vacuum in the narcissist's life, and that cannot be tolerated. Remember, narcissists exist only in the reflections from other people, only in contrast or by comparison to others. And remember further that they must project and blame their own insecurities, failures, and shortcomings onto other people. Therefore, there has to be a bad guy, and it has to be somebody who has a large enough presence in the narcissist's life to matter. How can you blame everything on someone who isn't even there to do anything? A big part of the role that other people play in a narcissist's life is as the person to blame things on. A good guy isn't a good guy unless and until he is compared to a bad guy. Due to the pervasive lack of a stable, cohesive self-image or identity, in order for the narcissist to consistently see and experience themselves as a good and worthy, valid person, they need a bad guy. The one who spoils everything, the one who sabotages and destroys all the stuff the narcissist is trying to do, the one who forced the narcissist to do any of the negative or, quote, bad things they might have to admit that they did, the one they can compare themselves to and see that they are good and worthy and better. A villain, essentially. This is a large part of how it works out that narcissists so often mistreat the people closest to them. By necessity, the villain generally has to be a person who is very close to the narcissist because, again, how can you blame a person for everything if they're not there? How can you develop a self-image so that you can consistently experience yourself as real through constant comparisons to another person if that person is not around literally all the time? Narcissists who cannot do this face a legitimate crisis as they don't have a stable identity, and without a stable identity, a personality can't really function. That's why the result of taking these constant reflections away from narcissists is collapse. The personality essentially collapses in on itself because there's no foundation, no identity there to hold it up. This is what narcissistic supply does, what it's actually supplying. It supplies the narcissist with a self-image and an identity that they can experience as real. They need this because they don't actually have one that exists independently. Just as the phrase narcissistic abuse refers to the type of abuse being perpetrated, not the type of perpetrator, narcissistic supply refers to what is being supplied, not who is receiving. Narcissistic abuse is abuse that targets a person's ego directly, their literal sense of self. Narcissistic supply is the same. It involves the person's ego, their sense of self, directly. The word narcissistic in this context is not referring to the actor directly, but the mechanism targeted or otherwise involved, which is the sense of self. This is why trying to be the, quote, good guy in these situations is pointless. If we look at the situation through the reality of these lenses, we realize how pointless it really is. This person's need for you to be the bad guy or the villain or the liar or the saboteur or whatever other negative thing goes beyond this interaction or this entanglement, and even you as a person, far beyond. In fact, you yourself are not really part of the equation in any real way because you yourself are not really real in the equation. There is an Aesop's fable called The Wolf and the Lamb. And in this fable, the wolf wants to eat the lamb, so he tries to come up with things that the lamb has done wrong in order to justify killing the lamb. The lamb is able to prove that these things couldn't be possible, and so in the end, the wolf simply states that he's sure the lamb is culpable of something somehow and eats the lamb anyway. The moral of the story is that a tyrant will always find a pretext for his tyranny. Therefore, it's useless for the innocent to try to reason with a tyrant because they are intent on being unjust. In this fable and in others like it, this sound and just reasoning offered by the accused is rejected by the oppressor because it doesn't really matter. The oppressor is going to do what they're going to do anyway. The justifications that they are creating through accusing the victim of quote unquote crimes that they deserve to be punished for is really just a game the oppressor is playing with themselves, or perhaps playing for the benefit of some audience somewhere, because nothing the victim can do or say will change what's going to happen. Doesn't matter. As the Russian saying distilled from these kinds of fables states, my need of food is guilt enough of yours. In other words, the fact that they need this to happen is all the reason that's necessary. For narcissists, their need to maintain a positive self-image requires them to cast you as the bad guy because this is the only way they can be the good guy. How can they be a good guy winner if there's no bad guy loser? These binaries can only exist in direct comparison to each other. Otherwise, you're just a guy, and that's not an identity. Their motivation is not about truth or fairness or facts or logic. It's about needing you to be something, because through this identification of you, through your now identity, then they can be something too. You can't reason your way out of this, and your actual innocence or guilt don't matter in this situation at all. They need you to be bad, so you are. And however we get there, just semantics. But there's another reason to stop trying to be a good guy here. Not only is it pointless, it's dangerous. Due to the narcissist binary thinking, when you're saying that you're not a bad guy, you are saying that the narcissist is a bad guy. Remember, there has to be a bad guy and a good guy, and narcissists only exist in comparison and contrast to others, which means that if you're not the bad guy, they are. Even if you're not saying that, it doesn't matter. This is where the narcissist's distorted thinking and lack of nuance becomes especially problematic. Your attempts to explain, clarify, or advocate for yourself are inevitably interpreted as attacks, which then justify the narcissist's retaliatory actions in their own mind. It's a vicious, self-reinforcing cycle that you simply cannot win, and you're not going to be able to get out of it. Your reasonable, logical attempts to defend yourself are taken as acts of aggression against the narcissist, which are used as justification for any retaliation that they choose. In a Persian telling of the theme that we've been exploring called The Hawk and the Partridge, the hawk accuses the partridge of taking up all the shade so that the hawk has to sit in the sun. When the partridge points out that it's actually nighttime and therefore they have done nothing wrong, the hawk kills the partridge for contradicting him. The partridge understandably attempts to reason with the hawk, providing context and advocating for itself. The hawk immediately perceives this as an attack and responds with violence, killing the partridge. Once again, the end result was inescapable, it's inevitable. Nothing the partridge did or said was going to change that. You deserve to be punished for this crime, so I'm going to kill you for that. Oh, you didn't commit the crime? How dare you tell me I'm wrong? I'm going to kill you for that. This fable perfectly encapsulates the dynamic that we're discussing here. The narcissist's inability to tolerate any questioning or contradicting of their self-assigned, quote, good guy status. The victim's efforts to explain or clarify are inevitably seen as acts of aggression, trapping them in an inescapable cycle of accusation and retaliation. The more you try to defend yourself or provide context or explain what happens, the more it appears to the narcissist that you're trying to convince them that they're the bad guy. It doesn't matter that this is illogical and ridiculous. It doesn't matter that this is absurd and crazy. It doesn't matter that it's delusional and unreasonable. It doesn't matter. My need of food is guilt enough of yours. That is what matters. In a practical sense, trying to be the good guy in these situations actually plays right into a narcissist's hands. A large part of the manipulation in these situations is centered around the narcissist claiming that the victim is a bad person or not good enough somehow, causing the victim to try ever harder to be a good person who is good enough. The reality is they already are. Most people already know that. They want the narcissist to see this too and agree with it, to validate it, right? Who doesn't want that? The way the narcissist presents things, it seems like it would be possible to prove that to them. The constant criticism and character attacks from the narcissist often boil down to the same thing over and over again. Be better. And people do try. However, as we've been discussing, this is not possible. You can't raise your own estimation in the eyes of a narcissist because this will automatically lower their own estimation of themselves by default. Again, yes, this is illogical and ridiculous. It doesn't matter. That's how it is. It's a zero-sum game where any advancement or rising up of one party results in the automatic, immediate setback and lowering of the position of the other. Because of this, the narcissist's constant harangue that the victim needs to do better and be a better person is a red herring, because the victim cannot actually be allowed to do that, and because it's not based in reality anyway. It's just them trying to make themselves feel and look better. It's a no-win situation, the same one presented to the poor partridge in the fable that we were talking about earlier. If people don't defend themselves, they'll be labeled as bad and punished. But if people do defend themselves, they will also be labeled as bad and punished. You're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. So since you can't change the narcissist's mind, and you cannot, then you have to change the way that you look at it. Stop trying to be the good guy. Stop trying to do things to prove to this person that you are who you say you are. Stop investing so much in their image of you. It's not real. And the very fact that it is so wrong proves that you can't correct it. Because if reality meant anything to this person at all, if facts meant anything to this person at all, it wouldn't be so wrong. This needs to be understood because it's really, really important. The very fact that the narcissist has such a wrong image of you at all is evidence that this wrong image cannot be corrected by proof or reality. If it could, the narcissist would not have such a wrong image of you in the first place, because it's not based on proof or evidence or reality in any way. Investing in this false image of yourself, even to try to correct it, is succumbing to the narcissist's manipulations. It's validating this. It's operating along their lines. They define themselves through defining you. If you interact with this false image, even to try to correct it, you are validating it, and thereby automatically validating the narcissist's false image of themselves too. Not even just for them, by the way, but for you too. You're investing importance in it that it does not deserve. You're making it matter when it doesn't. You're giving life to a ghost, in other words. It's literally a made-up fantasy. Allowing that to dominate your thoughts, to define you for yourself, to define this other person, in spite of all the evidence that you see of how they really are, allowing this to direct your choices and your behavior is a completely understandable but ultimately very large mistake. When you invest in these false images, particularly the one of yourself, when you allow the narcissist fantasy to have power over you, when you let it influence or even dictate your behavior and your choices because you are so determined to be seen as the good guy that you know you are, the person you are actually destroying your own ability to advocate for or defend yourself in any way. Because this requires you to take all of their quote-unquote feedback as truth, as honest, and attempt to modify yourself in order to fit into that. The end result of this is that you allow the narcissist to control every single thing about the interaction, about the relationship, including how you see yourself. This is a massive, massive mistake. This person does not see you as you actually are. Their perceptions often have zero connection to the truth or to reality at all. They are based on the narcissist's needs, projections, and emotions. These things may have absolutely nothing to do with you or anything that you are doing or not doing, which means that you can't address them by addressing your behavior or by walking on eggshells, trying to prevent the narcissist from being hurt, insulted, offended, or otherwise reacting negatively, because they're not actually reacting to what's objectively happening. They just think they are. It works like this. You say or do something, whatever it is, doesn't matter. The narcissistic personality interprets the thing that you said or you did to mean something it may or may not mean, and has an emotional reaction to how that interpretation makes them feel. They react to their emotional response with behavior such as doing or saying something, or not doing or not saying something. They believe that how they feel about what they think happened is an accurate reflection of objective reality. For example, I was offended because you're being offensive. I was hurt because you're being hurtful. You're trying to hurt me, etc., etc. Because of that, they blame the entire thing on you, and they believe the problem is what or how or when or whatever that you are doing and saying things. The fact that the narcissist's interpretation and subsequent emotional reaction to that interpretation could be wrong or is being influenced by other things does not occur to them, and it makes no sense at all to them if it's pointed out. As they see it, what you said made them have the reactions that they had, therefore, that's the problem. Therefore, you are the problem. Period. That's the narrative. You're the problem. And it isn't enough for those people around the narcissist to conform to this narrative, their alternate interpretations of reality. The people around them also have to believe it. They have to be it If they don't, then the narcissist can't become what they're trying to become by comparison and experience as real through the reflections of themselves from the other person. In other words, it's not enough for the victim to just accept that the narcissist sees them as the bad guy. The victim has to believe themselves to be the bad guy too. That's the only way the narcissist can truly see themselves as the good guy in the equation. Remember, they can only see and experience themselves through the eyes of other people, which means that essentially they only exist in these reflections from other people. It's not a metaphor. It's not hyperbole. This is why just conforming to the narrative is not enough, as you have probably noticed. A performance of bad acting doesn't convince anybody. It has to be real to be real. It's very similar to a child with a doll. The child may be very attached to the doll, but the doll is only whatever the child makes it. It does, says, thinks, feels, whatever that the child dictates. For example, the child can believe that she's a mommy when playing with her doll because the dolly is the baby, and it's only capable of embodying whatever understanding the child has of mommies and babies. It's a perfect reflection to the child of their fantasy image of themselves. If the doll behaved in a way that did not conform to the child's understanding of this, for example, if the doll jumped up and started smoking cigarettes and talking about how it wants to go to the club, the image would be completely ruined. It would be totally spoiled. The doll, then, is not viewed as just a prop, even though it absolutely is one. It is the mirror that provides the proper reflection of the child's fantasy image back to them. It's a vessel that reflects the child's own internal understanding, fantasies, and self-image. I'm the mommy because I'm taking care of the baby. The child does not see the doll as a mere object, but as an extension of their own psychological and emotional needs. The doll becomes the medium through which the child can project and realize, meaning to make real, their desires, fears, and understandings about the world. It is not a superficial interaction with an object, in other words, but a deeply meaningful one in which the doll takes on strong symbolic significance. The doll is not just a plaything, but a reflection of the child's innermost self and therefore an integral part of the interaction, even though the doll is not understood as an entity that is separate from the child. Similarly, narcissists do not view the people around them as independent, autonomous individuals, but as psychological mirrors, as reflections that validate the narcissist's own distorted self-image via either comparison or contrast. The victim becomes a mirror, a vessel that exists to ultimately validate and affirm the narcissist's unstable sense of self back to them. Others are absolutely an integral part of the interaction, but not because they are seen as autonomous and independent individuals. It's because of the emotional and psychological weight that the narcissist places on these interactions. The people are props, yes, but not just props at all. Rather, they are vessels for realizing deeply personal, highly charged projections and fantasies about the narcissist. This further highlights the lack of empathy that characterizes a narcissist's interactions with other people. Just as a child cannot fully recognize the doll as a separate entity, a narcissist is incapable of truly seeing the other people around them as independent and separate individuals. This is why they don't understand the victim's suffering. The same way that a child will claim that they love a doll, but also leave the doll laying out in the mud for days. There's no understanding of a separate entity here at all. That is why what happens in relationships with narcissists happens. They're not so much trying to usurp or undermine your identity as much as they are essentially unaware in any real way that you actually have one. Just as it is with a child and a doll, the other people around narcissists are seen as extensions of the narcissists themselves. Dolls are idealized and in many ways stereotypical representations of human beings. Children play with dolls as a way of trying to make sense out of the world and the people around them in a way that's within their capacity. A doll is a blank canvas onto which the child can project their own fantasies, desires, interpretations, understanding of human behavior and relationships. In this exact same way, the narcissist views the people in their life as extensions of themselves, vessels to be filled with whatever roles or identities that the narcissist requires. In the same way that a child assigns specific personalities, emotions, and motivations to their dolls, the narcissist assigns these same things to the people around them based on their own needs, their own understanding, their own perceptions. The victim becomes a character in the narcissist's psychological drama, expected to play the part that the narcissist has chosen for them rather than being recognized as a distinct, autonomous individual. There's no escaping this role. For this and all the other reasons that we've discussed here today, there's simply no way for you to overcome this dynamic. There isn't really a way for the narcissist to overcome it either. Regardless of your intentions, of your actions, it plays out the same. This is the level of their capability. Ultimately, you will become caught in a catch-22 from which there's no escape. If you agree and accept the narcissist characterizations of you and your actions, you're punished because you're admitting that you're a bad guy. If you do not agree with it, if you defend against it, you are also punished because you're denying that you're a bad guy and you're saying the narcissist is a bad guy. There's no room for the possibility that you might not actually be a bad guy. And this is because there's no room for the possibility that the narcissist is not the good guy. The mommy can't be the mommy if the baby's not the baby. Therefore, you are the bad guy whether you agree with that or not. And whether it's even true or not, doesn't matter. I want to be the mommy, therefore you're the baby, period. Allowing these delusional characterizations of yourself to carry any weight with you only makes it so that you can't defend yourself, because defending yourself automatically makes you the bad guy. So does not defending yourself, by the way, but at least defending yourself allows you to say, at least to yourself, that you reject these false images and characterizations of who you are as a person. The worst thing for a victim in this situation is to allow these delusional characterizations to get any foothold in your mind. Your relationship with the narcissist is not going to change either way. It will be just as abusive and one-sided as it ever was, but your relationship with yourself will be very damaged, perhaps irreparably. And that relationship is much more important than the one that you fantasize you're having with any narcissist, because the fantasy is all it is. So in conclusion, stop trying to convince people that you're a good guy in these situations. It doesn't work in a lot of cases, but even more importantly, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much you try to conform to a narcissist's standards or influence their opinion of you. It doesn't matter if other people don't understand why you've ended the relationship or why you go no contact. It doesn't matter if they have opinions of you that you don't agree with. It doesn't matter. These things are not more important than your well-being. Even just saying that out loud sounds crazy. So we're going to say it again. Other people's opinion of you are not more important than your own well-being. And allowing them to interfere with your choices regarding your well-being is really, really unhealthy and toxic. If someone is willing to sacrifice their well-being just so that other people don't think they're the bad guy, or if their well-being is tied to or even dependent upon needing other people to see them a certain way, that needs to be explored, because this mindset is extremely unhealthy and it generally causes serious, serious issues and hurt for people. There's no reason to judge yourself for this. If that sounds familiar to you, it's a big club and there are a lot of people in it. It's also unfair and counterproductive. Healing is about learning what works and what doesn't work for you, then using that knowledge to implement strategies so that more things can work. Understanding why we make the choices that we make and what we're actually trying to get out of any given situation is a great place to start. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year. So if you'd like to see what we're offering this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have a few books out for publication, so if you're interested in picking up a copy, you can do that on LittleShaman.org or on Amazon.com. And if you are interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that is extremely common to hear when talking about narcissists and the dynamics of narcissistic relationships, and that is that narcissists can read other people, that they can read other people's emotional states. We hear this all the time. It is often cited as the reason that narcissists can be so successful at manipulation, for example. The idea is that narcissists are able to accurately read and interpret the emotions of other people, that they can understand these and therefore use them against others for their own gain. It's understandable that people believe this is the case. At first glance, narcissists appear to be able to home in on people's weaknesses with almost supernatural precision. However, it's also true that narcissists generally have a pretty severe empathy deficit, and that causes some issues with the idea that they can read or understand the emotions of other people. Empathy is the understanding of the reality of other people's emotions and the ability to understand how these emotions impact other people, how they make others feel. If narcissists have no empathy, then by definition, they cannot read, understand, or interpret the emotional states of other people accurately. That's what empathy is. If they don't have it, then they can't do that. Some people have floated the concept of cold empathy as pertaining to narcissists, which is the logical understanding and interpretation of emotional states minus the emotional warmth, but that doesn't necessarily ring true either, considering the enormous amount of projection that narcissists are engaging in all the time. Empathy, either warm or cold, is the opposite of projection. When we are engaging in empathy, we see how the other person feels. When we are engaging in projection, we see how we feel. The fact that pathologically narcissistic people are so wrong so often about what they claim other people are feeling speaks more to projection than anything else, as does the fact that the emotions they believe they are, quote, reading or, quote, feeling from other people are almost always negative and almost always about them. People sometimes cite the times that the narcissist was quote unquote right about their feelings as proof that narcissists can read other people, but this very often seems to fall into the category of even a broken clock is right twice a day. That means that sometimes it's just a coincidence. If you constantly expect a thing to happen, eventually it will happen and then you will be quote unquote right. If every time a car comes onto the street you say, it's red, then eventually you're going to be right. This isn't proof that you knew the color of the car. It's just proof that if you guess the same thing over and over again, once in a while you're going to be correct. If the narcissist in your life constantly accuses you of being angry at them or feeling negatively toward them, just based on the law of averages, sometimes that's going to be true, especially if they're constantly provoking you and accusing you. This doesn't mean that they were reading you accurately. They are generally wrong much more often. A broken clock is right twice a day, yes, but it's wrong every other time. It's kind of like with a phony psychic. People want to believe in the psychic so much that they only remember or place any importance on the things that sounded right, and they dismiss or forget about all the other stuff that was actually incorrect. What appears to actually be happening is that rather than reading and understanding other people's emotional states, narcissists are observing people's reactions and projecting meaning onto them that lines up with what the narcissist is expecting, what they're afraid of, or what they already perceive to be true. It is completely self-referential and has nothing to do with the other person at all. This is perhaps where the idea of cold empathy came from in this context because, yes, narcissists are very much studying your reactions. Since they lack empathy, they have no other way to gauge what any of the things that you're saying or doing mean. In fact, they can focus so much on trying to interpret nonverbal cues that they actually miss what's being said. That happens all the time. The problem with the concept of cold empathy here is that narcissists generally cannot read or interpret these reactions very well at all. And due to the level of projection that they're engaging in, they appear to only interpret things through the lens of what they themselves are thinking and feeling anyway, without consideration for any other factor at all. Engaging with empathy, even cold empathy, would result in more accurate readings. The reality is, anyone who has engaged with narcissists will tell you that many of them are wrong about how they perceive others to be feeling an overwhelming majority of the time. They cannot read facial expressions accurately. They cannot read body language accurately. They cannot read tone accurately. They simply cannot read other people. They watch reactions and they interpret these through their own emotional and self-referential lenses, and they tend to believe that they are far more accurate regarding this than they really are, resulting in what can be almost constant misunderstandings or misinterpretations and extreme resistance on the narcissist's part to being corrected about that. It is much, much more common for them to assume the other person is lying about or doesn't know their own feelings and motivations than it is for them to even consider the possibility that they themselves could be wrong. Not surprisingly, this leads to continuous conflict, and it also results in reinforcing gaslighting because people believe the narcissist can read them, so they assume there's something wrong with the way that they are presenting or expressing themselves. They change their tone, their expression, their timing, their words, and everything else they can because they're taking the narcissist's feedback seriously. The truth is, though, that even if the feedback from narcissists were sincere, which is a rather large assumption on its own, a narcissist cannot really read other people accurately at all, and their interpretation of things is based on projection of their own emotions, fears, and insecurities. Very little, if anything, else. Their perspective lens is entirely self-referential, entirely. So how do they become so versed in manipulation if they can't actually read or understand other people's emotions accurately? Practice, for one. Mimicry, for another. The fact that the type of manipulation narcissists engage in most often is the very basic emotional manipulation that even little kids know how to engage in. But more than any of these things is the fact that you don't need to understand how something works to do it. People prove that every day when they drive cars. Narcissists don't need to understand people's emotions to use them. Children can be very manipulative in the same kinds of ways, and they don't understand how it works either. Not only are children actual children with a child's limited experience and understanding of things, but empathy is a function of emotional maturity. That is why adults often look back on their behavior, even in high school, and feel bad for the way that they treated other people. The full impact of their actions often does not become clear to them until years later when they're more emotionally mature. We assume that narcissists understand what we understand because they're adults, but this actually appears to be largely projection on our part. There really is no evidence that implies any understanding on their part at all, other than our assumption that there must be some. We forget that their brains have attempted to compensate for these deficits in ways that mimic normal functioning as much as possible, such as observing reactions in place of empathy and enmeshment in place of bonding. We forget, or we're not aware, of how much they engage in mimicry and in imitation, often without ever understanding why they are doing the things that they're doing, because their only real goal is to give the right response and keep up the charade that they're not having the enormous amount of difficulty that they're actually having, that they're the same as everybody else. It's kind of like toddlers imitating their parents. They pretend to sweep the floor with their little broom, or they cook and wash the dishes with their little play kitchen and stuff like that. They don't understand what they're doing or why. They're simply doing what they have seen grown-ups do with those things. This is very similar to how narcissists engage with the world, especially regarding emotional situations. They do what they have seen other people do in similar situations, or what they have learned works. This is why their responses are often offbeat or inappropriate. They don't appear able to truly read and understand emotional states to innately respond the way that people with empathy do. So as a result of that, they often miss the mark or get it wrong. To understand this better, think about how you process things when you're talking to somebody just in a regular conversation. Odds are you're not spending all of your time frantically trying to read their expressions and interpret their body language to look for cues, or racking your brain for what the right response is to whatever they're saying so that you can seem like you understand and you're just like everybody else. You're just talking. And because you have empathy, all of that is happening automatically for you and transmitting information to your brain without you even realizing it. You are able to rely on your perceptions in this area to the point that you don't even need to pay any conscious attention to them. It's just happening for you automatically. For people who don't have empathy, this does not happen. They have to often consciously and intentionally attempt to translate what they're hearing and seeing into some kind of understanding of what's being said and how the other person feels. For people with empathy deficits who are also narcissists in particular, they struggle enormously with what's called mentalization, which is the understanding of the mental states of the self and other people, a process that helps us understand the motivations behind the behavior of ourselves and others. For example, if your child is being unusually quiet at the dinner table, and this is a behavior that is different, you might think about what mental or emotional states could be behind this behavior and what factors might have caused that. For example, you might consider if they had a bad day at school and they feel sad about that, or if they were up too late the night before and now they're tired. You might consider that they're mad at you because you said that they couldn't go to the sleepover on Friday. You can use the skill of mentalization plus your empathy to try to understand your child's behavior. And then whenever you talk to them and ask them what's wrong, if they decide to tell you, you can use the skill of mentalization and your empathy to have that conversation and really be able to understand what they're telling you and where they're coming from. Narcissists cannot do these things. They instead try to consciously translate what they're seeing and hearing and are projecting onto and reading into these things as well, which means that not only are they attempting to translate and interpret something that they really have no understanding of at all in the first place, they are superimposing their own fears, traits, feelings, insecurities, and whatever else on top of that. And because their perspective is almost entirely self-referential, they assume by default that everything is about them. This means their chances of legitimately reading another person accurately are actually almost zero. That's important because it really brings home the futility of trying to communicate with a narcissist. They just really cannot understand you or how you feel. In some ways, you're like an alien to them, same as they are to you. It seems hard to believe for many people because anybody who's ever spent time with a pathologically narcissistic person will tell you narcissists have feelings. They have emotions. How is it then that they do not understand the reality of the emotions of other people? But that's how lack of empathy works. That's what lack of empathy is. Many people think lack of empathy is caused by a lack of emotions, but narcissists and many other people with empathy deficits have their own emotions. The thing is, having emotions does not equate to understanding emotions. Narcissists generally don't understand or connect with their own emotions either. Asking them questions about their emotions or attempting to try to talk about these things often just goes nowhere. They may react with distress, hostility, indifference, or confusion. If you do get a response, it's often one that doesn't really answer the question at all, amounting to some version of "I don't know." Conversely, if asked how they feel, they may respond with what they did, what they thought, or they might report a physical reaction such as, "My stomach was hurting," or "I got a headache," or "My chest tightened up." In other words, again, no answer. They cannot answer about emotions. Very, very often this happens all the time. Narcissists often struggle with even admitting to feeling emotions as well, especially those that are perceived to be negative, like anger. They might deny that they're feeling an emotion outright, despite it being very obvious, or they may project these things onto other people. "I'm not angry, you are." And you're like, "Then why are you screaming?" There is every possibility that many narcissists are not really able to recognize, connect with, or even name their own emotions. This is very much like a child. Even those who may seem able to superficially discuss or engage with their own emotions often flounder when it comes to any real discussion about them. It makes sense then that this person would not be able to recognize or connect with the emotions of other people or understand the emotional experiences of people around them. We take a lot for granted when dealing with other adults. We assume that they're like us, that they feel like us, that they know what we know, that they can do what we can do. The reality is, it's just not always true at all. And even if someone appears to have the same capabilities or know the same things or whatever, we still should not automatically assume that that's true or ever disregard evidence to the contrary because we don't understand it or we find it hard to believe. It may be hard to believe that pathologically narcissistic people cannot understand or connect with emotions in themselves or in other people, for example, especially considering that manipulating people's emotions is their stock and trade, but through dealing with them, the evidence of this just becomes too overwhelming to deny. It's just one more paradoxical component of this entire paradoxical situation. To illustrate how it can be that a person can use something without knowing how it works, we can use an analogy that we've used before on this channel, the remote control. When you use a remote control, you probably don't know how it works. You know that pushing this button causes this action or that reaction to happen in the device that the remote is paired with, but how or why pushing that button causes that action or reaction is probably something that you don't know. And you actually don't need to know how it works to use it. You just need to know which button to push. That is how so many narcissists use emotional manipulations. They can engage in emotional manipulation without understanding or even recognizing the underlying emotions or other mechanics involved. They've learned which buttons to push based on observation and experience. This allows them to achieve desired outcomes without any real emotional insight or understanding at all. Again, it's just knowing which buttons to push. They're following a learned pattern. We can see evidence of this in the way that they can't seem to make any significant adaptations to their manipulative structure or pattern based on the situation or people involved. With remarkably few variations, they essentially try the same thing on everybody, and if it doesn't work, they either try harder or they move on. They don't, for example, try something different. If they really had any understanding of emotions and how these manipulations work, they would be able to do that. They would be able to adapt and tailor these things to specific people or to situations, but they don't do that. They just do the same thing over and over again until it works on somebody. Their assumed roles or personas are generally pretty consistent too. Narcissists who manipulate by presenting themselves as a victim, for example, don't usually deviate from this too much, regardless of who they're dealing with or what the situation is. This is what results in these absurd situations where someone who has very obviously harmed other people tries to swap the narrative over to how they are the actual victim, how they have been so wronged and mistreated. We see abusers and murderers, for example, do this all the time. It is blatant evidence of a lack of empathy. Someone with even basic empathy, understanding of emotions, and the ability to read other people would realize that trying to advance this narrative in this situation is not only inappropriate and harmful to other people, but it would make them look bad. Narcissists don't see that because they cannot read other people. Even in situations where narcissists appear to be switching roles based on who they're dealing with, what we often find is that these are just stereotypical generic offshoots of the master role, and they all lead back to the same basic learned pattern of behavior. There seems to be no real ability to adapt this basic pattern and very few variations to it. The hero is always the hero. The victim is always the victim. The martyr is always the martyr. If someone does not buy into these manipulations, the narcissist generally does not try to do something different, something that would resonate with that particular person or in that particular situation more. They just try the same thing on a different person or in a different situation. Even when they appear to be changing manipulation tactics, we find that these are just variations on a theme, and the underlying premise always remains the same. We can see this clearly in aging narcissists who are no longer able to utilize the same manipulative patterns that they used when they were young, but they're unable to adapt to their new reality with more appropriate or relevant manipulations. The 80-year-old tough guy is still trying to intimidate people even though he's frail and in ill health and is not intimidating. The 70-year-old beauty queen is still trying to seduce people even though she's not even a shadow of her former self. These things no longer work, but they are still used because this is all this person knows how to do. And again, this is an example of narcissists being unable to read people or to adapt, because if they could, they would realize by people's reactions that these things come across as desperate or even grotesque and do something different, something more appropriate to their current circumstances. But they don't, because they're acting according to learned behaviors and patterns, not any innate ability to read and interpret other people or to even understand the reality of the situation or other people or themselves. For them to just keep on with the same old things that don't work anymore or perhaps never worked as well as the narcissist thought they did is proof of how disconnected this person is from just literally everything: reality, themselves, the situation, the other people. This is important because, as we touched on earlier, the idea that narcissists are somehow accurately reading other people and offering sincere feedback actually reinforces gaslighting. It sets the narcissist up as a reasonable voice in the discourse, as a source of rational feedback that should be taken seriously, whose words should be given weight and importance, and this is dangerous. Pathologically narcissistic personalities are what can be referred to as unreliable narrators. In literature, an unreliable narrator is what is called when the person telling the story cannot be relied upon as factual. We usually see this in stories that are told from the first-person point of view, and in these situations, the narrator's interpretations and recitations of events are colored by their own emotions or beliefs, leading the reader to doubt whether the narrator is perceiving and relating events accurately. A good example of this in literature is American Psycho by Bret Easton Ellis. The reader is never sure whether the graphic violence described in the book is real or not, or whether any of the events are happening in the way that the narrator is actually relating them. Some examples of this phenomenon in film are The Usual Suspects with Kevin Spacey and Fallen with Denzel Washington. Some other examples are Taxi Driver with Robert De Niro and Forrest Gump with Tom Hanks, Fight Club. The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe features an unreliable narrator as well. In each of these stories, the person telling the story is not trustworthy for some reason or has had their credibility compromised somehow, and therefore they cannot be completely relied upon regarding the narration of events. This is the same with pathologically narcissistic people, except that they are unreliable narrators in real life. Their perception is clouded and self-referential. Their motives are self-serving and often hidden. They do not see reality. They do not see you. They cannot read you. Worse, this person's whole goal is to create and uphold their own narrative. That's it. Everything they do and say is toward that end, whether intentionally or otherwise, whether it hurts other people or not. It's not to get along better or improve relationships. It's not to offer honest feedback in order to help you. It's not to resolve anything or to understand things better. It is for that one reason and that reason only. For these reasons, the feedback and criticisms of narcissists cannot be accepted at face value if it's accepted at all. These things are poison. Poison is something that is capable of causing illness and even death if it's ingested or absorbed. To give these things any weight or importance at all is to allow somebody to poison your own mind against you. Don't do it. Leave the nonsense where it belongs. It's difficult to do that when we care about somebody, but the hard truth is that if you cannot deal with this person without understanding that their perception of you, themselves, just basic reality is totally compromised and should essentially be completely ignored, if you are going to take what they say about you seriously and allow it to get into your head, trying to have a relationship with a narcissist or even just being around one could destroy you. You will be swallowed up in their single-minded pursuit of identity and importance. It is a common theme that narcissists can read and interpret other people so masterfully. Many narcissists claim this themselves, in fact, which might very well be where that narrative came from. They certainly do try, but again, they tend to believe they are much better at this than they actually are, which we can see not only from our own experiences with them, but also from the results of studies that consistently demonstrate the same thing over and over again. People with high levels of narcissism cannot read or interpret the emotions, facial expressions, or body language of other people accurately. This leads to massive misinterpretations and misunderstandings on their part. This is made worse by the fact that many narcissists not only engage in projection along with this, but they mistake projection for empathy, believing themselves to be seeing and feeling the emotions of other people when in fact these things belong to them and are just reflections of their own emotions, fears, traits, insecurities. Because they are sure that they are feeling other people's feelings, they cannot be convinced that they're wrong. They can feel it, therefore it's true. People often ask how narcissists are so good at love bombing or hurting other people if they can't read people, if they can't read their emotions. But if you've been educating yourself on pathological narcissism, then you should know that they all say and do mostly the same things, regardless of the people they're interacting with, the type of relationship it is, or any specific circumstances. Why? Because good or bad, these are all things that will impact and affect just about everybody on some level. Humans have near universal vulnerabilities and insecurities, and narcissists target those. There's no reading of individuals or emotional insight required at all. It's just targeting the ego's need for validation and to feel special. Every person is vulnerable to that. Now, this can be hurtful for people to hear, that they were not special or unique in the way that they might have thought they were, that in fact they were susceptible to the same things that everybody else is, and that there was no personalized reading or understanding of them involved at all because it's not even necessary, but that's okay. These are the things that make us all able to understand each other, to be able to connect on the level that we are connecting on now. It also speaks volumes regarding how limited the narcissist's understanding of being human really and truly is. The reality is, it's just not possible that someone with this much of an empathy deficit who engages in this much projection and is this disconnected from reality is somehow reading the emotional experiences and reactions of other people accurately in any way. They're just not. And if we take a step back to disengage from our own narratives and our own projections, we can actually see that plain as day. They cannot read you. They do not see you. They do not know you. They're not looking. They're not listening. They are acting out a movie in their heads, and they are reading the script from that movie, not you. It's like some improv acting class where people are supposed to be interacting with each other while one of them is Jack from Titanic and the other one is waiting for a bus to Mars. Two completely different realities that simply cannot coexist. You're on totally different planets here. You are trying to have a relationship and they are trying to enact some grand story in their mind about who they are and what they're doing. They interpret your actions and reactions according to that, not according to actuality. The sooner we can actually see that, the better off we will be, and the better able to protect ourselves we will be. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide, also on Zoom. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books out for publication, so if you're interested in picking up a copy, you can do that on LittleShaman.org or on Amazon. I would like to thank everybody who donated to our hurricane disaster recovery. Thank you so very much. We now have power and water, so fingers crossed it stays that way. Please consider donating to some sort of disaster relief. There are a lot of people who were really severely impacted by Hurricane Helene, and they're going to be impacted for a long time to come. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year, so if you're interested in attending that or seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on TheLittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, The Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources